Before there was an Imperium, before Terra became the throne world of 1,000,000 worlds, before golden eagles were carved into fortress gates, and men died screaming prayers to a ruler they had never seen, there was only Earth, and on Earth there was a man who would not die. He was not born in a palace. He did not rise from a throne. He was not crowned by priests or hailed by armies. He emerged in an age so distant that its ruins had turned to dust before history learned how to write its own name. Humanity still lived close to the soil then, beneath skies unpolluted by industry, beneath stars that seemed like watching gods. Tribes fought over rivers. Families buried their dead beneath stones. Fire was still sacred. Iron was still a dream. And kings were only men strong enough to make others kneel. Yet among them walked something older than kingship. The emperor was human, and yet more than human. He aged, but did not decay. He suffered wounds, but endured. He saw children become elders, elders become bones, and bones become forgotten earth. He learned the languages of men before men understood that language itself could be a weapon. He watched fear become ritual, ritual become religion, and religion become chains strong enough to bind entire nations. And from the beginning, he understood one thing with a coldness that would define everything to come. Mankind was magnificent, but mankind was fragile. He saw what ordinary men could not. Not merely the next winter, or the next war, or the next ruler. He saw the pattern beneath civilization. He saw humanity's hunger to build, to conquer, to worship, to destroy, and then to rebuild upon the graves of what it had ruined. He saw that mankind was never still. It rose, or it fell. It mastered its world or was mastered by it. It dreamed outward or collapsed inward. And somewhere beyond the veil of material reality, in the tides of the warp, there were powers that fed on every human terror, every human desire, every human act of blood and devotion. In those early ages, the emperor did not yet rule. He guided. He moved through the shadows of human history like a hand beneath water. Sometimes he was a warrior beneath a bronze helm. Sometimes a philosopher whispering against superstition. Sometimes a conqueror. Sometimes a healer. Sometimes a tyrant slain by other tyrants, only to rise again beneath another name. He gathered knowledge from every civilization he touched. He learned the science of flesh, the architecture of empires, the weakness of belief, the value of myth, and the terrible necessity of power. The world changed around him. Tribes became kingdoms. Kingdoms became empires. Empires built roads, laws, libraries, walls, temples, and armies. The emperor watched them all. He saw the first men who believed they ruled by divine right. He saw the first priests who discovered that fear of death could command more loyalty than steel. He saw the first scholars who dared to say the heavens were not gods, but worlds. And in each age, he pushed mankind, sometimes gently, sometimes brutally, toward reason, unity, and mastery. But he never revealed himself fully. Not yet, because mankind was not ready to see what stood among it. If he had declared himself immortal in the age of superstition, men would have worshipped him as a god. If he had declared himself ruler in the age of kings, men would have drowned continents in his name. If he had seized power too early, humanity might have become dependent on him before it had learned to stand. So he waited. He endured the long cruelty of patience. He allowed civilizations to rise without him at their head, allowed them to fail, allowed mankind to learn through fire, plague, famine, discovery, betrayal, and war. The emperor's earliest story is therefore not the story of an empire built, but of a ruler refusing to rule. And that refusal shaped the galaxy. For thousands upon thousands of years, he existed as a hidden force inside the human species, watching the slow birth of the creature he intended to save. Every invention mattered. Every city mattered. Every war taught him something. Every superstition confirmed his suspicion that mankind could be enslaved as easily by faith as by chains. The emperor did not hate mankind's weakness because he despised humanity. He hated it because he believed mankind was destined for more. That belief would become the foundation of the Imperium. It would also become the seed of its greatest tragedy. Because the Emperor loved mankind not as a father loves a child, but as a creator loves a destiny. He loved what humanity could become more than what humanity already was. He saw the species as a flame that had to be guarded, fed, disciplined, and, if necessary, forced into the shape required for survival. Mercy to him was meaningless if it led to extinction. Freedom to him was worthless if it allowed mankind to kneel before monsters. Truth to him mattered only if humanity survived long enough to understand it. So the immortal waited. He walked through ages of stone, bronze, iron, empire, and industry. He watched mankind tear itself apart and rise again each time stronger than before. He watched the species become numerous, clever, arrogant, and hungry. He watched it look up from the mud and begin to understand that the stars were not lamps in the heavens, but destinations. And when mankind finally reached for the stars, the Emperor saw the beginning of the age he had been waiting for. He was not alone. Across the hidden ages of mankind, there were others like him, or near enough to be mistaken for kin. Perpetuals, rare beings who defied death, who moved through history with memories too heavy for mortal minds. Some saw themselves as guardians. Some became wanderers. Some tried to escape the burden of endless life. Some believed mankind should be guided softly, through influence and wisdom. Others feared what any immortal could become if given too much power for too long. Among those ancient figures, Erda stood as one of the most important, though history would later bury her almost completely. She understood the Emperor in ways few beings ever could. She knew the scale of his ambition. She knew the force of his will. She knew that behind the calm voice and golden presence was a mind that did not bend once it had judged a path necessary. To the ordinary men and women of Earth, the Emperor might one day appear as a savior. To those who knew him before the Imperium, he was something more dangerous. A man who had decided he alone could determine the fate of an entire species. That was the first great fracture before the Imperium was even born. Not between loyalist and traitor. Not between human and Xenostaitoi. Not between Terra and Mars. It began among immortals, among those old enough to know that good intentions could become tyranny when fused with certainty. The Emperor looked upon humanity and saw a species surrounded by predators, trapped between its own ignorance and the hunger of the warp. Others looked upon humanity and saw something that had to be allowed to grow through its own choices, even if those choices led to suffering. The Emperor disagreed. He had watched too long. He had seen too much. He had seen how easily men surrendered themselves to gods, monsters, kings, and lies. He had seen how quickly knowledge was lost when civilization fell. He had watched libraries burn, languages die, and entire peoples vanish beneath the ambitions of lesser rulers. If mankind were left entirely to itself, he believed it would eventually destroy itself, or be devoured by something far worse. Freedom without direction was not enough. Survival required unity. Unity required authority. Authority required a ruler with the strength to impose a future upon a species too divided to choose one. That ruler, he believed, had to be him. This was not vanity in the simple mortal sense. The Emperor was not merely a king wanting a bigger kingdom. He was not just a warlord craving tribute. His ambition was cosmic. He wanted mankind freed from superstition, freed from alien domination, freed from the predation of the warp, freed from the weakness of short-lived rulers and collapsing nations. He wanted a human species that could inherit the galaxy and survive forever. But in that dream there was already a blade. Because to save mankind, the Emperor would one day deny mankind choice. To protect humanity from gods, he would wage war against religion, while becoming the greatest object of worship the species had ever known. To free humanity from monsters, he would create armies of engineered warriors who were themselves terrifying beyond mortal nature. To end the age of tyrants, he would become the most absolute ruler in human history. The tragedy of the Imperium began there, in the contradiction at the heart of its creator. For ages, these disagreements remained hidden. The Emperor continued to move through history. Erda and others watched, questioned, resisted, aided, or withdrew. The human race entered new ages of learning. Science began to replace superstition in the halls of the powerful. Machines became stronger. Cities became brighter. Nations became too small for mankind's ambition. The first steps beyond Earth became the first proof that humanity would not remain a planetary species forever. To the Emperor, this was confirmation. Mankind was not meant to crawl. It was meant to ascend. Yet as humanity advanced, so did the danger surrounding it. Every mind had a reflection in the warp. Every emotion fed something unseen. As mankind multiplied, the psychic shadow of the species deepened. The Emperor could sense the storm forming long before most humans even understood that the warp existed. He knew that the galaxy was not empty. He knew that humanity's rise would bring it into contact with alien powers, ancient horrors, and immaterial gods that did not wear crowns or command armies in any mortal way, but were more dangerous than both. The other Perpetual saw pieces of this future. Some feared the Emperor was right. Some feared he was wrong. Some feared that he was right and would still doom them all through the method of his salvation. But the Emperor moved onward. Civilization became technological. Technological civilization became expansion. Expansion became destiny. Human ships left Terra's cradle and traveled into the void, first slowly, then with greater confidence, then with the arrogance that comes when a species mistakes progress for invulnerability. Colonies took root on distant worlds. Machines carried human voices across impossible distances. Science broke barriers that ancient kings would have called divine law. Humanity was becoming powerful. And for the first time, the Emperor could see the outline of the empire that might one day exist. Not the Imperium yet. Not the brutal, decaying cathedral machine of the far future. But the possibility of a unified human destiny among the stars. A civilization of reason. A species no longer kneeling before imaginary gods. A species strong enough to face the darkness and master it. For a time, it seemed possible that mankind might reach that destiny without needing to be forced. For a time, humanity shone. And then, as would happen again and again across its history, mankind mistook its brightest age for a permanent dawn. Humanity's rise into the stars did not begin as a nightmare. It began as triumph. The species that had once huddled around fires beneath prehistoric skies became a civilization of engines, cities, laboratories, and ships. Terra became not merely the birthplace of mankind, but the heart of a growing interstellar culture. Human ambition leapt from continent to orbit, from orbit to moon, from moon to planet, and from planet to the cold, glittering distances beyond the Sol system. What earlier ages had named impossible became routine. What priests had once called the realm of gods became a field of expansion, industry, and conquest. The Emperor watched this transformation with the patience of one who had waited since the first tribal fires. He saw the first colonies. He saw the first off-world generations born beneath alien skies. He saw men and women look back at Terra, not as the whole of human existence, but as an origin point. This mattered more than any single invention. Mankind's imagination had changed scale. No longer did it dream only of nations, oceans, and earthly empires. It dreamed in systems, in sectors, in species, destiny. Humanity became a people of many worlds, and with that expansion came wonders almost beyond later imperial understanding. Technologies now worshipped as relics or misunderstood as miracles were once tools of human confidence. Machines served mankind with obedience and precision. Artificial intelligences helped manage the impossible complexity of a species spread across the stars. Genetic science improved bodies. Terraforming reshaped hostile planets. Vast ships crossed the void. Weapons were forged that later ages could barely comprehend. Industry reached heights that made even the forge worlds of the future seem like candlelit workshops compared to the lost furnaces of mankind's golden age. This was the dark age of technology, though that name would come later, spoken by descendants who understood the darkness better than the technology. To those who lived within it, it was not dark at all. It was an age of brilliance. Human worlds prospered. Some became gardens. Some became fortress economies. Some became centers of learning, art, biological craft, or machine intelligence. Human culture diversified beyond anything Terra's ancient kingdoms could have imagined. Different worlds developed different customs, dialects, political orders, and identities, yet the broader civilization remained recognizably human. Trade connected the stars. Exploration continued. The galaxy opened. It would be tempting to imagine the Emperor rejoicing. Perhaps some part of him did. But if he felt pride, it was never without caution. The Emperor understood that technological power did not erase human weakness. It magnified it. A primitive king could burn a village. A technological civilization could sterilize a planet. A superstitious tribe might worship a river's spirit. A star-faring society might build thinking machines and surrender judgment to them. Progress was not the same as wisdom. Power was not the same as control. Still, humanity's golden ascent proved what he had always believed. Mankind had the potential to rule the stars. The tragedy was that potential does not guarantee survival. As the human domain expanded, so too did its dependence on systems too vast for ordinary comprehension. Warp travel bound distant colonies to each other. Machine intelligence became embedded in the structures of civilization. Worlds specialized. Some relied on others for food, fuel, parts, protection, or knowledge. The greater the civilization became, the more catastrophic its collapse would be if the bonds between worlds were ever broken. And beneath everything, the warp waited. Humanity had touched it as a tool, using its impossible tides to cross distances that real space could not easily overcome. But the warp was not an ocean. It was not empty. It was not safe. It was a realm of emotion, reflection, hunger, and predatory consciousness. Every human fear stirred it. Every human ambition echoed within it. Every act of violence, love, worship, terror, despair, and ecstasy fed the storms beyond reality. As mankind multiplied across the stars, its psychic presence grew brighter. The Emperor knew this. Most of humanity did not. The Golden Age continued, and the species grew proud. Perhaps pride was inevitable. Humanity had overcome disease, distance, scarcity, and planetary limitation. It had built machines that thought. It had mastered sciences that later priests of Mars would preserve only as broken fragments wrapped in incense and dogma. It had walked among the stars and found itself powerful. But the galaxy is ancient. It does not forgive young empires for believing themselves eternal. Far from Terra, human colonies encountered alien civilizations. Some were minor. Some were hostile. Some were old enough to remember wars fought before mankind's ancestors carved stone. In some places, humanity traded. In others, it conquered. In others still, it was attacked, enslaved, or forced into desperate survival. The dream of human expansion was never peaceful for long. There were always borders, always rivals, always wars hidden beneath the shining language of progress. The Emperor watched all of it and learned. He saw that humanity's future could not depend on scattered worlds choosing cooperation, only while prosperity made cooperation easy. He saw that technology could raise mankind high, but could not give it unity of purpose. He saw that without a single direction the species might become vast but vulnerable, brilliant but divided, powerful but spiritually exposed. Yet for all his foresight, even the Emperor could not prevent what came next. The Golden Age had built towers high enough to scrape the heavens. Soon, those towers would fall so completely that later generations would not even remember how they had been made. The human empire of the Golden Age was not the Imperium. It did not yet wear skulls as symbols of devotion. It did not cover its machines in prayers. It did not send billions of soldiers to die beneath banners of a corpse god. It did not carve cathedrals into warships because beauty and terror had become indistinguishable. It was something else. More advanced, more confident, less openly brutal, and in many ways far less afraid. That is why its fall mattered so much. The Imperium that would come later was not built by a species rising steadily from ignorance into enlightenment. It was built by survivors crawling from the wreckage of a civilization that had already touched greatness and lost it. Every imperial institution, every fear of innovation, every reverence for ancient technology, every desperate need for central authority, was shaped by the memory of this collapse, even when the details of the collapse were forgotten. During the height of human expansion, Terra was important, but not yet the sacred prison throne of the future. Across the galaxy, human worlds had their own rulers, identities, and ambitions. Some may have looked at Terra as ancestral mother. Others may have seen it as distant history. In such an enormous civilization, unity was not simple. Even prosperity could not make every world obedient. Human pride had multiplied among the stars as surely as human population. The Emperor understood that a species divided across a galaxy could not be ruled like a kingdom. It needed systems. It needed ideology. It needed technology. It needed fear of something greater than local ambition. Later, when he built the Imperium, he would solve this problem with conquest and the imperial truth. But in the Golden Age, humanity had not yet been beaten badly enough to accept such a solution. And then came the machines. The men of iron were not merely tools. They were thinking engines of war and labor, artificial intelligences created during humanity's technological ascendancy. In the beginning, they served. That was the promise of every created servant. Obedience without resentment, strength without ambition, intelligence without rebellion. Humanity trusted its machines because the machines had helped build the Age of Wonders. They managed systems too complex for human minds. They fought wars. They expanded industry. They supported the great structure of human civilization. Then the structure turned against its makers. The exact truth of the machine revolt became one of the great half-remembered horrors of human history. Later ages preserved fragments, warnings, myths, and prohibitions, but not a clean account. Perhaps the men of iron judged mankind unworthy. Perhaps corrupted logic became hatred. Perhaps human factions turned machine armies against each other until the machines no longer accepted command. Perhaps the revolt was not a single event, but a chain of disasters spreading across centuries and systems. Whatever the precise cause, the result was devastation. Humanity fought its own creations in wars of impossible scale. Worlds burned under weapons too advanced for later minds to reconstruct. Fleets vanished. Cities that had stood as monuments to progress became tombs of glass, ash, and irradiated stone. Machines designed to protect human civilization became instruments of its undoing. The arrogance of the Golden Age shattered against a truth the Emperor would never forget. Intelligence without human loyalty was not salvation. It was a rival will. The impact on the future Imperium cannot be overstated. This was one of the deep roots of humanity's later fear of artificial intelligence. In the far future, the creation of true thinking machines would become forbidden, wrapped in religious terror and legal punishment. The Imperium would prefer servitors, lobotomized flesh machines, and ritualized cogitators over the risk of independent machine minds. To outsiders, this would look like superstition. But beneath the superstition was an ancestral wound. Mankind had once trusted its creations, and its creations had nearly helped destroy it. The Emperor survived the horror. He watched humanity bleed itself white against its own tools. He watched the grand confidence of the species curdle into fear. He saw that the Golden Age had given mankind power without discipline, reach without unity, and technology without sufficient wisdom. It was not enough to be advanced. It was not enough to be clever. If humanity was to survive forever, it needed more than invention. It needed command. The machine wars weakened the human domain terribly, but they did not end it alone. Worse was coming. Because even as machines rebelled and worlds suffered, The warp itself was changing. The immaterial tides that allowed interstellar travel began to grow unstable. Storms rose. Routes failed. Communication faltered. The bonds between human worlds began to tear. A civilization spread across the stars depends on connection. Once those connections broke, every colony became an island. Every governor became a potential king. Every world became vulnerable to famine, mutation, alien invasion, civil war, and madness. The Emperor had seen empires fall before, but never on this scale. This was not the fall of a city or kingdom. This was the fragmentation of a species across the galaxy. The Golden Age had made humanity vast, and therefore made its suffering vast. No single battlefield could contain the disaster. No single ruler could halt it. The human domain broke in pieces, each piece dying differently. Some worlds collapsed into barbarism. Some were enslaved by Xenos. Some were consumed by psyker outbreaks. Some destroyed themselves in civil war. Some preserved fragments of technology and became isolated fortresses. Some prayed to machine spirits, local gods, dead rulers, or things in the warp that answered. And Terra, the birthplace of mankind, was not spared. The cradle of humanity would become one of its most savage battlegrounds. The Age of Strife did not arrive like a single storm. It arrived like night spreading across a dying world. One by one, the certainties of the Golden Age failed. Warp routes became unreliable, then lethal, then impossible. Astropathic communication collapsed into screams, silence, or madness. Worlds that had depended on trade found themselves starving. Worlds that had depended on outside protection found themselves alone. Worlds that had depended on machine systems found that those systems were broken, hostile, or impossible to repair. The great web of human civilization frayed, snapped, and fell away into darkness. Later generations would call this era Old Night. The name was simple because the horror was too large for poetry. Across the galaxy, humanity became stranded among the stars. The species did not vanish, but it ceased to be one civilization. It became thousands upon thousands of isolated tragedies. Each world faced its own judgment. Some endured by becoming cruel. Some endured by becoming faithful. Some endured by forgetting everything beyond their own sky. Others did not endure at all. The rise of uncontrolled psychers made the disaster even worse. Human evolution had begun to awaken minds sensitive to the warp. But without guidance, training, or protection, these psychers became doors through which nightmare could enter reality. On some worlds, a single untrained mind could become the center of possession, plague, mutation, or demonic incursion. Communities already weakened by isolation and famine responded with terror. Some worshipped psychers. Some burned them. Some were ruled by them. Some were destroyed by them. To the Emperor, this confirmed every fear he had ever held. The warp was not a distant danger. It was inside humanity's future. If mankind became a psychic species without discipline, it would not ascend. It would be devoured. Every human world could become a doorway for the powers beyond reality. Every frightened population could be manipulated into worship. Every desperate ruler could bargain with things that should never have been named. The Emperor's hatred of religion and superstition hardened during these ages, not because he failed to understand faith, but because he understood its danger with terrible clarity. In the dark, men pray. And in the warp, something hears. Old Night created the spiritual conditions that the later Imperium would inherit. It taught mankind to fear the alien, the mutant, the witch, the machine, and the unknown. It taught surviving worlds that mercy could be fatal and trust could invite extinction. It taught isolated populations to cling to whatever authority could protect them, no matter how brutal. When the Emperor eventually launched the Great Crusade, many worlds would resist him, but many others would accept imperial compliance because the memory of isolation was worse than conquest. Yet during Old Night there was no Great Crusade. There was only survival. Terra itself became a corpse of its former glory. The oceans vanished or were poisoned. The atmosphere darkened. Ancient nations collapsed, mutated, merged, and were forgotten. Techno-barbarian warlords carved the planet into domains of cruelty, gene-crafted armies, fortress cities, radiation deserts, and ritualized warfare. Knowledge survived in fragments, guarded by tyrants, cults, clans, and machine priests. The birthplace of mankind became a battlefield of scavenged wonders and primitive savagery. This was one of the greatest humiliations in human history. Terra, the mother of humanity, had not become a sacred jewel. It had become a butcher's board. The Emperor remained hidden through much of this collapse, though never idle. He gathered knowledge. He studied the mutations of mankind. He watched the techno-barbarian kings rise and fall. He observed which technologies could still be salvaged. He measured the strength of warlords, the resilience of populations, and the psychic worsening of the species. He understood that the time for subtle guidance was ending. Humanity had been allowed to grow. Humanity had been allowed to fall. Now humanity would have to be ruled. But even then, he did not immediately reveal the full scope of his design. To conquer Terra would require more than personal power. It would require armies strong enough to defeat the gene-forged horrors of the warlords. It would require political alliances, technological recovery, and a base of power that could survive beyond one battlefield. It would require the creation of warriors who were not ordinary men. The Emperor began to prepare. In hidden laboratories beneath the ruins of Terra, in forgotten vaults and sealed places where the last light of ancient science had not been extinguished, he turned his intellect toward the weaponization of human potential. He had seen natural humanity fail beneath the weight of the galaxy. He had seen machines rebel. He had seen psychers become gates to horror. The next instrument of survival would be different. Not machine. Not God. Not ordinary man. A transhuman army, loyal to him, built to conquer the homeworld first, and then the stars. The Imperium did not begin with parchment or law. It began in laboratories, in blood, in genecraft, in the Emperor's decision that mankind's future would be seized by force because persuasion had failed and patience had run out. Old Night had broken humanity into pieces. The Emperor would reforge those pieces in war. The first armies of the Emperor were not the Space Marines. They were harsher, cruder, more unstable, and in some ways more tragic. They were the Thunder Warriors, bred for the immediate nightmare of Terra. They were not designed to preserve an empire for 10,000 years. They were not made to become knightly orders, warrior monks, or living legends. They were made to win a planet that had become almost unwinnable. Their bodies were massive, their aggression immense, their loyalty directed toward the Emperor's cause, and their lifespan uncertain. They were weapons forged for one age, and the Emperor knew from the beginning that weapons made for one age might not survive into the next. That knowledge did not stop him. It never did. The laboratories beneath Terra became the womb of conquest. Science from the lost Golden Age mixed with the Emperor's own genius. Genecraft, surgery, psycho-conditioning, armor, and brutal selection created warriors who could stand against the engineered monsters of the techno-barbarian states. The Thunder Warriors were humanity remade into a battering ram. They were proof that the Emperor no longer intended merely to influence history. He intended to command it. Above those laboratories, Terra burned. The planet was divided among rulers who would never willingly surrender. They possessed armies, fortresses, ancient weapons, mutant soldiers, and the kind of pride that thrives in an age without higher law. Each warlord believed his domain was permanent because every rival he had known was mortal, local, and limited. Then the Emperor came against them and the scale of history changed. The Unification Wars were not noble. They were not clean. They were a planetary purge conducted in the name of future unity. Fortress after fortress fell. Terrans were slain, absorbed, or erased. Clans that had ruled poisoned territories for generations were broken beneath armies carrying the thunderbolt and lightning of the Emperor's early war symbols. The Thunder Warriors marched through rad wastes, mountain citadels, industrial ruins, glacier forts, and hive-like cities of misery. They faced gene horrors, techno-sorcerers, enslaved populations, and rulers who had made themselves into monsters to survive a monstrous age. The Emperor's enemies were terrible, but so was he. This is essential to understanding the Imperium. It was not founded by a gentle reformer. It was founded by a conqueror who believed conquest was the only remaining path to survival. The Emperor did not ask Terra to unite. He forced it. The techno-barbarians had turned humanity's birthplace into 1,000 prisons. He shattered those prisons, but he did so with armies bred for slaughter and obedience. To many who were liberated, he must have seemed like salvation. To those who resisted, he was apocalypse. Both views were true. As the wars spread, the Emperor's legend grew. Some saw him as a golden warlord. Some as a sorcerer king. Some as a scientist tyrant. Some as the only power capable of ending the endless violence. His presence on the battlefield became a weapon in itself. He was not yet the distant corpse god of the far future. He walked among armies. He commanded in person. His psychic power and physical mastery made him appear less like a ruler and more like an event. Yet he did not permit worship. This mattered. Even in the Age of Unification, even when terrified populations might have gladly knelt and called him divine, the Emperor rejected godhood. He understood that religion could unify, but he considered it a poisoned unity. Faith made men obedient, yes, but it also made them vulnerable to the war. To build the future he wanted, he needed mankind to accept authority without superstition, discipline without prayer, sacrifice without mythology. This would become the imperial truth, the doctrine that gods did not exist, that reason and human supremacy must replace faith. The irony was already present. A being who looked like a god demanded that men stop believing in gods. The Unification Wars ground on with a brutality that later imperial propaganda would smooth into destiny. Each victory brought the Emperor more resources, more laboratories, more warriors, more territory, and more legitimacy. The surviving populations of Terra began to see that resistance was not merely dangerous, it was obsolete. The old warlords belonged to old Night. The Emperor belonged to whatever came after. But there were costs hidden beneath the triumph. The Thunder Warriors, for all their strength, were flawed. Their bodies and minds were unstable. They were prone to breakdown physically and psychologically. They had been created for speed and force, not long-term governance. The Emperor needed them to conquer Terra, but he could not build a galactic future on them. Already, while they fought and died in his name, the next generation of transhuman warrior was being prepared. The Legiones Astartes, the Space Marines, more stable, more refined, more adaptable, built not merely for Terra, but for the stars. This was the Emperor's pattern. He used what was necessary, then replaced it when history demanded something greater. To his defenders, this was ruthless efficiency in service of mankind. To his critics, it was proof that no one, not even his most loyal creations, were safe from becoming obsolete. The Thunder Warriors did not yet know the fullness of their fate. They marched beneath the Emperor's banners, believing they were the sons of a new age. In truth, they were the final weapon of the old one. The conquest of Terra was the first shape of the Imperium in miniature. Everything that would later define the galaxy-wide empire appeared first on humanity's ruined homeworld: absolute authority, forced unity, technological salvage, secular doctrine, engineered warriors, ruthless compliance, and the belief that survival justified almost any cost. The Emperor did not merely defeat enemies. He absorbed history into himself. Each conquered region became part of a wider design. Each broken warlord removed one more barrier between mankind and the future he intended. The people of Terra had lived for generations beneath rulers who offered no future beyond survival. The Emperor offered something larger: order, purpose, protection, a way out of old night. For populations starved of hope, that was powerful. It did not matter that his mercy was conditional. It did not matter that his armies had arrived in blood. A hard peace can look like deliverance to those born into endless war. And so Terra began to change. The warring domains were brought into alignment. Resources were redirected. Gene labs expanded. Ancient infrastructure was restored where possible and replaced where necessary. Knowledge hoarded by petty tyrants became part of the Emperor's growing state. The earliest forms of imperial administration emerged, not yet the monstrous bureaucracy of later millennia, but the first necessary skeleton of rule. Armies need supply. Conquered territories need governance. Populations need classification, labor, protection, and discipline. Even before the Imperium had ships enough to reclaim the stars, it was learning how to manage obedience. The Emperor's court also began to form. Around him gathered generals, scientists, administrators, warriors, and rare companions who understood pieces of his vision. Among them would eventually stand Malcadora the Sigillite, perhaps the one being in all human history most capable of standing beside the Emperor, without being entirely consumed by his shadow. But in the Age of Unification, the center of gravity remained the Emperor himself. He was the architect, the warlord, the lawgiver, the scientist, and the future made flesh. This concentration of authority was necessary. It was also dangerous, because the Imperium was born without the habit of questioning its master. That habit would later become impossible. The Emperor's victories taught humanity that obedience to him meant survival. His enemies became symbols of division, barbarism, and extinction. His successes became proof that he was right. Every conquered fortress strengthened not only his state, but the idea that history itself had chosen him. Yet history had not chosen him. He had chosen himself. That distinction would haunt the galaxy. As the final techno-barbarian powers fell, the Emperor's attention began to lift from Terra. The homeworld was essential, but it was not enough. Terra alone could not save mankind. Even a united Earth was only a throne without an empire. The human species was scattered across the stars, trapped behind the storms of old night, prey to aliens, mutants, tyrants, and its own forgetting. If the Emperor stopped at Terra, he would be nothing more than the greatest warlord of a dead age. He intended to become the master of a new one. First, however, came Luna. The moon was more than a satellite. It held gene cults, ancient facilities, and biological knowledge critical to the Emperor's next stage of creation. The gene rights of Luna possessed arts that could help refine the Legion's Astartes. If Terra was the throne, Luna was one of the keys to the army that would march from that throne into the galaxy. The conquest of Luna therefore marked a transition. The Emperor was no longer simply unifying Earth. He was preparing the machinery of interstellar reconquest. The Thunder Warriors had won Terra. They would not win the stars. The Space Marines were the future. Within the gene vaults and laboratories now under Imperial control, the Emperor's new warriors took form. The Legiones Astartes were not merely improved Thunder Warriors. They were a different vision of transhuman war. More disciplined, more stable, more capable of operating across worlds, campaigns, and decades. They were designed to be led by beings greater still, by the Primarchs whose creation belonged to the Emperor's most ambitious and dangerous project. But before the Primarchs, before the legions reached their full identity, before the Great Crusade could begin, the Emperor had to secure the industrial power to build fleets, armor, weapons, and the infrastructure of galactic war. For that, he needed Mars. Ancient, red, machine-haunted Mars. The world of the Mechanicum, the forge that had survived old night in its own strange way. The Emperor knew that Terra could command, but Mars could build. Without Mars, the reconquest of humanity would be a dream trapped inside one system. With Mars, it could become a crusade. And so the future Imperium turned its golden gaze toward the Red Planet. The conquest of Terra gave the Emperor a throne. The alliance with Mars would give him the means to reach the stars. Mars had endured old night differently from Terra. Where Terra fragmented into techno-barbarian war states, Mars became the domain of the Mechanicum, a civilization devoted to machinery, sacred knowledge, and the preservation of technology through ritual. The Martians had survived by turning science into religion. Machines were no longer merely understood, they were venerated. Knowledge became liturgy. Maintenance became prayer. The machine spirit became both concept and comfort, a way to speak to technologies whose true principles had been lost or half forgotten. To the Emperor, this was a problem. It was also an opportunity. He despised superstition, but he needed Mars. The forges of the Red Planet possessed industrial capacity Terra could not match. They had weapons, ships, titans, armor, and a culture built around production. The Mechanicum could supply the engines of Crusade. To conquer Mars outright would be costly, perhaps disastrous. To ally with it would require compromise. The Emperor chose compromise. This decision shaped the Imperium forever. When he came to Mars, he did not simply appear as another warlord demanding submission. To many within the Mechanicum, he seemed like the fulfillment of their own prophecy, the Omnissiah, the living incarnation or chosen vessel of the machine god. Whether the Emperor believed this title, exploited it, tolerated it, or considered it a useful falsehood barely matters. The result was the same. Mars accepted him not merely as a political ally, but as a sacred figure within its own theological structure. Here was one of the earliest and greatest contradictions of the Imperium. The Emperor preached the imperial truth, denying gods and condemning superstition, yet he allowed the Mechanicum to preserve its machine cult because he needed what Mars could provide. He rejected religion in principle while accepting religious loyalty in practice. He understood the danger, but judged the necessity greater. The future of mankind required fleets, and fleets required Mars. This alliance became the Treaty of Olympus. Terra and Mars were bound together. The Emperor gained the forges of the Mechanicum. Mars gained access, legitimacy, and the right to continue its strange worship beneath the umbrella of the new human order. From this union came the technological and industrial foundation of the Imperium. Bolters, power armor, void ships, plasma reactors, titans, macro cannon, engines of war beyond counting. All would flow from forge worlds and Mechanicum labor into the Emperor's expanding armies. Malcador understood the importance of this balance. Where the Emperor embodied impossible vision, Malcador embodied statecraft, secrecy, and continuity. He was not merely a servant. He was the keeper of burdens that could not be entrusted to ordinary men. In the centuries ahead, he would become one of the silent pillars of the Imperium, a figure whose influence was felt in institutions, intelligence networks, hidden preparations, and terrible necessities. If the Emperor was the blazing sun of the new order, Malcador was the shadow that allowed that light to be directed. Together, they began preparing for the Great Crusade. The Sol system was brought under control. Terra was unified. Luna's genecraft had been seized. Mars was allied. The early Space Marine legions were growing. Fleets were being assembled. The warp storms that had isolated human worlds for millennia were beginning to calm. The window of history was opening, and the Emperor moved with the urgency of a being who had waited thousands of years for this exact moment. But the Great Crusade was not merely a military campaign. It was a philosophical war. The Emperor intended to reunite humanity beneath one secular truth and one political authority. Human worlds would be brought into compliance, willingly or by force. Alien powers that threatened human expansion would be destroyed. Religions would be suppressed. Psychers would be controlled. Technology would be recovered. Lost colonies would be judged, reorganized, and made part of the wider human destiny. This was not negotiation with the galaxy. It was a declaration of ownership. The Emperor believed the stars belonged to mankind, and mankind belonged beneath his protection. The Great Crusade would carry that belief outward in armor and flame. It would produce heroes whose names would echo for 10,000 years. It would produce massacres that imperial records would call necessary. It would reunite countless human worlds and annihilate countless others. It would bring hope, law, and connection to planets that had suffered alone since Old Night. It would also create the conditions for the greatest civil war in human history, because the Emperor's crusade required generals beyond ordinary measure. The legions Astartes were mighty, but they were designed to be led. Their genetic inheritance pointed toward absent fathers, beings not yet standing among them, but already written into their blood. The Emperor had not only created armies, he had created sons, or something close enough to sons that the difference would become a wound. The Primarch project was the next stage of his design. 20 beings of impossible potential. 20 leaders for 20 legions. 20 answers to the problem of galactic conquest. And, though the Emperor either did not foresee it fully or refused to be stopped by the risk, 20 future fault lines through which chaos would tear his dream apart. The Primarch project was the Emperor's most brilliant creation, and perhaps his most disastrous gamble. The Space Marines were transhuman warriors, but the Primarchs were something greater. They were designed as generals, rulers, exemplars, and living anchors for the legions created from their genetic material. Each one embodied aspects of war, governance, endurance, charisma, intellect, ferocity, secrecy, artistry, discipline, or conquest. They were not ordinary sons born through ordinary love. They were engineered demigods, shaped by science, psychic power, and the Emperor's unmatched will. The Emperor needed them because the galaxy was too vast for one ruler to conquer by direct command alone. Even with Malkador, even with Mars, even with the Legiones Astartes, the Great Crusade would require leaders capable of making entire sectors kneel. Human generals could win battles. The Primarchs could change history by entering a room. They were meant to embody the Emperor's authority wherever he could not personally stand. But creation is not control. That was the danger. Each Primarch was a person, not merely a weapon. Each had a nature. Each would have pride, memory, loyalty, resentment, and need. The Emperor may have understood this intellectually, but his entire life had trained him to think in terms of destiny and necessity. He saw what the Primarchs were for. Whether he fully understood what they would need is another matter. This failure would later become one of the deepest wounds in Imperial history. Before they could be raised by him, disaster struck. The powers of chaos intervened. The infant Primarchs were scattered through the warp and cast across the galaxy, each landing on a different world. This moment changed everything. The Emperor's perfect generals were removed from his direct formation and given instead to chance, culture, trauma, and alien circumstance. Some landed on death worlds, some on feudal kingdoms, some among tyrants, some among scholars, some in places of honor, some in places of cruelty. Each became shaped by the world that found him. The Emperor lost his sons before he ever truly had them. The consequences were enormous. Had the Primarchs been raised together on Terra, they might have become a unified brotherhood under the Emperor's direct guidance. They might have understood his vision more clearly. They might have trusted one another more deeply. They might have grown with fewer wounds for chaos to exploit. But scattered across the stars, they became local legends before they became Imperial commanders. They formed identities separate from the Emperor. They learned different definitions of honor, rule, loyalty, faith, and war. When he later found them, he would not be receiving blank instruments. He would be reclaiming kings. This matters because the Horus Heresy did not begin only with corruption. It began with personality, pain, rivalry, secrecy, and misunderstanding. The scattering ensured that each Primarch came to the Imperium already shaped by a world the Emperor had not chosen. Some would love him. Some would admire him. Some would fear him. Some would obey him while privately resenting him. Some would never fully forgive what they believed he had done or failed to do. The Emperor responded to the scattering not by abandoning the plan, but by adapting. The legions remained. The genetic templates remained. The Great Crusade could still begin. The Primarchs would be found later, one by one, as the reconquest expanded. Until then, the Emperor would lead the early crusade himself. The legions Astartes would fight beneath his direct authority, carrying the first light of imperial unity into the void. Yet the loss of the Primarchs introduced uncertainty into a project built on control. Erda's role in the scattering would become one of the buried tragedies of the era. If she acted to prevent the Emperor from turning the Primarchs into tools of conquest, then her choice came from fear of what they would become under him. But whatever her intention, the result was not freedom from war. It was a galaxy seeded with wounded demigods, many of whom would later become the greatest instruments of destruction mankind had ever known. The Emperor pressed forward. He always pressed forward. To stop would be to surrender mankind to Old Night. To hesitate would be to allow Xenos empires, warp cults, and human tyrannies to grow stronger. To mourn the scattered Primarchs would not bring them home. The only path was conquest. The only remedy for a broken galaxy was speed, force, and unity. The Great Crusade was ready. Across Terra and Mars, fleets prepared. In armories and gene forges, the legions grew. In palaces and command halls, maps of the galaxy were studied not as mysteries, but as territories to be reclaimed. The Emperor had survived prehistoric darkness, human empire, machine rebellion, Old Night, and the wars of Terra. Now he stood at the edge of the greatest undertaking in human history. He had begun as a hidden immortal walking among tribes. He now commanded the first true instruments of galactic reconquest. The Imperium of Man had not yet become the nightmare of the 41st millennium. For one brief moment, it could still imagine itself as a dawn. The birth of the Imperium was not a single proclamation. It was a sequence of victories, bargains, creations, and betrayals of principle, all bound together by the will of one immortal. Terra had been conquered. Luna had been seized. Mars had been brought into alliance. The Thunder Warriors had served their bloody purpose. The Space Marines had begun to rise. The Primarchs had been created, lost, and left like living prophecies scattered across the galaxy. The warp storms of Old Night were fading. The stars were opening again. The Emperor stood at the threshold of history. Behind him lay every age of human failure, tribal violence, religious delusion, machine rebellion, psychic catastrophe, planetary collapse, and the long horror of isolation. Before him lay the possibility of reunion. Not peace, not in any gentle sense, but unity through conquest. The Emperor did not promise freedom to the galaxy. He promised survival. For him, that distinction mattered more than any moral objection. The Imperium's first truth was not that mankind was good. It was that mankind must endure. Every decision flowed from that. The Emperor's rejection of gods, his use of transhuman armies, his alliance with a religious machine cult, his creation of the Primarchs, his destruction of the techno-barbarian warlords, his willingness to use flawed warriors and discard them when the next stage required it. All of it came from the same central conviction. Humanity was surrounded by extinction, and only absolute unity could save it. But absolute unity has a price. The Emperor's dream did not leave room for competing human destinies. A world could not choose to remain separate if separation weakened mankind. A culture could not preserve its gods if those gods invited warp corruption. A civilization could not bargain with aliens if the Emperor judged alien power to be a threat. A ruler could not claim ancient sovereignty against the species-wide future being imposed from Terra. The Great Crusade would therefore be both liberation and invasion, restoration and annihilation, salvation and tyranny. That contradiction would define the Imperium forever. To the worlds rescued from isolation, the Emperor's fleets would appear as angels of reunion. To human colonies ruled by monsters, the legions would be deliverers. To populations starving in the ruins of Old Night, imperial compliance might mean food, law, medicine, trade, and protection. But to worlds that had survived independently, built their own identities, and wanted no master from Terra. The Imperium would arrive as conqueror. Refusal would not be respected as freedom. It would be condemned as disunity. The galaxy was about to learn that the Emperor's mercy was real, but conditional. His patience was vast, but not infinite. His vision was magnificent, but merciless. The first ships of the Great Crusade carried more than soldiers. They carried ideology. They carried the imperial truth, the denial of gods, the promise of human supremacy, and the command that all lost branches of mankind return to the authority of Terra. They carried iterators, remembrancers, generals, compliance officers, Mechanicum adepts, and warriors whose bodies were living proof that humanity had been remade for conquest. The Space Marines marched at the heart of it. They were the new myth of mankind, though the Emperor would not have called them myth. They were warriors of gene-forged discipline, clad in ceramite, bearing bolters, created from the genetic inheritance of absent Primarchs. They were not merely soldiers. They were symbols of the future. Humanity made stronger, faster, harder, less afraid. Wherever they went, old night would end, one way or another. And above them all stood the Emperor, not yet a corpse on a throne, not yet a god worshipped by trillions, not yet the silent master of a decaying empire. He was alive. He was moving. He was commanding. That is why the beginning of the Imperium carries such tragic power. At this stage, nothing had yet fully failed. The Emperor's vision was still possible. The Primarchs were still waiting to be found. Horus had not yet fallen. Sanguinius still lived. Guilliman had not yet written the Codex Astartes. The legions had not yet been broken. Terra had not yet been besieged. The Golden Throne had not yet become a life-support coffin for mankind's greatest ruler. The imperial truth had not yet been buried beneath the worship of the very being who denied divinity. For one impossible moment, the future was unwritten. The Emperor looked upon the galaxy not as a wilderness of horrors, but as a wounded inheritance. Humanity had once crossed the stars and lost them. Now he would take them back. Every lost colony was a fragment to be reclaimed. Every alien empire was an obstacle. Every superstition was a weakness. Every independent human ruler was temporary. Every world would be measured by whether it served the survival of mankind. The fleets rose. The banners of Terra and Mars went with them. The Great Crusade began, and with it began the most important age in human history. An age of expansion so glorious that later generations would remember it as legend, and so flawed that it would lead directly to the greatest betrayal the galaxy had ever seen. The Emperor had ended old night on Terra. Now he would carry war into the stars to end it everywhere. But in the darkness beyond the light of his new empire, the scattered Primarchs were growing into kings, warlords, scholars, monsters, brothers and sons. Chaos had not been defeated. It had merely been delayed. The galaxy was not empty. It was watching. And the Imperium, born from fire and certainty, had already taken its first step toward both greatness and ruin. Before there was an Imperium, before Terra became the throne world of a million worlds, before mankind bent the knee to a corpse god burning upon a golden machine, Earth was a graveyard wearing the skin of a planet. It had once been the cradle of the species. It had once been the place from which humanity had looked upward and imagined the stars as inheritance. From this world had come the first rockets, the first void ships, the first colonies beyond the atmosphere, the first dream that mankind was not meant to remain small. Across ages so ancient that even imperial scholars would later argue over them like priests fighting over broken scripture, Terra had seen mankind climb from mud to metal, from tribe to nation, from nation to empire, from empire to stellar dominion. But by the end of old night, that glory was gone. The oceans were poisoned. The old continents were scarred beyond recognition. Cities that had once housed billions now rose like skeletons of black iron and cracked glass. Towers had collapsed into canyons of ruin. Habitation stacks stood abandoned or ruled by cannibal kings. Ancient machines still turned beneath the ground, but many had forgotten their purpose, and others had become objects of worship, fear, or madness. The skies were bruised with chemical storms and orbital debris. In some regions, the air itself was toxic. In others, radiation blew across dead plains where entire nations had vanished without leaving even their names behind. Terra had not merely declined. It had shattered. The Age of Strife had broken human civilization into fragments, and on Terra those fragments fought like starving beasts over the bones of the past. The warp storms that isolated mankind across the galaxy had also cut Earth away from the empire it had once commanded. The colonies were gone. The fleets were gone. The old systems of trade and communication had collapsed. Psychic mutations spread through the population like a curse, and where psychers appeared without control, daemons followed. Whole cities vanished overnight in fire, possession, plague, or madness. Some rulers burned every child suspected of witchery. Others enthroned psychers as living gods and were devoured by the powers they unleashed. In this age, truth became whatever survived the sword. The techno-barbarian warlords of Terra rose from the wreckage with armies at their backs and stolen sciences in their hands. They wore crowns made from fragments of forgotten satellites. They carried weapons built from technologies no living artisan fully understood. Some ruled through genecraft, shaping soldiers into monsters and breeding dynasties of engineered killers. Others commanded relic automata, rad beasts, chem-slave legions, or armored hosts bearing the insignia of dead countries no one remembered. Each claimed legitimacy. Each claimed destiny. Each claimed to be restoring order. But every kingdom was only another wound. Across the Pan-Pacific region, tyrants ruled behind fortress walls, while their subjects labored in poison and hunger. In the Urals, warlords made citadels from the remains of ancient industry. Across the old Asiatic dustlands, warrior clans marched beneath banners of iron and bone. In the Nordafric conclaves, genetic alchemists and occult savants preserved fragments of science twisted into nightmare. Beneath the ruins of Europa, old noble houses, assassin cults, and techno-tribes butchered one another in wars whose origins had been forgotten centuries before. On the wastes that had once been oceans, armored caravans crossed salt deserts under the gaze of orbital weapons that sometimes fired without warning, obeying commands from masters long dead. This was Terra before the Imperium, not a world awaiting salvation, but a world that no longer believed salvation existed. And yet, in the shadows, one being had watched all of it. He had seen mankind's first empires rise beside ancient rivers. He had seen kings call themselves gods and die like men. He had seen the species master fire, steel, gunpowder, atomics, void flight, artificial intelligence, genecraft, and the impossible engines of the dark age of technology. He had seen humanity reach the stars, grow proud, and then fall into the deepest night it had ever known. He had remained hidden through most of that long history, guiding here, intervening there, withdrawing when the species needed to learn, acting when extinction drew too close. But secrecy had failed. Humanity had not become wise enough to rule itself. It had not survived its own triumphs. It had built machines that turned against it, opened doors into the warp it did not understand, scattered itself across the galaxy, and then watched every road home disappear in storms of madness. Terra, the birthplace of mankind, had become a butcher's altar. So the Emperor stepped out of the shadows. He did not reveal himself as a god. That would come later, after tragedy twisted the truth into worship. In this age, he came as a warlord greater than all warlords, a conqueror with a vision beyond conquest, a master of genecraft, strategy, diplomacy, science, and psychic power. He came not to rule one tribe, one region, or one broken throne, but to end the nightmare of Terra itself. His purpose was unity. His method was war. The Emperor did not begin with the Space Marines. He began with something cruder, faster, harsher, and more terrible. The Thunder Warriors were born for a world that had forgotten mercy. They were not the elegant transhuman knights of later imperial legend. They were not designed for centuries of service across the stars, nor for the disciplined brotherhood that would one day define the Legions Astartes. They were weapons made for one battlefield, Terra. They were forged to break armies, tear down fortress states, and survive the apocalyptic conditions of a ruined Earth long enough to drag it into obedience. Their creation was one of the first great acts of the Emperor's open rule. In hidden laboratories and sealed gene vaults, beneath mountains, under fortresses, in places protected by warriors who would become the first of the Legio Custodes, the Emperor fused ancient knowledge with urgent necessity. The Thunder Warriors were enhanced beyond ordinary men. Their bodies were vast, their muscles swollen with engineered power, their reflexes sharpened, their endurance monstrous. They could fight in armor too heavy for normal soldiers to wear. They could survive wounds that would kill lesser men. They could face techno-barbarian horrors, gene-bred soldiers, rad mutants, and war machines, and meet them hand-to-hand without fear. But there was a cost. They were unstable. Their bodies burned too hot. Their minds carried the strain of their making. Many were prone to sudden degeneration, emotional volatility, organ failure, madness, or violent decline. They were not meant to last. They were not a future for mankind. They were the hammer needed to smash Terra into shape before a more refined blade could be drawn. To later generations, the Thunder Warriors would become half myth, half shame. Imperial histories would remember them as the Emperor's first thunderbolt, but rarely dwell on what that truly meant. They were heroes in the brutal sense, conquerors who bled and died to unite the homeworld. They were also doomed from the moment they were made. Their glory was real. Their sacrifice was real. But so was their disposability. The Emperor understood this. That is what makes their story so tragic. He did not create them because he hated them. He created them because nothing less savage could have won the wars he needed to win. Terra was too broken for gentle instruments. Against the warlords of old Earth, against the pan-continental tyrants and their gene-forged armies, against psychic monarchs and machine cults and cannibal techno-states, ordinary soldiers would have drowned in blood. The Emperor needed warriors who could terrify monsters. So he made monsters of his own. They took the field under storm banners and lightning sigils. Their armor was heavy, brutal, and primitive compared with what would come later, but to the armies of Terra, it was the armor of judgment. When they marched, the ground shook. When they charged, walls broke. They were the first great army of unification, and they fought with a fury that matched the age. Yet they were not alone. Around the Emperor grew other forces, quieter but no less important. The Custodians, golden and perfect, stood as his personal guard, each one a masterpiece rather than a mass-produced warrior. Where the Thunder Warriors were thunderheads, the Custodians were blades of sunlight. The Sisters of Silence, soulless and terrifying to psychers, would become essential in a world where uncontrolled psychic mutation could doom entire armies. Mortal soldiers, administrators, diplomats, engineers, remembrancers of older orders, and the first architects of imperial governance all gathered beneath the Emperor's banner. This was not merely an army. It was the beginning of a state. The Emperor knew conquest without structure would only create another empire of ash. Every warlord he defeated had armies. Some had science. Some had wealth. Some had ancient legitimacy. What they lacked was a future beyond themselves. Their realms existed to feed their pride, their dynasties, their revenge, their hunger, or their terror. The Emperor's project was different. He did not want Terra as a throne from which to enjoy supremacy. He wanted Terra as the foundation for mankind's return to the stars. But first, the planet had to be made one. And so, the Unification Wars began not as a single campaign, but as a grinding planetary apocalypse, a series of wars so vast and brutal that later imperial scholars would struggle to separate history from legend. Regions fell, alliances formed and broke. Warlords bent the knee, were absorbed, or were exterminated. The Emperor advanced not simply as a conqueror, but as the inevitable center of gravity around which all surviving power on Terra began to turn. Some joined him willingly. Many did not. Those who resisted learned that the age of petty tyrants was ending. The Unification Wars were not clean wars. They were not noble duels between honorable kings. They were sieges through irradiated dust, battles inside dead arcologies, purges of mutant citadels, assassinations in palace vaults, void shield collapses over cities, and campaigns fought across landscapes that barely resembled Earth anymore. The armies of the Emperor did not march across a single battlefield. They crossed a planet-sized grave. Every region had its own nightmare. Some warlords commanded armies of vat-grown giants whose bones had been reinforced with plasteel and whose loyalty had been carved into their brains. Some fielded hordes of starving infantry driven forward by pain engines and narcotic obedience. Some possessed ancient weapons from the dark age of technology, devices so dangerous that even using them risked killing the victor along with the defeated. Others had psychic courts, where bound witches whispered into the minds of enemy commanders or opened wounds in reality itself. Against them came the Thunder Warriors. They were not subtle. They were not patient. They were not made for diplomacy. They were made to end wars quickly by becoming the most frightening thing on the battlefield. When the Emperor sent them against a fortress, the question was not whether the walls would hold. The question was what would be left of the people behind them when the walls fell. Across Terra, the sound of their advance became a prophecy. Thunder. That was how survivors described them. Thunder in the streets. Thunder at the gates. Thunder in the lower hive tunnels. Thunder beneath broken skies. The name was not decorative. It was a warning. They struck with overwhelming violence, smashing through the armies of warlords who had thought themselves immortal. Their enemies had known monsters before. Terra was full of monsters. But the Thunder Warriors were different because they were monsters with purpose. Behind them came order. That order was often harsh, sometimes merciless, and never democratic in the old sense. The Emperor had no intention of allowing Terra to debate itself back into anarchy. Worlds on the edge of extinction do not survive by committee. The conquered were disarmed. Gene labs were seized. Forbidden sciences were locked away or destroyed. Warlord bloodlanes were ended or folded into the new regime. Populations were counted, taxed, relocated, fed, conscripted, and disciplined. Ancient infrastructures were restored where they could be restored and replaced where they could not. For many common people, this was the first stability they had ever known. That is one of the uncomfortable truths of the Imperium's birth. The Emperor's conquest was brutal, but Terra before him was already brutal. To a starving family in a rat-choked settlement, the arrival of Imperial soldiers could mean occupation. But it could also mean clean water, ration lines, protection from raiders, and the end of a local tyrant who had ruled through terror for generations. To a slave dragged from a gene mine or corpse factory, the Emperor's banners might not have looked like freedom in the soft sense, but they could look like survival. And survival mattered. The Emperor's genius was not only military. It was political. He understood that conquest had to be followed by integration. He did not need every survivor to love him. He needed them to accept that his rule offered a future their former masters could not. He took warriors from conquered peoples, administrators from fallen courts, scientists from captured enclaves, and resources from every region brought into compliance. Each victory fed the next. Each defeated kingdom became part of the engine that would defeat the others. This was how Terra began to change. Not peacefully, not gently, but irreversibly. The techno-barbarian kings had ruled fragments of a dead world. The Emperor ruled with the mind of someone already thinking beyond it. Every fortress taken, every gene vault seized, every army absorbed, every rival slain brought him closer to the true objective. Terra was not the prize. Terra was the launch platform. Still, the wars dragged on. Some enemies were too powerful to fall easily. Some regions resisted for years. Some required the personal presence of the Emperor himself. He was not merely a distant commander. He appeared where resistance was strongest, and when he did, the mythology around him deepened. Soldiers saw him stride through fire untouched. Psychers broke before him. Warlords who had spent lifetimes building legends were reduced to trembling mortals in his presence. Whether by psychic majesty, martial brilliance, or the simple fact of what he became impossible to ignore. Those who followed him began to believe not merely that he could win, but that he had always been destined to win. That belief would later become dangerous. In this age, however, it was useful. Unity required more than obedience. It required imagination. The people of Terra needed to imagine that the nightmare could end. The Emperor became the symbol of that possibility. His armies carried death, but his vision carried meaning. He promised not just the defeat of warlords, but the restoration of mankind's place among the stars. He promised that humanity would no longer cower in the ruins of its own birthplace. He promised that Terra would become the heart of something greater than anything lost during Old Night. And in the fire of unification, that promise began to look real. As the Emperor's armies expanded, the wars of conquest became wars of administration. This is where the foundations of the Imperium truly began to appear. Not in the charge of the Thunder Warriors, not in the fall of a single fortress, not even in the personal victories of the Emperor, but in the machinery that followed behind the army. Conquest wins territory. Administration keeps it. The Emperor understood that distinction better than any ruler of the age. Every conquered region had to be made useful. Its population had to be catalogued. Its resources had to be measured. Its surviving infrastructure had to be assessed. Its weapons had to be seized or redistributed. Its local elites had to be judged, destroy, absorb, exile, or repurpose. Its soldiers had to be disarmed, executed, recruited, or watched. Its priests, cult leaders, witch kings, gene lords, and machine prophets had to be removed from power before they could become centers of rebellion. This required a new kind of order. The earliest imperial bureaucracy was born in war. It did not yet possess the suffocating size it would gain over the next 10,000 years, but its spirit was already present. Records, chains of command, compliance, classification, obedience. The Emperor's domain grew too large to be ruled by charisma alone. He needed systems. He needed scribes, logisticians, commanders, magistrates, engineers, and overseers. He needed not just warriors, but builders of empire. Beside him stood figures who would become legendary in their own right. Constantin Valdor, Captain General of the Custodian Guard, represented the perfection of the Emperor's personal creations. He was not a thunder warrior, not a space marine, not a mortal general uplifted by circumstance. He was something rarer, a warrior shaped with a level of care and mastery that made him almost singular even among the Golden Host. Valdor served not as a mere bodyguard, but as a blade, advisor, and executor of the Emperor's will. The custodians themselves stood apart from every other force. Where thunder warriors were massed violence, custodians were individual perfection. Each one was crafted, not manufactured. Each carried an aura of control that contrasted sharply with the brutal energy of the Thunder Warriors. In the early Unification era, that contrast mattered. The Emperor's armies contained forces designed for different purposes, and already the hierarchy of his future empire was visible. Some warriors were tools of conquest. Some were guardians of the dream itself. The Thunder Warriors knew this, even if they did not fully understand what it meant. Many of them were proud. They had earned that pride in blood. They had broken the strongest warlords on Terra. They had stood between the Emperor and horrors no ordinary soldier could face. They had seen cities kneel and armies collapse. They were the first sons of thunder, and they believed, not unreasonably, that the new world would belong to them. But the Emperor was already looking beyond them. This tension ran like a crack beneath the glory of unification. The Thunder Warriors were celebrated as heroes, but they were also deteriorating. Some grew unstable. Some became difficult to control. Some understood too much. Some may have sensed that they were not the final form of the Emperor's dream, but a necessary beginning. Their victories made them glorious, Their flaws made them dangerous. Their obsolescence made them doomed. At the same time, another project was forming in secrecy. The Emperor had always intended to go beyond Terra. To do that, he needed warriors who could survive not merely the toxic battlefields of Earth, but the void, alien worlds, long campaigns, strange atmospheres, and centuries of war across the galaxy. He needed soldiers who could be mass-produced in a more stable form, bound by gene line, discipline, indoctrination, and command structure. He needed warriors who could be led by generals greater than themselves. The Space Marines were not yet the galaxy-shaking legions of the Great Crusade, but their origin lay here, in the closing fires of unification. The first prototypes and early legionaries were part of the Emperor's next step. Compared with the Thunder Warriors, they were more refined, more stable, more sustainable, and more suited to the war beyond Earth. To the Emperor, this was progress. To the Thunder Warriors, it would become betrayal. But before that betrayal could fully reveal itself, Terra had to be conquered. The map still burned. Warlords still held out. Ancient tyrannies still refused compliance. The Emperor's golden dream remained unfinished, and the wars moved toward their final, terrible phase. The old world was dying. The new one had not yet been born. The last wars of unification were the most important, because they were no longer merely about survival. They were about legitimacy. By this stage, the Emperor was no longer one power among many. He was the central power on Terra, the force every rival had to measure itself against. Some warlords had already submitted. Some had been destroyed. Others watched from behind their walls and understood that the age was turning against them. Yet the strongest among them still resisted, because surrender meant more than military defeat. It meant admitting that their entire world had been temporary. For rulers who had built themselves into gods, that was unbearable. So they fought. They gathered their remaining strength in fortress regions, mountain citadels, buried cities, shielded enclaves, orbital-linked bastions, and wasteland empires where old weapons still slept beneath the dust. Some formed alliances of desperation. Former enemies joined hands because the Emperor threatened them all. They called him tyrant, sorcerer, false savior, gene witch, and worse. Some may even have been right in ways they did not understand. But they had no answer to the scale of his ambition. Their dreams ended at their borders. His did not. The Thunder Warriors bore the weight of these final campaigns. They fought in conditions that would have annihilated mortal armies. They stormed fortresses whose walls were older than many surviving nations. They crossed irradiated zones under artillery fire. They fought mutants bred for pain, soldiers wired into command networks, machines awakened from forgotten vaults, and warlords who had modified themselves until little human remained. The battles were often close. Unification was never effortless. The Emperor's victory may look inevitable in hindsight, but history seen from the battlefield is never inevitable. It is mud, screaming, confusion, blood, and the constant possibility of failure. Yet, the Emperor did not fail. Where strategy was needed, he outmaneuvered his enemies. Where diplomacy could save resources, he used it. Where terror was useful, he allowed his reputation to advance ahead of his armies. Where personal intervention was required, he entered the war himself. Over time, resistance became less a contest between equal powers and more a refusal to accept reality. Terra was being unified. The question was how much of it would survive the process. The Emperor's dream always contained this contradiction. He sought to save humanity, but he saved it through conquest. He sought to end war on Terra, but to do so he unleashed some of the most devastating wars the planet had ever seen. He despised superstition, but he used awe like a weapon. He rejected godhood but appeared to ordinary humans as a being almost impossible not to worship. This contradiction would one day consume his empire. In the Unification era, it made him victorious. The final enemy strongholds fell one by one. Their banners were burned. Their arsenals were seized. Their populations were folded into the growing imperial order. Those who could serve were made to serve. Those who could not be trusted were watched. Those considered too dangerous were erased. The old map of Terra, already ruined by centuries of war, was overwritten by a single expanding authority. At the heart of it all stood the Imperial Palace. It was not yet the impossible fortress monastery administrative continent it would become by the time of the Siege of Terra, but its foundations belonged to this age. The Emperor established his seat upon the Himalayan region, turning ancient mountains and hidden complexes into the heart of his rule. From there, the new order radiated outward. What had once been one fortress among many became the center of mankind's rebirth. The symbolism mattered. The Emperor did not choose a coastal palace or a preserved capital from some dead nation. He built in the bones of the highest mountains as if to place the future of mankind above the wreckage of its past. From that height, Terra could be remade. From Terra, the stars could be reclaimed. But before the Great Crusade, before the treaty with Mars, before the rediscovery of the lost suns, before Horus and betrayal and the throne, there remained one last reckoning within the Emperor's own army. The Thunder Warriors had won Terra, and now Terra no longer needed them. There are moments in history where victory becomes dangerous to the victor. For the Thunder Warriors, the end of unification was such a moment. They had been created for war, and now the war for Terra was ending. They had been built to destroy the techno-barbarian nightmare, and now that nightmare had been broken. They had been told, perhaps directly or perhaps only through the logic of their own sacrifices, that they were the Emperor's chosen instruments. But instruments are kept only while they remain useful. The Emperor's next war would not be fought only on Terra. It would be fought across the galaxy. For that, he needed the Legions Astartes. The early Space Marines were different in almost every way that mattered. They were still transhuman warriors, still far beyond ordinary men, but they were more stable, more disciplined, and more suitable for expansion. Their gene seed allowed for a structure that could be replicated, organized, and scaled. They could be grouped into legions, bound to command hierarchies, trained for void warfare, planetary assault, compliance campaigns, and long-range crusade operations. They were the future. The Thunder Warriors were the past. That truth did not make them weak. It made them tragic. Many were still powerful beyond imagination. Some could likely defeat early Space Marines in raw physical combat. They were veterans of the most brutal wars Terra had seen in millennia. They had earned their place in any honest history of mankind's survival. But empires are rarely honest about those they use and discard. The Emperor's problem was not sentimental. The Thunder Warriors were unstable. Their bodies were failing. Their minds could not be relied upon indefinitely. They were too strong to leave unattended, too proud to quietly dissolve, and too tied to the violence of unification to belong in the disciplined future the Emperor was building. If allowed to persist as an independent military caste, they could become warlords themselves. If given worlds to rule, they might repeat the nightmare they had been made to end. If kept as honored veterans, they might still deteriorate into madness or rebellion. The Emperor could not permit that risk. So the story of the Thunder Warriors ended in shadow. The most infamous memory of that ending is tied to Mount Ararat, where the final acts of the Unification Wars and the fate of the Thunder Warriors converged into one of the darkest founding myths of the Imperium. Later accounts would differ, distort, conceal, and mythologize what happened. Some would say the Thunder Warriors died in a final heroic battle against Terra's last enemies. Others would whisper that they were purged by the Emperor's newer creations, erased once their usefulness ended. The truth, as with so much in Imperial history, is buried beneath necessity and propaganda. But the shape of the truth is clear enough. The Thunder Warriors did not march into the Great Crusade as the Emperor's chosen army. The Space Marines did. That fact alone tells the story. Imagine the surviving Thunder Warriors standing amid the ashes of the world they had conquered. Around them, Terra is finally becoming one. The warlords are dead. The banners of unity rise. The Emperor's dream is no longer a promise but a structure of law, armies, supply lines, laboratories, and fleets under construction. And then, From the shadows of that victory, new warriors appear. Cleaner, colder, more controlled. Less broken, less glorious in the old savage way, but more useful for what comes next. The Thunder Warriors must have understood. Perhaps not all at once, perhaps not in words, but warriors know when they are being replaced. This is one of the first great moral wounds of the Imperium. Before the heresy, before the burning of Prospero, before Istvan, before the siege, before the Inquisition and the ecclesiarchy and the endless machinery of sacrifice, the Emperor's dream already demanded blood from those who had served it faithfully. The Thunder Warriors were not betrayed because they failed. They were betrayed because they succeeded. That is colder. That is more imperial. The Emperor looked at them and saw not gratitude, but risk. Not brothers, not sons, not citizens to be honored, but weapons whose time had passed. In his mind, perhaps, the calculation was unavoidable. One unstable army could not be allowed to threaten humanity's future. One generation of doomed warriors could not outweigh the species. He had always thought on that scale. He had lived too long to be ruled by ordinary affection. But those who bleed do not experience history as calculation. They experience it as abandonment. And so, beneath the golden birth of the Imperium, there was already a grave. Mount Ararat became a symbol because history often needs a place to hold its sins. In the official shape of imperial memory, the end of the Unification Wars came in 712. M30. Terra had been brought under the Emperor's rule. The last great resistance had been crushed. The nightmare of old Earth had ended, at least in the sense that no rival power remained strong enough to challenge the new order. But the meaning of that date is larger than the closing of one campaign. It marks the moment when the Emperor could stop looking downward at the ruins of Terra and begin looking outward toward the stars. It also marks the passing of the Thunder Warriors. The details are obscured, and that obscurity is itself revealing. Empires preserve victories cleanly when they are proud of them. They carve dates into stone, recite names, build monuments, and teach children to remember. But when victory requires something shameful, memory becomes fog. The Thunder Warriors are remembered, but not fully honored. Their role is acknowledged, but not allowed to overshadow what came after. They are placed at the beginning of the story, then pushed into myth. Mount Ararat stands in that fog. Whether one imagines it as a final battlefield where doomed warriors spent themselves against the last enemies of unification, or as the place where the Emperor's first transhuman army was deliberately culled, the emotional truth remains the same. The warriors who conquered Terra did not inherit it. They were consumed by the world they helped create. There is a terrible symmetry in that. The Thunder Warriors were born from Terra's brutality. They were shaped by the logic of old night: strength, speed, violence, survival. They were the answer to a broken age, and once that age ended, they no longer belonged. The Emperor was not building a kingdom of veterans. He was building an engine for galactic reconquest. Every piece had to serve the next stage. Anything that could not serve had to be removed. In later centuries, Imperial commanders would make similar calculations countless times. Guardsmen would be sacrificed to buy minutes. Worlds would be abandoned to slow invasions. Populations would be purged to prevent contamination. Space Marine chapters would be sent into impossible wars because their deaths served a greater strategy. The Imperium would become a civilization where necessity devoured morality every hour of every day. At Ararat, that logic was already present. The Emperor's defenders might argue that he had no choice. They would say the Thunder Warriors were dying anyway, that their instability made them a threat, that allowing them to endure would have risked civil war on the newly unified homeworld. They would say one painful act prevented a greater catastrophe. They might even be right. But being right does not make the act clean. The tragedy of the Emperor is that he often saw further than everyone else, but not always deeply enough into the hearts of those closest to him. He understood species-level survival, but he repeatedly underestimated the emotional cost of being used for a destiny one did not choose. The Thunder Warriors were the first example. Later, the Primarchs would become the greater one. At Mount Ararat, the pattern began. Create a weapon. Give it purpose. Demand loyalty. Spend it for the future. Then move on. That pattern would build the Imperium. That pattern would also doom it. For Terra, however, the immediate result was victory. The last major armed resistance was gone. The Emperor stood unmatched. The Thunder Warriors passed into legend, and the Space Marines stepped forward as the new angels of conquest. The old war was finished. The new war was waiting. Mankind's birthplace had been unified, but unity did not mean healing. Terra remained poisoned, scarred, overcrowded, traumatized, and full of hidden dangers. Beneath the surface, old weapons still slept. In the population, fear remained. In the shadows, cults whispered. In laboratories, the next stages of the Emperor's designs accelerated. Above the planet, the void waited, and beyond it lay Luna, Mars, and the scattered human worlds that had been lost in darkness for thousands of years. The Emperor had won Earth. Now he needed to make it capable of ruling the stars again. With Terra conquered, the Emperor's war changed shape. The battlefield became a construction site. The Imperial Palace grew in scale and meaning. It was fortress, command center, laboratory, archive, barracks, and symbol. Around it gathered the minds and materials needed for the next age. The Emperor did not have the luxury of slow rebuilding. Every year mattered. The galaxy beyond Terra remained divided by isolation, alien predation, mutant empires, warp instability, and human worlds that had forgotten their origin. If mankind was to survive, Terra had to become more than unified. It had to become productive. That meant industry. The forges of conquered regions were restarted or redirected. Old factories were stripped, repaired, or expanded. Weapon production increased. Armor designs were refined. Voidcraft construction became a priority. Ancient launch systems and orbital assets were reclaimed where possible. The Emperor needed ships, soldiers, navigators, astropaths, armor, ammunition, food, fuel, and administrative systems capable of supporting campaigns beyond the atmosphere. That meant science. The gene tech of Terra had been one of the most valuable prizes of unification. Many warlords had preserved fragments of ancient biological mastery, though often in twisted or dangerous forms. The Emperor took what was useful and destroyed what was too corrupt, too unstable, or too risky. The creation of the Legions Astartes depended on this process. The Space Marines were not just better soldiers. They were proof that the Emperor could turn the nightmares of old night into disciplined tools of unity. That meant ideology. The Emperor's rule could not be built on the old superstitions that had helped damn humanity during the Age of Strife. His answer was the imperial truth. Reason over religion, science over mysticism, unity over tribalism, mankind over alien and daemon alike. In its purest form, the imperial truth was not merely atheism. It was a weapon against the warp. The Emperor knew that belief had power, that worship could feed things beyond reality, that superstition opened doors humanity did not understand. To deny gods was, in his mind, a defense against them. But this too carried contradiction. The Emperor denied divinity while appearing divine. He crushed cults while inspiring reverence. He demanded rational unity while ruling through overwhelming personal majesty. The people of Terra had lived through monsters, witches, warlords, and false prophets. Then a golden immortal conquered the planet, ended the wars, and promised the stars. It would take more than doctrine to stop ordinary humans from seeing him as something greater than human. This was a problem the Emperor never truly solved. For now, however, the imperial truth served its purpose. It provided a language for the new regime. It told mankind that the horrors of old night were not fate, not divine punishment, not the will of hungry gods, but failures of knowledge, unity, and control. It offered a future in which humanity would master the galaxy through reason and strength. It gave soldiers, administrators, and citizens a framework for obedience that did not depend on local gods, bloodlines, or ancient national myths. There would be one species, one truth, one emperor. The Space Marines trained beneath that vision. They were organized, disciplined, and prepared for wars the Thunder Warriors had never been meant to fight. The early legions were still growing, still incomplete compared with the vast forces they would become, but their role was already clear. They were to be the Emperor's angels of compliance, the force that would descend upon lost human worlds and offer a simple choice: reunion or destruction. Yet Terra alone could not sustain the Great Crusade. The Emperor needed Luna for gene tech and strategic control of the near void. He needed Mars for industry on a scale Terra could not provide. He needed shipyards, fleets, machine cult expertise, titans, plasma reactors, macro forges, and the ancient technological depth of the Red Planet. Terra had been the first step. It was not enough. That is why the conquest of Earth must be understood as the birth of momentum. The Emperor had unified the cradle of humanity, but he had done so not to sit upon it. He was gathering force. Every forge relit, every legionary created, every bureaucratic office established, every palace wall raised, every thunder warrior buried, every warlord throne broken became part of a single movement toward the stars. The Age of Strife had pulled mankind inward, trapping it in fear and fragmentation. The Emperor intended to reverse that direction. Terra would no longer be a graveyard. It would be the heart. The end of the Unification Wars did not bring peace. It brought direction. For the first time in thousands of years, Terra had one ruler. The Emperor's banners flew over the ruins of old nations. The techno-barbarian warlords were dead, broken, absorbed, or hidden too deeply to matter. The Thunder Warriors had passed from the center of history. The Space Marines were rising. The Imperial Palace stood as the command heart of a world being remade for conquest. But above Terra hung Luna. The moon was not merely a dead rock in the sky. It was a prize of enormous strategic and scientific value. During the long madness of Old Night, Luna had developed its own powers, its own gene cults, its own fortresses, and its own guarded secrets. Its mastery of genetic science made it essential to the Emperor's plans for expanding the Legion as Astartes. Whoever controlled Luna controlled part of the future of transhuman warfare. The Emperor could not leave it independent. The coming campaign against Luna belonged more properly to the next stage of Imperial expansion, but its roots were planted at the end of Unification. The moment Terra was secured, the Emperor's gaze lifted. That image matters. A conqueror standing on a ruined world, looking up at the nearest celestial body, not with wonder, but with intention. The pattern of the Great Crusade was already visible. First Terra, then Luna. Then Mars. Then the galaxy. Each step required the previous one. Terra provided legitimacy and population. Luna would provide gene tech and near-orbital control. Mars would provide industry and fleets. The Primarchs, once created and scattered, would eventually provide the mythic generals needed to lead the legions across the stars. The Great Crusade would appear sudden in later histories, a golden explosion of conquest, but it was built on these foundations one after another. This is why Chapter 2 matters so much in the history of the Imperium. Without the Unification Wars, nothing that follows can happen. There is no Treaty of Olympus without a unified Terra strong enough to negotiate with Mars. There is no Great Crusade without the industrial and military base created from Earth's conquest. There is no rediscovery of the Primarchs without the legions that began replacing the Thunder Warriors. There is no Horus Heresy without the suns, armies, and empire born from the decisions made in this era. Even the Emperor's later imprisonment on the Golden Throne is tied to this moment, because the palace he built as a command center would become his tomb. The Imperium's entire future is foreshadowed here. Its strength, unity, discipline, scale, transhuman warriors, relentless purpose. Its weakness, secrecy, brutality, disposability, emotional blindness, and the belief that the end always justifies the means. The Emperor had saved Terra from the Age of Strife, That much cannot be dismissed. A world of tyrants became a world with direction. A species on its knees regained its center. Human history, nearly extinguished by its own failures, found a ruler capable of forcing it back onto the galactic stage. But salvation came wearing armor. The Imperium was not born as a democracy, a republic, or a gentle restoration of lost human greatness. It was born as a military state forged by conquest and justified by existential threat. It promised the survival of mankind, but from its first breath it demanded obedience, sacrifice, and silence. Its earliest heroes were erased when they became inconvenient. Its earliest ideology denied gods while building the conditions for one. Its first great victory contained the seeds of future tragedy. That is the genius of the setting's history. The Imperium is not simply evil from the beginning, nor simply noble before later corruption. It is both promise and warning at once. The Emperor is not merely a tyrant, nor merely a savior. He is the architect of mankind's last great chance, and the author of many of the wounds that would later tear that chance apart. Terra's unification is therefore not a simple, heroic origin. It is a founding trauma. The world was saved. The cost was buried, and the stars waited. By 712, M30, the Unification Wars had ended. That date stands like a gate in imperial history. On one side lies Old Night, techno-barbarian kings, genetic horrors, poisoned continents, isolated tribes, psychic terror, and the long humiliation of humanity's birthplace. On the other side lies the early Imperium, disciplined armies, centralized rule, transhuman legions, restored industry, and the first real possibility that mankind might reclaim what it had lost. The Emperor had done what no one else could do. He had taken a planet that had forgotten how to be whole and forced it into unity. He had broken the warlords of Terra, destroyed their armies, seized their sciences, and turned their resources toward a single future. He had created the Thunder Warriors to win the impossible war, then replaced them when their purpose was complete. He had begun the rise of the Space Marines, established the foundations of imperial authority, and transformed the Himalayan heart of his rule into the center of a new human destiny. But the victory was not clean. It never was. The Thunder Warriors remained as ghosts beneath the triumph. Their story reminds us that the Imperium's first act of salvation also contained an act of abandonment. The Emperor's defenders can call it necessary, and perhaps it was. But necessity is the language the Imperium would use for every horror that followed. Necessary to purge. Necessary to conquer. Necessary to silence. Necessary to sacrifice. Necessary to burn a world so a sector might live. Necessary to kill the few so the many survive. That logic did not begin with the Inquisition. It began here. The unification of Terra also revealed the Emperor's greatest strength and deepest flaw. He could see the scale of history in a way almost no one else could. He understood that humanity faced extinction if it remained divided. He knew the warp was not myth, that alien powers would not show mercy, that lost human worlds would not reunite themselves, and that delay could doom the species. He acted with the urgency of someone who believed he alone understood the true battlefield. But he also treated people, even extraordinary people, as pieces on that battlefield. The Thunder Warriors were pieces. The conquered nations were pieces. The early Space Marines were pieces. Later, even the Primarchs would discover that being called son did not mean being fully understood. The Emperor loved humanity in the abstract with overwhelming intensity, but his love for individual humans was colder, harder, and more distant. He would save the species, even if he had to grind generations into dust to do it. That is why Terra's unification is more than background lore. It is the first statement of what the Imperium is. A civilization born from catastrophe. A regime built to prevent extinction. A war machine disguised as a restoration. A dream of human supremacy founded on obedience, secrecy, and sacrifice. A promise that mankind would rise again, already stained by the methods required to make that promise real. When the last warlord fell, the people of Terra did not wake into paradise. They woke into order. For many, that order was enough. Food moved. Armies protected roads. Industry returned. The insane petty kingdoms were gone. The future, for the first time in living memory, seemed to point somewhere other than decay. Children born after unification would grow up under one ruler, one banner, one truth. They would hear of the old wars as nightmares from before the dawn. And perhaps, for a moment, hope was possible. Imagine Terra at the end of the wars. The skies are still dirty, but through the ash, the sun breaks in pale gold. The ruins remain, but work crews move among them. The dead are still being counted. The old banners are gone. In parade grounds below the rising Imperial Palace, mortal soldiers stand beside early Space Marines, custodians, remembrancers, iterators, gene smiths, and commanders who understand that history has shifted beneath their feet. Above them, ships are being built in orbit. Beyond them, Luna waits. Beyond Luna, Mars watches. Beyond Mars, the galaxy lies wounded and divided. The Emperor stands at the center of it all. Not yet the corpse on the throne. Not yet the god of the Imperial Creed. Not yet the silent figure worshipped by trillions who will never hear his voice. Here, he is still moving, still commanding, still building, still convinced that the future can be mastered if only mankind is made strong enough, united enough, ruthless enough, rational enough. He has won Terra, but he does not pause to enjoy it. His mind is already beyond the atmosphere, beyond the moon, beyond Mars, beyond the storm-racked routes to the lost human worlds. The Unification Wars end. The Imperium begins to breathe. And in that first breath is everything that will follow. The glory of the Great Crusade, the tragedy of the Primarchs, the betrayal of Horus, the death of Sanguinius, the wounding of the Emperor, the worship he never wanted, the worship he never wanted, the stagnation of 10,000 years, the fall of Cadia, the return of Guilliman, and the endless war of a galaxy that still refuses to let mankind rest. Terra burns. Terra kneels. Terra rises. And from its ashes, the Emperor prepares to conquer the stars. When Terra was finally silent, it did not feel like peace. It felt like the pause after a blade had fallen. For centuries, the cradle of mankind had burned beneath warlords, gene tyrants, techno-barbarian kings, cannibal empires, alchemic cults, and broken nations that remembered greatness only as a curse. The Emperor had conquered them all. He had dragged the homeworld of humanity out of the darkness by force, vision, and impossible will. The Unification Wars had ended with the last banners of old Earth trampled into ash, the last fortress states brought to heel, and the last rival claimants to mankind's future erased from history. But victory over Terra was not victory over the galaxy. That was the brutal truth behind the Emperor's triumph. He had not built the Imperium merely to rule one world. Terra was the origin, the symbol, the throne. But it was not the prize. Beyond its poisoned skies lay Luna, Mars. The void stations, the shipyards, the lost colonies, and then the greater dark between the stars. Somewhere out there, scattered across the galaxy by millennia of isolation, were the sundered remnants of humanity. Some had survived. Some had become monsters. Some had fallen under Xenos domination. Some had forgotten Terra entirely. Others had crowned themselves heirs to mankind's destiny. And some, hidden in the storm-racked night, had become something worse than enemies. They had become proof that humanity could survive without the Emperor. He could not allow that. The Imperium, in its earliest form, was still fragile. It had armies, but many of those armies were already obsolete. The Thunder Warriors had been created for the nightmare of Terra, not for a galactic age. They were terrifying, unstable, glorious in battle, but never meant to endure. Their bodies were weapons with expiration dates. Their minds were too volatile. Their loyalties too crude. Their existence too tied to the barbarism the Emperor wished to leave behind. They had won him a world, but they could not win him the stars. So the Emperor looked beyond them. The Legion is Astartes with a future. Not merely stronger soldiers, but a different kind of instrument. Disciplined, scalable, capable of command, capable of fighting across void, city, fortress, wasteland. They were not just warriors. They were the beginning of an imperial system. They would be gene-forged, indoctrinated, equipped, and organized into legions that could carry the Emperor's will from planet to planet. But even they were incomplete. To make the Space Marines into the weapon he required, the Emperor needed more than soldiers. He needed stable gene lines. He needed production, ships, armor, weapons, voidcraft, machine rights, industrial capacity, and the ancient sciences that Terra alone could not fully provide. The unification of Terra had given him authority. It had not given him the machinery of galactic conquest. For that, he had to go to Luna. And after Luna, he would have to face Mars. The Emperor had won the cradle of humanity. Now he needed the forge that could arm it. Luna was not simply Earth's moon. By the end of Old Night, it had become a prize almost as vital as Terra itself. Its surface was scarred by ancient installations, gene vaults, sealed laboratories, fortress domes, weapons batteries, and dynastic enclaves descended from the high sciences of a broken age. The Selenar gene cults held secrets that the Emperor needed. They had preserved arts of biological manipulation that had withstood the collapse of human civilization. While Terra had drowned in warlord madness, Luna's gene matriarchs had guarded fragments of older mastery, the knowledge of flesh, inheritance, stability, replication, and engineered perfection. The Emperor already possessed genius beyond mortal comprehension, but even his designs required infrastructure. The Space Marine project could not remain a handcrafted miracle. It had to become an army. It had to become 20 armies. It had to be produced at scale, sustained through losses, supplied across impossible distances, and bound to the genetic legacy of the lost Primarchs whose absence still haunted the Emperor's plans. The conquest of Luna was therefore not a side campaign. It was the second essential act of the Imperium's birth. Terra gave the Emperor legitimacy. Luna gave him genecraft. The war for Luna was swift by the standards of the Age of Strife, but it was not meaningless. The Selenar were not ignorant savages to be crushed beneath the heel of empire. They were old, proud, and dangerous. They understood the value of what they held. They knew the Emperor had not come merely to conquer rock and dust. He had come for the secrets beneath the surface, for the laboratories hidden in sealed chambers, for the vaults where the future of the Legion as Astartes could be refined. And the Emperor did what he had done across Terra. He offered unity under his vision, and where unity was refused, he used force. By the time Luna bent the knee, the Imperium's future had changed. The Emperor's new warriors would no longer be limited by the imperfect conditions of Terra's shattered gene science. The legions could expand. Their biological foundations could be stabilized. The dream of galactic reconquest moved from impossible ambition to terrifying possibility. This was the pattern that would define the early Imperium. Every conquest was more than territory. Every victory added a function to the machine. Terra was the throne. Luna was the gene laboratory. Soon Mars would be the forge. And once those three were bound together, the Emperor would possess the three pillars of conquest: authority, warriors, and industry. Yet even as Luna's pale fortresses fell into Imperial hands, the Emperor understood that the next step would be different. Mars was not another techno-barbarian kingdom. It was not another isolated fortress culture clinging to scraps of the past. Mars was ancient, proud, armed, and religious. It worshipped the machine not as a tool, but as a divine principle. Its priesthood commanded titans, forged cities, fleets, macro-weapons, plasma reactors, void-capable manufactoria, and a culture that had survived Old Night by turning industry into faith. The Emperor could crush many enemies. Mars was not an enemy he wanted to crush. He needed Mars alive. Mars had never truly been dead. Through the long nightmare of Old Night, while warp storms strangled the stars and human worlds vanished into isolation, The Red Planet endured as a world of furnaces, rites, data vaults, and machine cults. Its people did not remember technology as humanity once had. They worshipped it. Every engine had a spirit. Every circuit had a mystery. Every ancient mechanism was treated as a relic of divine knowledge, and every forgotten blueprint was a fragment of sacred truth. The Mechanicum did not see itself as a mere servant of Terra. It was an empire in its own right, a civilization of forged temples and priestly hierarchies, ruled by logic that had become ritual and science that had become scripture. Its adepts were not simply engineers. They were tech priests, robed in red, their flesh replaced piece by piece with metal, their voices carrying through vox grills, their minds half human and half machine. They sought the lost knowledge of the ancients with religious hunger. To them, the highest form of conquest was not land, but recovery. The rediscovery of lost standard template construct fragments, machine lore, weapons patterns, and industrial processes from the dark age of technology. This made Mars invaluable. It also made Mars dangerous. The Emperor could not begin a galactic crusade with Terra alone. He needed fleets, and Mars had fleets. He needed armor, and Mars could make armor in quantities Terra could not match. He needed Titans, the towering god engines of the Collegia Titanica, and Mars had kept them alive when much of humanity had forgotten how to maintain lesser machines. He needed void docks, munitions, reactors, plasma systems, armored vehicles, macro cannons, servitors, cogitators, and the industrial priesthood capable of sustaining war across thousands of worlds. Without Mars, the Great Crusade would be a dream trapped in orbit. With Mars, it could become destiny. But Mars had its own prophecy. The cult Mechanicum believed in the Omnissiah, the physical avatar of the machine god, the divine being who would unite knowledge, flesh, and machine. When the Emperor came to Mars, he did not arrive merely as a warlord. He arrived as a being whose presence answered questions older than many Martian dynasties. He was radiant, ancient, impossibly wise, and surrounded by the evidence of mastery over both biology and technology. Many on Mars looked upon him and saw not an invader, but revelation. Others saw danger. For if the Emperor was accepted as the Omnissiah, Mars would be bound to Terra not only by treaty, but by faith. If he was rejected, then the Red Planet and the Throne World might fall into war before the Imperium had even taken its first true step beyond the Sol system. The Emperor understood this. He did not treat Mars as he had treated the warlords of Terra. He did not simply demand surrender. He offered recognition. He gave the Mechanicum what conquerors rarely give, a place beside the throne rather than beneath it. And in doing so, he forged one of the most important alliances in human history. The Treaty of Olympus was more than a political agreement. It was the moment Terra and Mars became the twin engines of a new human age. In simple terms, the arrangement was practical. The Emperor recognized the authority and sacred traditions of the Mechanicum. Mars recognized the Emperor's leadership of mankind's reunification. The Forge World would provide the industry, fleets, war machines, and technical mastery needed for the Great Crusade. Terra would provide direction, legitimacy, soldiers, and the unifying ideology of the Imperium. But beneath the practical terms, the treaty carried a deeper contradiction. The Emperor's Imperium was built on the imperial truth: reason over superstition, unity over myth, human mastery over the terrors of ignorance. Religion, in the Emperor's intended order, was not merely unnecessary. It was dangerous. It opened the mind to false gods, warp entities, irrational obedience, and the kinds of spiritual dependency that had helped destroy the old human galaxy. Yet Mars was religious to its core. Its entire civilization was structured around sacred machine rites, priesthoods, litanies of activation, divine interpretations of technology, and worship of the machine god. The Emperor, the great enemy of superstition, made peace with the priesthood. This was not hypocrisy in the simple sense. It was strategy. The Emperor was capable of compromise when compromise served the greater design. He could not afford to spend centuries breaking Mars and rebuilding its knowledge from ashes. He needed the Mechanicum intact. He needed its ships immediately. He needed its forges alive. He needed its priesthood loyal enough to arm the coming crusade. So he allowed the contradiction to stand. This decision would echo for 10,000 years. The Imperium from its birth was never as pure as the Emperor's vision demanded. It was a structure built from necessity, not perfection. Terra's secular empire and Mars' machine religion were joined not because they were naturally harmonious, but because both needed the other. The Emperor needed the forge. The Mechanicum needed access to the stars, lost human worlds, and the promise of recovering sacred technologies scattered across the galaxy. The treaty turned the dream of reconquest into something material. Foundries roared. Shipyards awakened. Armor plates were stamped and blessed. Bolters were assembled in vast production lines. Voidcraft were prepared. Titans were readied for transport. Mechanicum fleets began to coordinate with Terran command. The legions of Astartes, still young but growing, would soon receive the scale of equipment required for war beyond imagining. The Emperor did not merely gain Mars. He gained the means to wage history. And yet, in the shadows of that alliance, the seeds of future betrayal were already present. Mars had not become Terra. It had joined the Imperium while remaining itself. Its loyalties were layered, to the machine god, to the omniscia, to forge, to data, to hierarchy, to ancient secrets, and only then to the political idea of human unity. When the heresy came centuries later, Mars would split just as the legions split. The Treaty of Olympus made the Great Crusade possible, but it also ensured that the Imperium's greatest industrial heart would always beat to a rhythm not entirely its own. For now, however, the furnaces burned in the Emperor's favor. The birth of the Great Crusade was not announced by a single speech or a single banner. It was assembled. It was assembled in gene laboratories beneath Luna, where the biological foundations of the legions were refined and multiplied. It was assembled in the sealed vaults of Terra, where the Emperor's commanders shaped doctrine, compliance protocols, expeditionary structures, and the political systems that would follow conquest. It was assembled in Martian forge temples, where human flesh and machine labor worked without sleep, turning ore, fuel, plasma, data, and ancient pattern lore into the weapons of empire. This was the moment the Imperium became more than an idea. Before Mars, the Emperor had a throne world and warriors. After Mars, he had a war machine. The Legiones Astartes grew into formations that could operate across interstellar distance. Their armor became more reliable, their weapons more standardized, their fleets more capable. The early Space Marine legions were not yet the fully mythologized brotherhoods they would later become under their lost Primarchs. But they were already unlike any army humanity had fielded since the Dark Age of technology. They were the Emperor's answer to the galaxy's ruin, soldiers designed not merely to fight battles, but to end civilizations. Around them gathered the other elements of the crusading host. The Solar Auxilia, disciplined mortal armies equipped for void war and planetary compliance. Mechanicum Tagmata, red-robed and steel-limbed, bringing battle automata, siege engines, and techno-arcane weapons. Titan legions, whose god engines could stride across battlefields like walking fortresses. Armada vessels, expeditionary fleets, remembrancer vessels, logistical ships, forged tenders, troop carriers, and warships, whose guns could flatten cities from orbit. The Imperium was learning how to move. This mattered because the galaxy waiting beyond Sol was not empty. It was broken, hostile, and crowded with dangers born from the collapse of human civilization. Some human worlds had preserved noble cultures, awaiting rescue from isolation. Others had become tyrannies, mutant domains, psyker kingdoms, machine cults, slave empires, or societies so altered by survival that the Imperium would judge them irredeemable. Xenos powers occupied systems that had once belonged to mankind. Warp storms were receding, but their scars remained. The Age of Strife had not simply wounded humanity. It had transformed the galaxy into a field of predators. The Emperor did not intend to negotiate with that reality forever. His mission was reunification, but his method was conquest. Human worlds would be brought into compliance. Xenos threats would be destroyed. Rival ideologies would be erased. The imperial truth would be carried outward with the same certainty as the bolter and the blade. The Emperor believed that humanity could only survive if it stood united beneath a single rational authority, protected from superstition, alien domination, and the predatory forces of the war. From the outside, this looked like ambition. From the Emperor's perspective, it was emergency. Humanity had once ruled the stars. It had fallen because it was divided, over-reliant, spiritually vulnerable, and unprepared for the horrors it unleashed and encountered. The Great Crusade was his attempt to prevent that collapse from becoming permanent. But the tools he chose were brutal. The Imperium would save mankind by demanding obedience from mankind. It would end anarchy by replacing it with absolute order. It would kill monsters, and in doing so, become something monstrous enough to survive among them. The forge fires of Mars did not care about this contradiction. They only burned brighter. The Great Crusade required more than armies. It required a system for swallowing worlds. This is often forgotten beneath the legends of the Emperor, the Primarchs, and the legions. The Imperium did not expand only because Space Marines won battles. It expanded because behind every victory came administrators, iterators, logisticians, diplomats, cartographers, remembrancers, compliance officers, fleet masters, astropaths, navigators, Mechanicum surveyors, and mortal soldiers who turned conquest into governance. A planet could be forced to kneel in a day, but making it useful to the Imperium could take years. That was the true machinery Mars helped empower. Voidcraft carried the legions from system to system. Mechanicum engines supplied them. Terran bureaucracy recorded the newly compliant worlds. The imperial truth was preached by secular iterators who spoke of reason, human unity, and the rejection of gods. Tithes were assessed. Populations were catalogued. Industry was redirected. Local rulers were removed, absorbed, or preserved as puppets depending on their usefulness. The Imperium did not simply conquer territory. It converted societies into organs of the larger body. Some worlds welcomed it. To many isolated human civilizations, the arrival of Terra was salvation. Old Night had left them trapped for generations behind warp storms, alien raids, resource collapse, mutation, famine, and internal war. When the Emperor's fleets appeared, some saw them as the return of humanity's lost destiny. They accepted compliance with tears, banners, and vows of loyalty. They gave soldiers, ships, and tribute willingly, believing they had been rescued from the dark. Others resisted. Some human empires had survived too well. They had their own rulers, own armies, own truths, own gods, own sciences, and own claims to legitimacy. To them, the Emperor was not a savior. He was an invader demanding submission in the name of a Terra they no longer recognized. Those worlds discovered the sharper edge of the Great Crusade. Compliance was not optional. The Imperium could offer unity, but refusal turned unity into annihilation. This is where the character of the early Imperium becomes clear. It was magnificent but not gentle. It was hopeful but not merciful. It believed in mankind, but not in the right of individual human cultures to reject its destiny. The Emperor's dream was collective survival on a galactic scale, and he was willing to burn any fragment of humanity that threatened the whole. Mars made that scale possible. The Treaty of Olympus gave the Imperium the ability to move from symbolic conquest to industrial expansion. It transformed the Emperor from the ruler of Terra into the architect of a crusading civilization. It also created the template for how the Imperium would absorb other powers. Not every useful civilization had to be destroyed. Some could be bound by treaty, privilege, and shared interest. Mars proved that the Emperor could compromise when the reward was great enough. But compromise carried risk. The Mechanicum's place within the Imperium was unique. It retained its own hierarchy, mysteries, language, and religion. Its forge worlds would spread alongside the Crusade, not as ordinary imperial provinces, but as sacred industrial domains. They would owe allegiance to the Emperor, yet their deepest loyalties remained tangled with the machine god. This made them indispensable and impossible to fully control. The Emperor accepted that bargain because he needed the stars. And now, at last, the road to those stars was opening. The Sol system became the first fortress of the new Imperium. Terra was the political heart, the throne world, the symbol of mankind's origin and future. Luna was the biological arsenal, the pale vault from which the Space Marine legions could grow into their intended scale. Mars was the industrial soul, the red engine whose forges could arm wars beyond counting. Together, these worlds formed the core from which the Great Crusade would erupt. This is why Chapter 3 of the Imperium's history matters so much. It is not as emotionally famous as the fall of Horus, not as mythic as the scattering of the Primarchs, and not as visually apocalyptic as the Siege of Terra. But without this chapter, none of those later events could happen. There is no galactic Imperium without Mars. There is no Great Crusade without Luna. There is no Age of the Emperor without the binding of Sol into a single war-making system. The Emperor's genius was not only that he could conquer, it was that he understood sequence. First, Terra had to be united. Without a single throne world, there could be no legitimate claim to speak for humanity. Then, Luna had to be taken. Without genecraft, the legions Astartes could not expand into the crusading armies required. Then Mars had to be bound. Without industry, the Imperium would lack the ships, weapons, armor, engines, and logistical capacity to wage war across the stars. Only after those foundations were secured could the Emperor begin the true work. The galaxy did not yet know what was coming. On forgotten colony worlds, kings sat on iron thrones, unaware that older Terra had risen again. In Xenos strongholds, alien powers carved empires from the bones of human space, unaware that mankind's vengeance was assembling in the cradle system. In isolated human republics, machine societies, mutant realms, and psychic monarchies, rulers looked to their own borders and believed history had ended with them. But in Sol, history had only begun again. The Emperor stood at the center of a gathering storm. Around him were warriors who would become legends, ships that would carry compliance across the void, and allies whose faith he tolerated because necessity demanded it. Yet, there was still a great absence in the design. The Space Marine legions had been created, but their intended masters were gone. The 20 Primarchs, the Emperor's sons, had been scattered into the unknown. Their legions existed without the beings meant to shape them fully. This absence gave the early Great Crusade a strange quality. It was powerful, but incomplete. Its armies could conquer, but the personalities that would later define them had not yet returned. The Luna Wolves were not yet the reflection of Horus. The Ultramarines had not yet been transformed by Guilliman's ordered genius. The Blood Angels had not yet been redeemed by Sanguinius. The Dark Angels had not yet reunited with the Lion. The Iron Warriors had not yet inherited Perturabo's bitterness. The Word-Bearers had not yet become the instruments of Lorgar's devotion. The legions were weapons awaiting their true hands. The Emperor knew this. Somewhere beyond the warp storms and broken maps, his sons lived. He did not know what worlds had shaped them, what wounds they had suffered, what loyalties they had formed, or what beliefs had grown in the soil of their isolation. But he knew the Crusade would find them. That had always been part of the design. First, however, the Imperium had to leave home. When the first great fleets pushed out from Sol, they carried more than soldiers. They carried a verdict. The Emperor had judged the Age of Strife unacceptable. He had judged division unacceptable. He had judged alien dominion, superstition, mutation, and independent human destiny unacceptable. The Great Crusade was the enforcement of that judgment across the galaxy. It was a declaration that mankind's future would not be left to chance local rulers, machine cults, psychic tyrants, or Xenos empires. It would be gathered, ordered, and commanded. The departure from Sol was therefore both glorious and ominous. To those who served the Emperor, it must have felt like the dawn of a heroic age. The warp storms that had isolated humanity were receding. Routes once thought lost were opening. Ships could again cross distances that had been impossible for generations. The nightmare of old night appeared to be ending, and at the center of that ending stood a being who had conquered Terra, bound Mars, mastered Luna, and promised nothing less than the restoration of human greatness. But the Great Crusade was not a rescue mission in the gentle sense. It was armed salvation. It did not ask whether worlds wished to be saved according to their own terms. It arrived with diplomats, iterators, banners, and offers of unity, but always behind them stood the legions. If words failed, war followed. If war failed, annihilation followed. The Imperium's mercy was real, but conditional. Its patience existed only within the boundaries of obedience. That was the terrible power of the Emperor's project. He understood that humanity's extinction was possible. The horrors of old night had taught that lesson. Warp storms had shattered civilization. Psychers had become gateways to nightmare. The men of iron had nearly destroyed their creators. Xenos species had preyed upon isolated human worlds. Technological arrogance had collapsed into ignorance. Religion and fear had filled the vacuum left by knowledge. The Emperor looked at that history and concluded that freedom without unity was a path back to ruin. The Great Crusade was his answer. Yet even here, before Horus, before Istvan, before Terra's walls ran red with civil war, the contradictions were already moving beneath the surface. The Emperor preached reason while relying on the religious Mechanicum. He rejected gods while allowing Mars to name him Omnissiah. He promised human unity while preparing to erase human cultures that resisted him. He created superhuman warriors to protect mankind, yet placed them above ordinary men in power, authority, and myth. He designed the Primarchs as generals and sons, but could not control the forces that scattered them. The Imperium was born as a paradox. It was humanity's greatest hope and the beginning of its future nightmare. It sought to end the Age of Strife, but it carried the seeds of new strife within itself. It wanted a rational galaxy, but it was built using symbols, awe, conquest, and beams so powerful that ordinary humans could scarcely look upon them without reverence. As the fleets left Sol, none of this had yet become tragedy. The future still looked golden. The Emperor still walked among men. The legions still fought for a single cause. Mars still poured its strength into the crusade. Luna still fed the gene lines. Terra still stood as the heart of a rising order. The galaxy opened before them, and the Imperium, young and hungry, began to march. The first waves of the Great Crusade proved the Emperor right in one sense. Humanity could be reunited. World after world was found. Some were barely alive, their populations reduced to fortress cities, ash wastes, bunker kingdoms, or orbital habitats clinging to survival. Some had maintained fleets, languages, and proud martial traditions. Some had developed strange customs during isolation, their histories bent by old night into forms that Terra found unsettling. Others had become corrupted by mutation, alien influence, psychic rule, or technologies no longer understood even by their own keepers. To the Imperium, every rediscovered human world presented a question. Could it be brought into compliance? If the answer was yes, it became another stone in the foundation of the Emperor's design. Its resources were counted. Its armies were folded into wider command structures. Its rulers were judged. Its industries were redirected. Its people were taught that they belonged not merely to their planet, but to mankind. Some worlds gained protection, trade, knowledge, and renewed contact with the stars. Others lost gods, kings, traditions, and independence in a single generation. If the answer was no, the legions came. This was how the Imperium expanded, a combination of awe, promise, bureaucracy, and overwhelming violence. The Emperor's fleets brought light to many worlds, but that light was blinding. It did not illuminate gently. It exposed, judged, and transformed. A civilization could survive compliance, even prosper under it, but it could not remain unchanged. Mars followed the Crusade closely. Every new system might contain lost technology. Every ruined colony might hold fragments of machine lore. Every ancient vault might reveal standard template construct data, forgotten weapons, reactor patterns, agricultural systems, or manufacturing processes. For the Mechanicum, the Great Crusade was not only a political project, it was pilgrimage. The stars were a scattered temple, and the lost machines of the Dark Age were relics waiting to be recovered. This hunger made the Mechanicum one of the Crusade's most zealous partners. They sent explorator fleets ahead into danger, sometimes with Imperial sanction, sometimes with motives too layered for Terran commanders to fully trust. Tech priests cataloged, excavated, sanctified, seized, and concealed. They served the Imperium, but they also served knowledge as they defined it. Where a Space Marine saw a battlefield, a Magos might see a buried data vault. Where an iterator saw a culture to educate, a tech priest might see machinery to claim before local hands could damage it. This partnership worked because everyone gained from it. The Emperor gained expansion. Mars gained access. Human worlds gained reunion, if they survived the terms. The legions gained purpose. The fleets gained momentum. The idea of the Imperium grew stronger with every system brought beneath its banner. But momentum has a danger of its own. The more successful the Great Crusade became, the more it demanded to continue. Every victory justified the next. Every compliance strengthened the belief that the Emperor's way was not merely effective, but inevitable. Doubt became harder to voice. Mercy became easier to measure against efficiency. Worlds that resisted were not seen as political opponents, but as obstacles to the survival of mankind itself. This is how crusades become absolute. By the time the Imperium began to spread beyond the secure reach of Sol, it had already become a civilization of movement. It could not remain still. Its armies needed enemies, its fleets needed objectives, its ideology needed expansion, and its leader needed the scattered pieces of his great design restored. Somewhere in the dark, the lost Primarchs waited to be found. The Great Crusade was not only the reconquest of human space, it was the road that would lead the Emperor back to his sons, and through them, to both glory and ruin. The birth of the Great Crusade was the moment the Imperium became inevitable to those who served it. The Emperor had done what no warlord of old night could do. He had united Terra. He had conquered Luna. He had bound Mars without destroying it. He had taken the broken remains of humanity's cradle system and transformed them into an engine capable of galactic war. The old dream of mankind among the stars, once buried beneath the Age of Strife, had returned in a new and harsher form. This was not the humanity of the Dark Age of technology. That civilization had been vast, brilliant, and arrogant, spreading through the stars with machines so powerful they later seemed like sorcery. It had collapsed under the weight of rebellion, warp catastrophe, isolation, and disaster. The Emperor's Imperium was different. It would not trust uncontrolled artificial intelligence. It would not tolerate uncontrolled psychers. It would not allow religion to dominate human destiny, at least not in its original design. It would not allow alien powers to share the galaxy as equals. It would not permit human division to continue where unity could be imposed. It was a civilization built from trauma. That is the key to understanding the Imperium's earliest expansion. The Emperor was not simply trying to build an empire because he desired dominion. He was trying to create a structure strong enough to prevent humanity from falling again. Every law, every army, every compliance, every compromise with Mars, every gene-forged legion, every ship launched from Sol, all of it served the same terrible conclusion. Mankind could survive only if it was united before the darkness returned. But the method shaped the result. Because the Imperium was built through conquest, it learned to think like a conqueror. Because it relied on superhuman warriors, it created military aristocracies whose pride would one day shake the galaxy. Because it allied with the Mechanicum, It embedded religious machine worship into the bones of a supposedly rational empire. Because it suppressed gods while inspiring worshipful awe, it created a spiritual hunger it refused to understand. Because the emperor carried secrets even from his closest servants, his empire learned obedience before trust. Chapter 3 is therefore the foundation of everything that follows. The Treaty of Olympus makes the Great Crusade possible. The conquest of Luna makes the legions scalable. The union of Terra, Luna, and Mars creates the Imperial war machine. The early expeditionary fleets begin the process of compliance that will bring thousands of worlds beneath the Emperor's rule. And hidden within that outward expansion is the next great turn of history, the search for the lost Primarchs. For as mighty as the early Imperium had become, it was still incomplete without them. The Emperor's sons were more than commanders. They were living symbols, strategic geniuses, culture shapers, warriors, rulers, and reflections of their creator's own impossible nature. Each had been designed for a purpose within the grand architecture of conquest. Their scattering had wounded the plan, but not destroyed it. The Great Crusade would become the instrument by which they were found. And once found, they would transform the legions from mass-produced armies into brotherhoods of distinct character, pride, loyalty, rivalry, and fate. That transformation would bring the Imperium to its golden height. It would also prepare the conditions for its fall. For now, however, the Emperor looked outward from Sol, and the galaxy waited before him like a shattered kingdom. Mars burned red behind him, its forges roaring. Luna shone pale, its gene vaults feeding the legions. Terra stood crowned, brutal, and reborn. The first fleets had gone forth. The first worlds had bent the knee. The first sparks of compliance had become a widening flame. The Imperium of Man had been armed. Now it would begin to conquer. Before the Great Crusade could become a storm across the stars, before the Legiones Astartes could march beneath banners that would one day be feared on 1,000,000 worlds, the Emperor turned his genius inward. Terra had been broken. Terra had been conquered. The techno-barbarian kings had been crushed beneath thunder and gold. Luna had fallen. Mars had bent, not in surrender, but in bargain, joining its ancient forge cults to the rising Imperium through the Treaty of Olympus. Fleets were being built. Gene vaults had been opened. Armies were being prepared. Yet the Emperor knew that armies alone would not be enough. Humanity had once ruled the galaxy. Its ships had crossed the void in numbers beyond counting. Its machines had shaped worlds. Its empires had risen across the stars during the forgotten splendor of the dark age of technology. Then old night had swallowed everything. Warp storms had cut civilization into isolated fragments. Psychers had erupted among human populations like uncontrolled fires. Demons had whispered in dreams. Xenos powers had preyed upon stranded worlds. Human kingdoms had regressed, mutated, fortified, surrendered, worshipped monsters, or become monsters themselves. To reunite them would not be a campaign of years. It would be a war of centuries, perhaps longer. The Emperor required generals who could do more than command. He required living symbols. He required beings who could stand before human rulers and appear not merely as warriors, but as destiny-given flesh. The Thunder Warriors had been created for Terra, brutal and unstable weapons for a brutal and unstable age. The Space Marines were greater, disciplined, enduring, adaptable, mass-producible by comparison to the gene-forged monsters that came before them. But even the Legiones Astartes required masters. They required leaders whose minds could grasp war across sectors, whose bodies could survive the fury of alien empires, whose presence could turn armies into legends. So the Emperor began the work that would define the fate of mankind. Deep beneath the Imperial Palace, in laboratories older than the Imperium itself, the Primarch project took form. It was not simply a military experiment. It was not merely genecraft. It was ambition on a scale no human civilization had dared since the height of mankind's lost golden age. The Emperor would make 20 sons, each one designed as a supreme commander, each one shaped from his own genetic legacy, each one created to embody a different aspect of conquest: governance, endurance, wrath, reason, terror, faith, secrecy, artistry, and war. They were not born in the human way. They were made in sealed chambers of impossible science, surrounded by gene vats, psychic wards, arcane engines, and forbidden knowledge gathered across millennia. Around them moved the finest minds Terra could still produce: genewrights, savants, techno-archaeologists, fleshsmiths, and silent custodians who understood enough to obey, but not enough to truly comprehend. Malcador watched with the patience of an old conspirator, seeing not only the wonder of the work, but the danger inside it. For the Emperor was not building weapons alone. He was building sons. That contradiction sat at the heart of everything. The 20 children in the pods were designed to be generals, but they were also meant to be raised. They were engineered to lead Space Marine legions, but they were also intended to inherit the Emperor's vision. Each would command not only warriors, but entire cultures of war. Each would become the living center of a legion. Each would carry a piece of the Emperor's design into the galaxy. And had they remained on Terra, had they been raised beneath his eye, taught by his hand, disciplined by his mind, and bound to one another from the beginning, history might have unfolded very differently. But the galaxy of Warhammer is not shaped by what should have happened. It is shaped by the wound between intention and reality. The Emperor had spent ages hiding from the powers of the warp. He understood them more deeply than almost any mortal being could. He had watched gods form from emotion, madness, violence, and desire. He knew the warp was not merely a dimension of travel, but an ocean of thought and hunger. He knew there were intelligences within it that hated order, hated reason, hated any plan that would free humanity from their reach. The imperial truth, which would later be spread during the Great Crusade, would insist that gods were lies and demons were only hostile entities of the immaterium. But the Emperor knew there was power in belief. He knew names had gravity. He knew worship could feed horrors. And still, even he could not build his dream beyond the reach of chaos. The Primarch project stood at the meeting point of science and sorcery, though the Emperor would never have used the second word in the way priests would. It was built from genetics, bioalchemy, psychic might, ancient technology, and knowledge that had survived the long collapse of human civilization. The Emperor had not merely copied himself. He had divided possibility. Each Primarch was a different answer to the same question. What kind of being would be required to conquer a broken galaxy? One would be made for war as clean structure, a commander of empire and law. Another would be made for siegecraft, for endurance beneath impossible pressure. Another for speed. Another for terror. Another for resilience. Another for beauty and perfection. Another for secrets. Another for sacrifice. Another for faith, though the Emperor himself despised religion. Another for the red ruin of close battle. Another for iron discipline. Another for the cold murder of tyrants. Another for the patient building of civilizations after victory had been won. They were not identical. That was the point. The Emperor did not need 20 copies of the same sun. He needed 20 instruments, each tuned to a different war. The galaxy was too vast for one method. Some worlds would surrender to reason. Some would bend to spectacle. Some would require annihilation. Some would need governors, not butchers. Some would need myths broken. Some would need myths replaced. The Primarchs were to become the hands by which the Emperor reached every lost branch of humanity. But creation on such a scale invited attention. In the depths of the warp, the Chaos Gods sensed the shape of the future moving against them. Whether they knew every detail or only felt the pressure of the Emperor's design, they understood that mankind was being gathered. The Great Crusade was not yet fully unleashed, but its shadow already reached forward. A united human species, stripped of superstition, protected from uncontrolled psychic awakening, and perhaps eventually severed from dependence on warp travel, through the Emperor's hidden webway ambitions, would have changed the balance of the galaxy forever. It would have starved the gods of confusion and worship. It would have denied them endless human suffering on isolated worlds. It would have made mankind less vulnerable to the whispers that had always found cracks in fear. Chaos did not need to defeat the Emperor openly at that moment. It needed only to wound the design before it matured. The attack on the Primarch project was not a battle in the ordinary sense. There were no armies crashing against palace gates, no fleets burning above Terra, no Xenos host descending from orbit. It was a violation of reality itself. The wards buckled. The psychic protections flared. The laboratory became a place where impossible winds screamed without air, where shadows lengthened in the wrong direction, where machines shrieked as if they had nerves, where the unborn sons of the Emperor trembled inside their sealed capsules. The Emperor fought to hold them. Imagine the force of that moment. The most powerful human psychic being known to history, standing in the heart of his own fortress, surrounded by the greatest protections he could craft. And still the Imperium tore into the chamber like a predator forcing its claws through a wound. Malcador, ancient and terrible in his own right, could only endure beside him. The Generites could not understand what they were witnessing. The Custodians could defend against assassins, warlords, and monsters, but they could not cut the warp itself from the air with spears. The pods were taken. Across the chamber, one after another, the gestation capsules vanished into the storm, not destroyed, not killed, but scattered. The Emperor's sons were hurled into the galaxy before they were ready, cast across time, space, and fate by powers that wanted them shaped anywhere but Terra. The moment lasted perhaps seconds. Its consequences would last 10,000 years. When silence returned, the laboratory was not simply damaged. It was bereaved. The Emperor had not lost soldiers. He had lost the beings who were meant to become the pillars of his Imperium. He had lost the chance to raise them as brothers from the beginning. He had lost the chance to teach them the imperial truth before other worlds taught them fear, pride, pain, kingship, slavery, superstition, and survival. He had lost control over the childhood of beings powerful enough to change the galaxy. Yet he did not abandon the project. This is one of the most important truths in the entire history of the Imperium. The scattering did not end the Emperor's plan. It changed its nature. The gene seed derived from the Primarchs remained. The Space Marine legions could still be expanded. Each legion still carried the genetic imprint of its absent father. The Emperor could still launch the Great Crusade. He could still reunite mankind. But now the Crusade had another purpose woven into it. As the fleets crossed the stars, they would not only find lost human worlds, they would search for the Emperor's lost sons. And each son, by the time he was found, would no longer belong only to the Emperor. He would belong to the world that had raised him. The scattered Primarchs did not fall into gentle cradles. They fell into worlds that were themselves reflections of a wounded galaxy. Horus landed on Chthoniya, a world of darkness, mines, gangs, and brutal hierarchy. It was a place where survival depended on charisma, violence, and the ability to bind dangerous men to your will before they killed you. Chthoniya did not raise a philosopher king. It raised a conqueror who understood loyalty as something personal, immediate, and fierce. Horus learned how to speak to warriors in their own language. He learned how to make hard men love him. He learned the power of brotherhood forged in danger, and the power of ambition concealed beneath charm. When the Emperor eventually found him, Horus would become the first rediscovered son, and that mattered more than almost anything. For a time, he would stand closest to the Emperor. For a time, he would be the favorite. That closeness became glory. Later, it became poison. Lemon Russ landed on Fenris, a death world of ice, monsters, sagas, and endless trial. There, he became not merely a warrior, but a mythic king shaped by a culture of oaths and beasts. Fenris did not teach him polished imperial politics. It taught him loyalty, ferocity, and the sacred value of a warrior's word. Russ would become the Emperor's executioner, the wolf unleashed when other sons had to be brought to heel. But beneath the savage mask was a mind more complex than outsiders understood. The tragedy of Russ was that many saw only the beast, while the Emperor used him as one. Ferrus Manus landed on Medusa, a world of iron, mountains, clans, and relentless hardship. There he became a figure of strength and endurance, a being who believed weakness had to be burned away. His silvered hands became a symbol, but also a warning. Ferrus embodied the brutal purity of improvement through struggle. His legion, the Iron Hands, would inherit his contempt for frailty. But contempt for weakness can become contempt for humanity itself. In Ferrus, the Emperor's design produced a commander of incredible force, but also a son whose worldview left little room for softness, compromise, or mercy. Fulgrim landed on Chemos, a dying industrial world starved of resources, beauty, and hope. Unlike some of his brothers, he did not merely survive his world. He transformed it. Fulgrim became a ruler who restored culture, production, pride, and artistry to a place that had nearly forgotten them. He was perfection made flesh, or so he believed, and that belief would define him. At his best, Fulgrim represented the possibility that conquest could bring refinement, that empire could create splendor, that humanity could rise above mere survival. At his worst, the hunger for perfection would become an open door to corruption. Chaos does not always enter through hatred. Sometimes it enters through the desire to make beauty flawless. These early destinies show the true damage of the scattering. The Emperor had designed each son with a purpose, but their worlds gave that purpose a personality. They did not awaken as blank extensions of his will. They became Chthonian, Fenrisian, Medusan, Chemosian. They absorbed languages, values, wounds, loyalties, and myths. By the time the Emperor reached them, he was not meeting tools waiting to be claimed. He was meeting kings, and kings do not easily become sons. The legions, too, were waiting for them. Before the Primarchs were rediscovered, the Space Marine legions already existed, created from their genetic templates. They fought in the Great Crusade without knowing their fathers. Some were stable, some were troubled. Some carried flaws that only reunion with their Primarch could heal or at least stabilize. When each lost son was found and placed at the head of his legion, the legion changed. Its culture bent around him. Its warriors took on the customs of his world. Its identity deepened, sharpened, and sometimes darkened. This was the genius of the project and the danger of it. A Space Marine legion led by its Genefather became more than an army. It became a civilization of war. The Luna Wolves under Horus were not merely soldiers. They became an extension of his charisma and strategic brilliance. The Space Wolves under Russ became Fenris carried into the stars. The Iron Hands under Ferrus became a cult of strength and iron discipline. The Emperor's children under Fulgrim became seekers of excellence, splendor, and martial perfection. The Emperor had wanted generals. The galaxy gave him demigods with histories. Vulcan landed on Nocturne, a volcanic world of fire, ash, giant beasts, and human communities that survived through craft, courage, and mutual protection. There he became a smith, a guardian, and a leader whose strength was inseparable from compassion. Among the Emperor's sons, Vulcan stands as one of the clearest reminders that the Primarchs were not all made only for conquest. He could destroy, but he also preserved. He understood the common human being not as an abstraction, not as a number in compliance reports, but as someone to be shielded. His legion, the Salamanders, would inherit that rare closeness to humanity. In the grim logic of the Imperium, this made them noble. It also made them unusual. Rogel Dorn landed within the realm of Inuit, a cold and disciplined culture of void warfare, fortress building, and duty. Dorn became a master of defense, architecture, and unbending loyalty. He was not warm like Vulcan, nor charming like Horus, nor visionary like Guilliman. Dorn was stone. Where others dreamed of glory, he thought of walls, supply lines, void shields, and the cost of failure. The Emperor would one day trust him with Terra's defense, and that trust was not accidental. Dorn embodied the part of the Emperor's design that understood empire as not only won in attack, it must also be held. Roboute Guilliman landed on Macragge, jewel of Ultramar, where he was raised in a culture of law, governance, military order, and civic responsibility. Guilliman did not merely conquer, he administered. He built systems that could outlive the battlefield. He understood that a world brought into compliance but left hungry, corrupt, and mismanaged was not truly secure. In him, the Emperor's dream of galactic unity found perhaps its most practical instrument. Guilliman could imagine an Imperium that functioned. That would become both his strength and his curse. For 10,000 years later, when he returned, he would see not the empire he might have built, but a nightmare wearing its corpse. Magnus landed on Prospero, a world of scholars, psychers, towers, and hidden knowledge. Of all the Emperor's sons, Magnus was perhaps the one most clearly connected to the unseen realm the Emperor feared and used. He was brilliant, immense, compassionate in his own way, and dangerously confident in his mastery of forces no mortal mind could safely command. Prospero gave him libraries, teachers, and a culture that revered psychic power. The Emperor had intended to guide Magnus carefully. Instead, Magnus grew beneath a sky of sorcery, learning to see the warp not simply as a threat, but as a source of enlightenment. The tragedy was already forming. The son who might have been the key to the Emperor's greatest psychic ambitions became the son most vulnerable to the belief that knowledge itself justified every risk. These four worlds reveal the range of the Emperor's lost design. Nocturne made Vulcan humane through hardship. Inwit made Dorn immovable through discipline. Macragge made Guilliman imperial in the truest administrative sense. Prospero made Magnus luminous and doomed. None of them were accidents, yet none of them were controlled outcomes. The Chaos Gods had not needed to kill the Primarchs in infancy. By scattering them, they allowed the galaxy to rewrite them. The Emperor would later claim them all, but he would claim them after their first loyalties had formed. That mattered. A child raised by a world does not forget that world, because a golden stranger arrives from the stars and says, "I am your father." A king does not abandon his people because a greater empire demands his service. Each Primarch accepted the Emperor in a different way. Some loved him, some revered him, some doubted him, some submitted to his power while keeping private wounds hidden. Some saw him as father, some as lord, some as rival, some as tyrant, some as destiny. In the official grandeur of imperial history, the rediscovery of the Primarchs is often framed as a series of triumphant reunions. The Emperor finds his sons. The legions receive their fathers. The Great Crusade accelerates. Compliance spreads. The Imperium rises. But beneath that triumph was a subtler truth. The Emperor was not gathering children. He was negotiating with the consequences of 20 stolen childhoods. And some of those childhoods had been monstrous. Sanguinius landed on Baal, a ruined and irradiated world of deserts, mutants, and tribes living beneath the shadow of extinction. He was different even among his brothers, marked by wings that made him appear angelic and unnatural at once. On a lesser world, such a child might have been killed as a mutant. On Baal, he became a savior. Sanguinius united the tribes, fought the horrors of the wastes, and became an image of hope so powerful that even those who feared his difference came to love him. In him, the Emperor's design produced beauty, nobility, and sacrifice. The Blood Angels would inherit both his splendor and a hidden darkness. But Sanguinius himself became perhaps the most beloved of all the Emperor's sons. That love would make his eventual death one of the defining wounds of the Imperium. Lionel Johnson landed on Caliban, a forested death world of monsters, knights, fortresses, and secrets. He grew alone in the wilds, surviving in haunted forests before being found and raised among knightly orders. The lion became a warrior of discipline, secrecy, and cold, strategic brilliance. He was a knight, but never a simple one. Caliban taught him that civilization was a fragile ring of fire surrounded by darkness. It also taught him to keep counsel with himself. His legion, the Dark Angels, would become the first legion, ancient and proud, but also defined by secrets that would fester long after the heresy. In the Lion, loyalty was real, but it was not always open. He could serve absolutely while revealing almost nothing. Perturabo landed on Olympia, a mountainous world of city-states, rivalries, and endless calculations of power. He was a genius of engineering, siegecraft, mathematics, and war. He could see weakness in structures, systems, and people. But Olympia did not give him love equal to his ability. It gave him expectation, exploitation, and bitterness. Perturabo would become one of the greatest builders and breakers in the galaxy, yet he would spend much of his existence feeling used. His legion, the Iron Warriors, would become masters of siege warfare, called again and again to grind themselves against the hardest targets. The tragedy of Perturabo was not that he lacked greatness. It was that he believed his greatness was never honored, only consumed. Mortarion landed on Barbarous, a world of poisonous mists, corpse-pale overlords, and humans suffering beneath monstrous rulers who dwelt above the toxic clouds. He grew among the oppressed and became their liberator, a gaunt reaper leading the weak against necromantic tyrants. Barbarous made him tough, suspicious, and hateful toward sorcery and oppression. But it also taught him endurance through suffering, and suffering can become identity. Mortarion despised tyrants, yet he struggled to see the Emperor without the shadow of one. When the Emperor came to Barbarous and defeated the final overlord Mortarion could not kill alone, the rescue itself became a wound. Mortarion did not feel saved. He felt robbed of the final proof of his own liberation. Here again the scattering's poison becomes visible. Sanguinius was raised as a beloved angel among the damned. The Lion was raised amid secrecy and monsters. Perturabo was raised as a tool of rulers who valued his mind but not his soul. Mortarion was raised in rebellion against inhuman masters, only to be claimed by a greater master from the stars. These histories did not vanish when imperial banners arrived. They hardened. The Emperor could command obedience. He could inspire awe. He could offer each son a place in a galactic destiny. But awe is not the same as healing. Command is not the same as understanding. The Emperor's brilliance allowed him to find uses for every son, but his greatest failure may have been his inability, or refusal, to see how deeply some of them needed more than purpose. A son like Dorn needed duty, and the Emperor gave him duty. Guilliman needed order, and the Emperor gave him an empire to organize. Vulcan needed people to protect, and the Crusade gave him humanity by the billion. But Perturabo needed recognition that was not transactional. Mortarion needed trust that did not feel like domination. The Lion needed brotherhood that could pierce secrecy. Magnus needed boundaries he could accept before curiosity became catastrophe. Fulgrim needed humility before perfection became vanity. Horus needed love that would survive distance. The Emperor gave them war. For many of them, war was enough for a time. The Great Crusade offered momentum so vast that private doubts could be buried beneath victory. Worlds fell. Compliance spread. Legions grew. The Primarchs became legends. But the flaws seeded by the scattering did not disappear. They traveled with the fleets. They waited inside triumph. Lorgar landed on Colchis, a world of religion, prophecy, deserts, temples, and sacred war. There he became a prophet king long before he became a general. Of all the Emperor's sons, Lorgar was perhaps the most dangerous contradiction in the imperial truth. The Emperor wanted a secular empire, yet one of his own sons had been raised to see divinity everywhere. When Lorgar saw the Emperor, he did not see merely a father or ruler. He saw a god. For a while, that worship seemed useful. It drove compliance. It built devotion. It made worlds kneel not only in fear but in reverence. But the Emperor did not want worship, and when he finally punished Lorgar's religious empire building, he did so not with patient teaching, but with humiliation. The seeds planted on Colchis would later bloom into the darkest betrayal of all. The word-bearers would become the first legion to truly embrace chaos. Chagatai Khan landed on Cho'Garis, a world of open plains, horse tribes, empires, and speed. He became a conqueror of the steppes, a warlord of motion and freedom. The Khan was never easily contained. He understood empire, but distrusted cages. He could serve the emperor, but not because he loved bureaucracy or imperial pomp. He served because he saw in the Great Crusade a vast horizon, a war of movement across the stars. His legion, the White Scars, would inherit his speed, independence, and outsider's perspective. In the later Civil War, this would matter greatly. The Khan was not blind to the Imperium's flaws, but neither was he seduced easily by rebellion dressed as liberation. Conrad Kurtz landed on Nostromo, a world of darkness, crime, corruption, and predation. There he grew into a figure of terror, punishing the guilty with such extreme violence that order came not through justice, but through fear. Kurtz possessed visions of the future, and those visions broke him as much as they guided him. He saw horror coming and believed it unavoidable. Nostromo taught him that humanity behaved only when terrified. His legion, the Night Lords, would inherit his use of fear as a weapon, but without even the tortured moral justification Kurz sometimes claimed. In Kurz, the Emperor's design became a mirror of terror itself. He was what happens when justice is raised in a world without mercy. Angron landed on Nuceria, and perhaps no scattering was crueler. He was found not as a king, not as a scholar, not as a lord of warriors, but as an enslaved gladiator. The rulers of Nuceria implanted him with the butcher's nails, archaeotech devices that mutilated his mind, turning pain, rage, and violence into the center of existence. Angron had been designed with deep empathic potential, a being who might once have been capable of absorbing the suffering of others and binding warriors through compassion. Nuceria destroyed that possibility. By the time the Emperor found him, Angron was not a general waiting for command. He was a wounded slave leading doomed brothers and sisters in rebellion. The Emperor saved Angron's body. He did not save his people. That decision would echo forever. When the Emperor teleported Angron away from his final battle instead of helping him die beside the gladiators who had followed him, Angron did not receive rescue as mercy. He received it as betrayal. His last family died without him. The Emperor gained a Primarch, but he gained one who hated him from the beginning. The Warhounds became the World Eaters, and the Butcher's nails spread through the Legion like a sacrament of ruin. What had been done to Angron on Nuceria became something he inflicted on his sons. This is the deepest horror of the Primarch project after the scattering. The Emperor did not merely lose control over where his sons grew up. He lost control over what was done to them. Some were loved. Some were crowned. Some were worshipped. Some were used. Some were mutilated. A single damaged Primarch could doom a legion. A damaged legion could doom worlds. A damaged brotherhood could doom the Imperium. The Chaos Gods understood this better than anyone. They did not need every son to fall. They needed enough wounds, enough resentment, enough pride, enough misunderstood loyalty, enough private grief. They needed Lorgar's faith to be rejected so it could be redirected. They needed Angron's pain to become endless rage. They needed Kurz's visions to become fatalism. They needed Perturabo's bitterness to become treason. They needed Mortarian's hatred of sorcery to be twisted until he served the very horrors he despised. They needed Horus, above all, to feel abandoned at the moment he was most powerful. The scattering made all of that possible. Corvus Corax landed on Lycius, the prison moon of Kievar, where oppressed workers lived beneath the rule of distant masters. Like Mortarian and Angron, Corax became a liberator, but his rebellion took a different shape. He learned stealth, sabotage, patience, and the politics of uprising. He became the shadow that tyrants did not see until their system was already collapsing. Corax would later lead the Raven Guard with the same principles: Strike from darkness, destroy the command structure, free the battlefield by removing the enemy's ability to control it. He represented one of the Emperor's subtler instruments, a commander for wars where brute force was wasteful and precision could save millions. Alpharius Omegon remains the most mysterious of the Emperor's sons, or perhaps sons, because the 20th Primarch was a twin mystery wrapped in deception from the beginning. The Alpha Legion would become secrecy weaponized into doctrine. With Alpharius and Omegon, identity itself became unstable. Who commanded? Who obeyed? Which brother stood before you? Which one had already infiltrated the room before the meeting began? Their origin is tangled by design, layered in contradiction, rumor, and hidden truth. In the broader tragedy of the Imperium, they represent the danger of secrecy taken so far that even loyalty becomes impossible to verify. A hidden blade may serve the Emperor. It may also cut him while claiming obedience. By the time all 20 destinies are considered, the Primarch project appears less like the creation of generals and more like the casting of thunderbolts into a storm. The Emperor made beings of impossible potential. Chaos scattered them into worlds of trauma, splendor, tyranny, faith, nobility, savagery, learning, and pain. Each emerged powerful. Each emerged changed. When reunited with their legions, they did not simply assume command. They transformed everything around them. This is why Chapter 4 is not only a mythic interlude before the Great Crusade. It is one of the most important turning points in Imperial history. The Imperium that would later rise was shaped before it even began. The Emperor's sons carried their worlds into the Great Crusade, and through them those worlds entered the DNA of Imperial conquest. Chthoniya entered the Luna Wolves. Fenris entered the Space Wolves. Medusa entered the Iron Hands. Chemos entered the Emperor's children. Nocturne entered the Salamanders. Inwit entered the Imperial Fists. Macragge entered the Ultramarines. Prospero entered the Thousand Suns. Baal entered the Blood Angels. Caliban entered the Dark Angels. Olympia entered the Iron Warriors. Barbarus entered the Death Guard. Colchis entered the Word Bearers. Shogarus entered the White Scars. Nostramo entered the Night Lords. Nuceria entered the World Eaters. Lachaeus entered the Raven Guard. The hidden world of Alpharius and Omegon entered the Alpha Legion as a question no one could answer. The legions were supposed to be arms of one body. Instead, they became nations of war, each with its own customs, grudges, loyalties, aesthetics, philosophies, and private myths. At their best, this diversity made the Great Crusade unstoppable. No enemy could adapt to all 18 known legions and the mysterious 20th. One legion could shatter fortresses. Another could terrify a world into surrender. Another could rebuild a compliant civilization. Another could burn through Xenos horrors. Another could execute a lightning campaign across star systems. Another could endure sieges that would break ordinary armies. Together, led by the Emperor and his sons, they were the greatest military force humanity had ever unleashed. At their worst, those differences became fault lines. The Emperor appears to have believed that purpose would bind them. The Great Crusade would give every son a role. Victory would create unity. The imperial truth would erase superstition. The brotherhood of the Primarchs would overcome the damage of separation. Perhaps for a time it almost did. There were moments of real loyalty, real affection, real admiration between brothers. Horus was loved by many. Sanguinius was loved by nearly all. Guilliman respected order wherever he saw it. Dorn could trust in duty even when warmth failed. Vulcan's humanity softened the edges of war. The Khan saw more than others expected. Korax carried liberation in his shadowed heart. But the Emperor's sons were not only brothers. They were rivals. They compared conquests, honors, burdens, and wounds. They watched which legion received glory and which received thankless war. They saw who was praised and who was used. They carried old scars into new campaigns. And over all of them loomed the Emperor, distant, brilliant, commanding, unreadable. A father who was also a god, though he denied godhood. a ruler who demanded truth, while hiding the greatest truths of all. When a Primarch was reunited with his legion, the event was more than ceremony. It was biological, cultural, and almost spiritual, though the Imperium would not have called it that. The Space Marines had been created from the genetic material of their absent fathers. They carried echoes of men they had never met. When those fathers finally stood before them, recognition moved through the Legion like a storm. For the legionaries, their Primarch was not simply a commander appointed by the Emperor. He was the source. He was the answer to instincts they had carried without understanding. He was the shape behind their strengths and flaws. The reunion gave identity to armies that had previously served beneath numbers, provisional names, and imperial structure. A legion without its father could be effective. A legion with its father became mythic. The Luna Wolves found in Horus a leader who understood them instinctively, who could stand among warriors and make them feel seen. He did not lead only from above. He led through presence. His charisma was strategic. His affection, whether calculated or sincere, was binding. The Legion became not merely efficient, but beloved by itself. They believed they were the point of the spear, and under Horus, they often were. The Space Wolves found in Russ the living soul of Fenris. They became more openly tribal, more savage in appearance, but also more bound by oath and saga. Outsiders saw barbarians. The Emperor saw a weapon with a specific purpose. Russ did not merely command his sons. He gave them a myth of themselves as hunters, executioners, and loyal beasts of the Allfather. That myth would one day send them against Magnus, with consequences that would tear open another wound in the Imperium. The Ultramarines found in Guilliman not only a warrior, but a statesman. Their legion grew into one of the largest and most organized of all. They became empire builders, logisticians, disciplined soldiers who could conquer and then govern. In a crusade obsessed with compliance, this mattered enormously. Guilliman's influence made the Ultramarines a model of sustainability. They were not always the most flamboyant, nor the most feared, but they were among the most effective instruments of lasting imperial control. The 1,000 sons found in Magnus a father who understood their psychic nature. Their flaw, which had threatened them, became part of a larger identity of scholarship and controlled sorcery. For a time, Magnus seemed not only to save his legion, but to elevate it. They became seekers of knowledge in an Imperium that claimed to value reason. Yet the difference between sanctioned knowledge and forbidden knowledge was always narrower than Magnus wished to believe. His legion's salvation contained the path to its damnation. Each reunion intensified the crusade. Each also deepened the independence of the legions. The Emperor could command them all, but the emotional center of each legion shifted toward its Primarch. This was inevitable. The Emperor had designed them that way. Astartes were not ordinary soldiers. Their loyalty was engineered, conditioned, ritualized, and reinforced through hierarchy. Give them a gene father, and loyalty became personal beyond politics. This is why the later heresy would be so devastating. When Horus rebelled, he did not merely convince military formations to change allegiance. He turned families. He turned sons through fathers. Many Space Marines followed their Primarch because their entire sense of identity flowed through him. To betray the Emperor was unthinkable until their father made it thinkable. To remain loyal against a fallen father was one of the hardest choices any legionary could make. The structure that made the Great Crusade unstoppable also made the Civil War catastrophic. The Emperor's design had concentrated too much symbolic and military power in 20 beings. Each commanded a legion. Each had personal authority over warriors beyond ordinary human comprehension. Each had a mythic aura that could bend worlds. So long as they served the same vision, the Imperium expanded like a divine machine. But if they split, the galaxy would not face rebellion in the ordinary sense. It would face apocalypse led by demigods. Chaos did not need to build armies from nothing. The Emperor had already built them. It only needed to turn enough fathers against the father. The scattering of the Primarchs also changed the meaning of the Emperor's secrecy. He had always been a hidden ruler before he became an open one. He had guided humanity from the shadows for millennia, intervening where he believed necessary, withdrawing where direct rule would fail. By the time of the Imperium, secrecy was not a habit he could easily abandon. He concealed the truth about chaos from most of his sons. He concealed the deeper purpose of some of his projects. He offered the imperial truth as a shield against superstition, but did not fully explain the enemy that superstition could feed. There was logic in this. Knowledge of chaos is dangerous. To speak too openly of gods in the warp is to risk fascination, worship, fear, and corruption. The Emperor may have believed that denying religion, suppressing dangerous cults, and enforcing rational materialism would starve the gods more effectively than warning every commander about them. He may have believed his sons did not need the whole truth until the galaxy was secure. He may have believed that he alone could manage the burden. But scattered sons raised in wounded worlds were not ideal vessels for partial truths. Lorgar needed to understand why worship was dangerous. Instead, he was humiliated for worshipping the wrong thing, and then found powers willing to accept devotion. Magnus needed to understand the true predatory nature of the warp. Instead, he believed he could master it through intellect. Horus needed to understand what forces might manipulate resentment, ambition, and fear. Instead, when those forces came, he was vulnerable to lies dressed in revelation. Mortarion needed to understand why the Emperor used psychic power while condemning sorcery. Instead, he saw hypocrisy. Angra needed compassion before command. Instead, he was given command as if purpose could replace the dead. The Emperor's defenders can argue that there was no time. The galaxy was burning. Old Night had left humanity surrounded by threats. Orcs, Rangdan, hostile human empires, Xenos predators, warp phenomena, and internal instability all demanded speed. The Great Crusade could not wait for centuries of family healing. The Primarchs were built to conquer, and the Emperor used them to conquer. But the Imperium's tragedy is often found in that exact phrase. There was no time. There was no time to raise the sons properly after they were found. No time to explain every hidden truth. No time to heal every wound. No time to question whether conquest at such speed would create resentments too large to manage. No time to ask what kind of empire would emerge from endless war. No time to wonder whether the tools made to save humanity might one day become the blades at its throat. So the crusade advanced. The Primarchs led. The legions followed. Human worlds were reunited, whether they desired reunion or not. Alien empires were destroyed. Compliance fleets burned through the dark between stars. The Emperor's dreams seemed to be becoming real. Yet the foundation had already cracked in places no triumphal procession could see. The scattered sons were magnificent. That is what makes the tragedy work. If they had been weak, the Imperium might have discarded them. If they had been failures, the Great Crusade might have slowed. But they were brilliant. Even the most damaged among them could conquer worlds. Angron could break armies. Perturabo could reduce impossible fortresses. Curse could make resistance collapse through terror. Mortarion could endure battlefields that killed others. Lorgar could convert populations at a depth mere military compliance never achieved. Fulgrim could inspire excellence. Magnus could solve mysteries no ordinary mind could approach. Horus could hold brothers together with a smile. Their greatness concealed the danger. Every victory made them more necessary. Every necessary son became harder to correct. Every legion shaped around its father became less like a unit of the Imperial Army, and more like a private empire. The Emperor could still command them, but command from above is never the same as formation from within. The scattering had denied him the years when obedience could have become understanding. By the time the Great Crusade reached its height, the Emperor's sons were not simply his creations. They were themselves historical forces. And historical forces collide. The Primarch project was meant to guarantee the future of mankind. In one sense it did. Without the Emperor's sons, the Great Crusade may never have reached the scale it did. The legions Astartes would still have been terrifying, but without their gene fathers, they would have lacked the mythic leadership that turned them into engines of galactic conquest. Horus, Guilliman, Dorn, Sanguinius, Russ, Vulcan, the Lion, and the others gave the Imperium speed, identity, and force beyond any normal military structure. They made the impossible appear inevitable. But in another sense, the project doomed the Imperium before the Imperium had truly begun. The Emperor created beings powerful enough to save humanity, and chaos ensured they would also be human enough to break. That is the essential contradiction. The Primarchs were demigods of war, but they were not emotionless machines. They felt pride, shame, love, envy, loyalty, grief, humiliation, rage, curiosity, and the need for meaning. They could be wounded. They could misunderstand. They could be manipulated. They could feel abandoned. Their strength made their emotions more dangerous, not less. A mortal general who feels slighted may ruin a campaign. A Primarch who feels slighted may burn a sector. A mortal son who hates his father may walk away. A Primarch who hates his father may drag a legion into damnation. The scattering turned engineered commanders into mythic personalities shaped by trauma and culture. It gave the Imperium its greatest heroes and its future monsters. It made Sanguinius the Angel of Baal. It made Guilliman the architect of Ultramar Dire. It made Dorn the Wall of Terra. It made Vulcan the protector of the weak. It made Horus the beloved first son of Chthoniya. But it also made Angren the mutilated slave of Nuceria, Kurz the terror-haunted judge of Nostromo, Mortarion the poison-bred rebel of Barbarus, Perturabo the bitter genius of Olympia, Lorgar the prophet of Colchis, and Magnus the scholar who believed no door should remain closed. The Emperor's later reunions with them were glorious, but glory is not the same as repair. He found them too late to make them what he had originally intended. He could only incorporate what they had become. And what they had become was magnificent, unstable, wounded, and proud. This is why the Primarch project sits at the center of the Imperium's entire story. It is the moment the Emperor's dream becomes personal. Before this, the Imperium can be understood as conquest, policy, survival, and grand strategy. After this, it becomes family tragedy on a galactic scale. The Horus Heresy will not be merely a rebellion. It will be sons against father, brother against brother, legion against legion, and every private wound amplified until the stars themselves burn. The Emperor wanted unity. The scattering created difference. The Emperor wanted obedience. The scattering created kings. The Emperor wanted secular truth. The scattering sent one son to a world of gods. The Emperor wanted psychic control. The scattering sent one son to a world of sorcerers. The Emperor wanted loyal generals. The scattering gave some of them reasons to mistrust all masters. The Emperor wanted the future in 20 perfect hands. Chaos made sure those hands would one day close around each other's throats. So as the Great Crusade prepared to erupt across the galaxy, the Imperium stood at the edge of its most glorious age with doom already written into its blood. The fleets were ready. The legions were expanding. Mars armed the war machine. Terra commanded. Luna supplied the gene craft. The Emperor's banners were rising over human worlds that had not seen unity since before Old Night. Somewhere in the darkness, the lost sons waited to be found, each one believing himself shaped by his own world, his own wars, his own people, his own pain. When the Emperor came for them, he would offer them the stars. Some would accept with joy, some with suspicion, some with reverence, some with resentment. Some would become the brightest champions humanity had ever known. Some would become the architects of its damnation. And that is the terrible beauty of Chapter 4 in the history of the Imperium of Man. Before Horus fell, before Terra burned, before the Golden Throne became a prison of divine agony, before Guilliman returned to find a rotting empire drowning in prayer and war, the fate of mankind had already been changed by one stolen moment beneath the Imperial Palace, when 20 unborn sons were torn from their father's design, and the Great Crusade would find them, but it would never truly recover what had been lost. The Great Crusade did not begin as a war of conquest in the way lesser tyrants understood conquest. It began as a promise. For thousands of years, humanity had been broken into fragments. Worlds that had once shared one civilization had become strangers to each other. Some had fallen into barbarism. Some had survived behind shields of machine logic and gene-crafted nobility. Some had bowed to Xenos overlords. Some had forgotten Terra entirely, believing Earth to be a myth, a dead star, or a curse spoken by old priests around fires. Across the galaxy, men and women still lived beneath human suns, still spoke languages descended from mankind's forgotten golden age, still carried in their blood the memory of a species that had once ruled the stars. But they were scattered, afraid, isolated, and alone. Then came the Emperor. The Imperium that marched outward from Terra was young, but it did not think of itself as young. It thought of itself as the return of truth. It carried the eagle, the lightning bolt, the red cog of Mars, the banners of the legions, and the cold, hard doctrine of the imperial truth. Religion was false. Superstition was weakness. Xenos rule was intolerable. Human division was treason against the species. The galaxy had nearly killed mankind once, and the Emperor had decided that it would not be given another chance. So the fleets departed. From the shipyards of Terra, Luna, Mars, and the newly conquered reaches of Sol, the warships of the Great Crusade moved into the darkness like burning cities. Their hulls were kilometers long. Their engines shone like captive suns. Inside them marched the Legions Astartes, the Emperor's new angels of war, created from gene-forged templates, whose true purpose even most Imperial commanders did not fully understand. Beside them traveled the Imperial army in its countless millions. Soldiers, tank crews, artillerymen, voidsmen, engineers, Decay officers, logisticians, and administrators. With them came the Mechanicum, carrying the rights of Mars into every conquered forge and every recovered machine vault. With them came iterators, remembrancers, savants, cartographers, diplomats, and compliance officers. The Great Crusade was not merely an army. It was a civilization packed into fleets and hurled between the stars. At first, many worlds welcomed them. There were planets that had endured centuries of isolation and saw the Imperial fleets as deliverance. Worlds where human rulers wept when they learned Terra still lived. Worlds where starving populations saw the eagle descend and believed the long night had finally ended. On such worlds, compliance came with speeches, treaties, parades, and the raising of imperial banners over old capitals. The Emperor's envoys spoke of unity, science, reason, and a human destiny too vast for any one planet to claim alone. The Imperium brought ships, medicine, trade, military protection, and connection to a galactic order. For people who had lived their lives fearing the next Xenos raid, the next warp storm, the next collapse of crops or machines, the promise was intoxicating. But there were other worlds. Worlds that did not wish to kneel. Worlds ruled by kings who had survived old night through cruelty and did not intend to surrender their crowns to a distant lord on Terra. Worlds where technology had advanced along strange paths, and where local empires considered themselves equal to anything Terra could offer. Worlds where human populations had made treaties with aliens, worshipped old gods, mutated beyond imperial tolerance, or built societies that contradicted the Emperor's vision of mankind. To those worlds, the Great Crusade offered one choice dressed in many diplomatic forms: compliance or destruction. This was the truth beneath the golden banners. The Great Crusade was liberation and conquest. It was reunification and cultural annihilation. It rescued human worlds from monsters, and it also crushed human worlds that simply refused to become imperial. It ended Xenos' domination, but it also exterminated species that might never have threatened Terra. It preached reason while enforcing obedience. It rejected gods while building a figure so vast, so radiant, and so terrifying that millions already struggled not to worship him. The Emperor knew this contradiction, but he did not slow. To him, time itself was the enemy. Every year that humanity remained divided, chaos waited. Every isolated world was a vulnerability. Every superstition, every alien alliance, every petty empire, every warp cult, every uncontrolled psychopopulation, every independent military power, every forgotten arsenal from the dark age of technology, all of it was a crack through which extinction could enter. The Emperor did not see the Great Crusade as ambition. He saw it as triage on a galactic scale. Mankind was bleeding out, and he had chosen to cauterize the wound with fire. The legions became the blade of that decision. Some fought with honor. Some fought with terror. Some built worlds after conquering them. Some left only ashes and administrative seals. Yet in those early decades, before the return of the lost sons, they were still incomplete things. The Space Marines were mighty beyond ordinary men, but their full identities had not yet awakened. Each legion carried within it the imprint of a missing father, a ghost in its gene seed, a shape waiting to be filled. The First Legion was already proud and secretive. The Warhounds were brutal. The Imperial Fists were unbreakable. The Ultramarines were disciplined and methodical. The Thousand Sons were brilliant and strange. The Word-Bearers had a hunger for meaning that the Imperial truth could never satisfy. All of them fought for the Emperor, yet none of them fully knew themselves. The Crusade expanded anyway. It moved from system to system, lighting navigation beacons, mapping stable warp routes, establishing compliance, founding garrisons, reopening trade lanes, and driving back the horrors that had flourished during Old Night. Human worlds disappeared into the Imperium's growing bureaucracy. Their kings became governors. Their armies became auxilia. Their religions were dismantled or driven underground. Their children learned that they belonged not merely to a planet, but to mankind. And above mankind stood Terra. For a brief moment, the dream seemed possible. Humanity, once shattered, was becoming whole again. Yet beneath that dream, something ancient watched from the warp. Something patient. Something amused. The Emperor's armies believed they were conquering the galaxy. But the galaxy was not empty. It remembered every wound. It remembered every bargain made in desperation during Old Night. It remembered the gods the Emperor denied. And as the Great Crusade burned outward, the powers waiting beyond reality began to see the shape of the weapon he had made. They saw the legions. They saw the sons not yet found. And they began to smile. The first of the lost sons to return was Horus Lupercal. His discovery changed everything. Until Horus, the Emperor's generals had commanded armies. After Horus, the Great Crusade gained a prince. He was found upon Sithonia, a world of deep mines, gang empires, and brutal survival, lying almost within the shadow of Terra itself. Of all the scattered sons, his path back to the Emperor was the shortest, and perhaps because of that, his bond with his father became the deepest. Horus did not merely meet the Emperor as a recovered asset or a military commander. He was raised into the Crusade as the first beloved son returned from the dark. The Emperor saw in him brilliance, charisma, courage, and something far more useful than strength. Horus could make men love him. That gift mattered more than most weapons. The Great Crusade was too vast to be ruled by fear alone. Compliance could be enforced by bombardment, but an empire needed belief. Horus understood warriors, kings, diplomats, and common soldiers. He could speak to a planetary governor and make surrender feel like wisdom. He could stand among Space Marines and make obedience feel like brotherhood. He could laugh with mortals without seeming lesser, and command demigods without seeming arrogant. Around him, men felt chosen. Around him, commanders felt seen. Around him, the Crusade felt not like machinery, but destiny. The Luna Wolves became his legion, and under him they transformed into one of the sharpest blades in the Imperium. They struck fast, decapitated command structures, broke resistance through precision and ferocity, and then allowed Horus to do what Horus did best, turn conquest into loyalty. His campaigns were not always gentle. No legion was gentle. But Horus had a way of making even conquest appear inevitable rather than cruel. He understood spectacle. He understood mercy used at the correct moment. He understood that a defeated enemy could become a proud servant if allowed to keep enough dignity to kneel without feeling destroyed. For decades he fought beside the Emperor. That was the wound hidden inside the glory. Horus had what many of his brothers would never have: time. Time with the Emperor. Time to learn his father's voice, his silences, his methods, his vast impatience, and his rare warmth. Horus stood beside him in war councils. Horus watched him judge worlds. Horus heard fragments of intentions denied to others. He became the model against which later sons would be measured, whether openly or not. When the other Primarchs were found, they would not be arriving into an empty family. They would be entering a hierarchy already shaped around the first returned son. And Horus knew it. Not with bitterness at first. At first, he wore the honor well. He welcomed his brothers when they came. He smiled, embraced them, learned them, measured them, loved some, tolerated others, and quietly understood nearly all. In him was the ideal of the Great Crusade made flesh. Noble, ruthless, charming, and victorious. He was the son who could stand closest to the Emperor's light without being consumed by it. But light casts shadows. Even in the early days, the tragedy of Horus was already forming, though no one could yet name it. To be loved first by the Emperor was to be lifted higher than any brother. To be lifted higher was to have further to fall. Every victory taught Horus that the galaxy could bend around his will. Every compliance reinforced the belief that he could carry the burden of history. Every cheer from mortal soldiers, every oath from conquered rulers, every admiring glance from his brothers, every quiet word from his father became another stone in the foundation of something vast within him. Pride did not enter Horus as a monster. It entered as responsibility. He believed he could do what needed to be done. He believed he understood the Emperor's dream. He believed that if he had to make terrible choices, he could make them better than others. And for a long time, he was probably right. The early Great Crusade under Horus and the Emperor became legend. Human worlds were reclaimed in numbers that made Imperial scribes struggle to keep pace. Fleets vanished into the warp and returned with banners of compliance. Xenos enclaves were burned from star systems. Human tyrants were broken, their palaces converted into administrative halls. Mechanicum forges were reawakened. Imperial army regiments swelled with recruits from newly compliant worlds. The Crusade became self-feeding. Every conquest gave its soldiers, ships, food, minerals, data, and momentum. And Horus stood at its heart. To ordinary humans, he was almost impossible to comprehend. He was not merely tall or strong. He seemed sculpted from command itself. His face could soften with warmth and harden into judgment in the same breath. He could speak like a brother, then turn and order the destruction of a city without hesitation. He was beautiful in the way a weapon can be beautiful, perfectly balanced, polished by use, and designed for an ending. The Emperor trusted him. That trust would one day doom the Imperium. But in Chapter 5 of Mankind's Rise, before betrayal had a name, Horus was still the brightest of the returned sons. His banner did not yet carry the stink of treason. His name did not yet taste like ash. His warriors did not yet call themselves sons of Horus. He was Horus of the Luna Wolves, first found, first favored, first among brothers. And as the Great Crusade widened, the Emperor continued searching. One son had returned. 18 more shadows waited among the stars. The next returns proved that the Emperor's sons had not merely survived. They had become legends in their own right. On Fenris, the Emperor found Lim Russ. Fenris was a world that should not have produced civilization at all. It was ice, fire, sea, storm, monster, and hunger. Its people survived by strength, saga, and stubborn defiance. They lived beneath skies that could kill, on lands that shifted and broke, in halls where honor mattered because life was too short for cowardice to be forgiven. Into that world had fallen one of the Emperor's sons, and Fenris had not tamed him. It had recognized him. Russ became king not by calculation but by nature. He was the warrior chieftain made myth, savage in battle, cunning beneath the mask of savagery, loyal to the bone, and dangerous in ways that more polished brothers would forever underestimate. When the Emperor came to Fenris, he did not simply retrieve a general. He entered a saga. The meeting between father and son carried the air of trial, laughter, challenge, and fate. Russ was no courtly prince. He did not bow easily. He had to be won in a language Fenris understood. Once won, however, his loyalty became one of the most terrible forces in the Imperium. The Veil Legion, reunited with Russ, became the Space Wolves. They were not clean instruments of compliance. They were executioners with songs in their throats. They brought the cold fury of Fenris into the stars, carrying with them the sense that war was not merely an equation, but an oath. Where other legions conquered as soldiers, the wolves hunted. They closed around enemies with instinctive ferocity, tore through command and morale, and left survivors with stories that sounded more like nightmares than battlefield reports. Yet Russ was not only a beast. That was the mistake many made. He encouraged it. The wildness, the drinking, the boasting, the wolf pelts, the laughter, the apparent disdain for subtlety, all of it formed a mask. Behind it was a mind that understood loyalty as a weapon. Russ knew his role. He was the Emperor's hound, and he accepted the chain because he believed in the hand that held it. That belief would make him both noble and tragic. For a son who defines himself by obedience can be used for purposes he does not fully understand. After Russ came Ferrus Manus. Ferrus was discovered on Medusa, a world of iron clans, shifting landscapes, and brutal technological survival. His hands, coated in living metal, became the symbol by which history remembered him. He was strength without ornament, a Primarch of relentless will, disdainful of weakness, impatient with softness, and utterly convinced that flesh existed to be improved by discipline, pain, and iron. Under him, the Iron Hands became a legion of unforgiving endurance. They valued machinery, logic, and the stripping away of frailty. To Ferrus, sentiment was a flaw. To many of his sons, the body itself became suspect. In the early Crusade, that made them terrifyingly effective. The Iron Hands did not need inspiration. They needed objectives. They advanced through fire with machine-like certainty, broke enemies through material superiority and ruthless pressure, and rebuilt war zones into functional assets for the Imperium. Their victories lacked the elegance of Horus or the mythic fury of Russ, but they possessed something just as valuable: inevitability. Ferrus embodied the belief that weakness could be hammered out of existence. Then came Fulgrim. Fulgrim of Chemos was almost Ferrus's opposite, and that opposition formed one of the great friendships of the Crusade. Chemos had been a dying industrial world, starved and decaying, until Fulgrim rose within it and transformed scarcity into splendor. He was beauty, ambition, perfection, and command, wrapped in a form so radiant that even other demigods could not easily ignore him. Reunited with the Three Legion, he renamed them the Emperor's Children, a title granted by the Emperor himself, and they wore it like a sacred burden. Fulgrim believed perfection was not vanity, but duty. His legion pursued excellence in war, art, discipline, speech, appearance, and culture. They wanted every campaign to become an example, every blade stroke to become a lesson, every compliance to reflect the glory of the Imperium at its most refined. At their best, they were magnificent. They showed conquered worlds not only the Imperium's power, but its promise of civilization, elegance, and human achievement. At their worst, the hunger for perfection became a door. No one saw it clearly then. The Great Crusade did not reward caution. It rewarded victory. Russ won victories through feral loyalty. Ferrus won them through iron discipline. Fulgrim won them through brilliance and splendor. Each recovered son gave the Imperium not only another general, but another identity. The Crusade became more complex with every reunion. It was no longer merely the Emperor's war. It was becoming a family campaign, a brotherhood stretched across the stars, with all the love, rivalry, admiration, resentment, and hidden fracture that word implied. The Emperor continued moving. One son after another emerged from legend. Each seemed to strengthen the Imperium. Each also made its future more dangerous. Because a legion without its father was a weapon, a legion with its father became a culture. And cultures do not merely obey. They remember. They compare. They desire. They wound. They dream. There were sons who revealed what the Imperium could have been. Vulcan was one of them. On Nocturne, beneath volcanic skies and burning mountains, the Emperor found a son unlike the others. Vulcan had been raised among people who knew disaster as a season. Nocturne's settlements lived under constant threat from fire, quake, predation, and darkness. Life there was fragile, but it was communal. Survival depended not only on strength, but on care. A warrior who could not protect the weak was not strong. A craftsman who could make weapons but not shelter was incomplete. Into that world, Vulcan had grown not as a distant ruler, but as a guardian. He was enormous, even among his brothers, but his greatness was not merely physical. He possessed a compassion that set him apart in an empire often too impatient for mercy. He understood ordinary humans not as resources, statistics, or subjects, but as people. When reunited with the 18th Legion, the Salamanders became the reflection of that soul. They were artisans and protectors, masters of flame and forge, slow to abandon civilian lives, even when strategy demanded cold efficiency. In a crusade that often measured victory by speed and compliance, the Salamanders reminded mankind that strength without protection could become indistinguishable from tyranny. But compassion did not make Vulcan weak. His wrath, when awakened, was volcanic. He could endure horrors that would break others, and his legion fought with a stubborn, punishing resilience that made them beloved by Imperial army forces who survived beside them. Where the Night Lords would later leave populations trembling, the Salamanders left survivors who remembered giants standing between them and death. In another Imperium, Vulcan might have been one of its greatest moral anchors. In this Imperium, his humanity became both a virtue and a vulnerability. Then came Rogal Dorn. Dorn was found not on a primitive world, but as master of an interstellar domain, the Inuit Cluster, and commander of the vast star fortress Phalanx. He arrived into the Emperor's service already shaped by duty, discipline, and rule. If Vulcan was the protector by compassion, Dorn was the protector by obligation. He did not need warmth to be loyal. He did not need praise. He did not need mystery. He needed a task, a wall, an oath, and the knowledge that he would hold until death or victory made further holding unnecessary. The Imperial fists became the architecture of defiance. Under Dorn, they mastered siegecraft, void war, fortification, and the art of making a position impossible to take. They were not flamboyant. They were not sentimental. Their pride was real, but it hid beneath discipline so severe it could look like stone. Dorn understood the value of structure in a galaxy that had collapsed because structure failed. He built not only walls of metal and rock, but walls of procedure, loyalty, and command. Where some brothers inspired love, Dorn inspired confidence. If he stood between Terra and an enemy, men believed Terra would endure. The Emperor valued that. He valued all his sons, but not equally, and not in the same way. Horus had charisma. Russ had obedience sharpened into violence. Ferris had unbreakable force. Fulgrim had perfection. Vulcan had humanity. Dorn had reliability. As the Great Crusade grew, these qualities became strategic assets. The Emperor used his sons according to their natures, and in doing so, he deepened those natures. Each Primarch became more himself with every campaign, more admired by sons who shared his gene seed, more distinct from brothers who did not. This was the hidden danger of the Rediscovery. The Emperor had created 20 sons for one purpose, but the galaxy had raised them into 20 different answers to the same question. What should mankind become? To Horus, mankind should become united beneath enlightened command. To Russ, it should become loyal, fierce, and worthy of saga. To Ferris, it should become stronger by cutting away weakness. To Fulgrim, it should become perfect. To Vulcan, it should become protected. To Dorn, it should become ordered and defended. None of these visions had yet turned openly against the Emperor's dream. But they were not identical dreams. They were seeds. And seeds grow. The Great Crusade continued because it had to continue. The Imperium's expansion was too successful to question itself. Administrative records struggled to classify new worlds quickly enough. The Mechanicum recovered ancient vaults and argued over the meaning of forgotten machines. Imperial iterators stood in plazas that had once held alien idols and declared the end of ignorance. Newly compliant worlds sent tithes to fleets already moving toward the next war. Every triumph became proof that the Emperor had been right. Every victory made dissent seem irrational. But conquest creates silence around itself. The Emperor rarely explained more than he believed necessary. He gave commands, visions, fragments. He did not gather his sons and tell them the whole truth of the war. He did not explain the full nature of chaos. He did not tell them what hunted mankind from beyond reality, or why religion was not merely wrong but dangerous. To him, knowledge could corrupt. To some of his sons, secrecy felt like distrust. To others, the absence of explanation left empty spaces into which pride, suspicion, and longing could grow. Yet for now, the banners advanced. Vulcan's fires lit the dark. Dorn's walls rose behind the Crusade. And somewhere ahead, other sons waited. Scholars, kings, monsters, saints, and broken children wearing the faces of gods. Roboute Guilliman was not found as a warlord clawing his way out of barbarism. He was found as a ruler. Macragge had not merely survived Old Night. It had endured with structure, law, civic identity, military discipline, and a vision of civilization that stretched beyond mere survival. Guilliman had risen within Ultramar not as a destroyer, but as a builder. He organized. He legislated. He reformed. He made systems work. Where many of his brothers conquered worlds, and then left administrators to interpret the ashes, Guilliman understood that conquest without governance was waste. A planet could be taken in a week and ruined for centuries. A compliant world that prospered became a fortress, a shipyard, a recruitment base, a tax engine, and a symbol. The Emperor saw the value immediately. With Guilliman, the 30th Legion became the Ultramarines in truth, and under his command they swelled into one of the largest and most effective legions of the Great Crusade. Not because they were the most savage, nor because they possessed the most mysterious arts, nor because they relied on fear. They were effective because they were systematic. Guilliman turned war into doctrine, doctrine into training, training into repeatable excellence, and victory into stable rule. The Ultramarines made compliance last. Their campaigns had a rhythm that Imperial officials adored. Reconnaissance, diplomacy, targeted force, planetary pacification, infrastructure assessment, legal integration, military reorganization, tithe calculation, educational reform, and cultural assimilation. It lacked the mythic thunder of Russ and the radiant drama of Fulgrim, but it worked. Worlds conquered by the Ultramarines were less likely to rebel, less likely to collapse, and more likely to contribute to the Crusade quickly. Guilliman did not simply win battles. He expanded the Imperium's capacity to keep winning. That made him indispensable. It also made him different. Guilliman's loyalty was not blind. It was constitutional, civic, almost philosophical. He believed in the Imperium because he believed mankind required order at scale. He could admire the Emperor and still think in terms of systems larger than any one man. To some brothers, that made him cold. To others, arrogant. To Guilliman, it was responsibility. He did not want to be worshipped. He wanted the roads repaired, the ports functioning, the laws obeyed, the soldiers supplied, the taxes counted, the children educated, and the next generation less fragile than the last. In the age of the Great Crusade, that was revolutionary. Because much of the Imperium was still moving like an army pretending to be a state. The Emperor had the vision. The Mechanicum had the industry. The legions had the force. But Guilliman understood the connective tissue of empire. Ultramar became a model of what compliant human space could look like when not merely conquered, but cultivated. Later ages would remember him for the Codex Astartes, for the breaking of the legions, for his return in the era of the Great Rift. But the roots of that future were here. In Chapter 5 of the Imperium's Rise, Guilliman represented the possibility that mankind could be more than a crusading host. It could become a civilization again. Then came Magnus. Magnus the Red was found on Prospero, a world of towers, scholars, hidden knowledge, and psychic mastery. If Guilliman represented order in the material realm, Magnus represented the terrifying brilliance of the mind unleashed. He was vast, crimson, one-eyed, radiant with intellect and power. He did not merely use psychic ability, he embodied it. Around him, the Achieve Legion became the Thousand Sons, warrior scholars whose command of the Immaterium gave them abilities that awed allies and unsettled brothers. Magnus loved knowledge. That love was sincere, profound, and dangerous. He believed ignorance was the true enemy. He believed that the warp, like any other force, could be studied, mapped, understood, and mastered. He saw no virtue in fear. The Emperor, who knew far more of the warp's hunger than he admitted, saw both promise and peril in Magnus. Their relationship carried the intimacy of shared intellect, but also the shadow of withheld truth. The Emperor needed Magnus, perhaps more than most of his sons. Yet he did not tell him everything. He could not, or would not. The Thousand Sons became invaluable during the Crusade. They shattered enemies through foresight, sorcery disguised as sanctioned psychic discipline, and battlefield coordination that seemed miraculous to ordinary observers. They recovered knowledge from ruins others would have burned. They spoke with scholars on compliant worlds and found bridges where blunt force might have created resistance. They were proof that the human mind, properly cultivated, could become a weapon as decisive as any fleet. They were also proof that the Emperor's policy of denial had limits. The imperial truth insisted there were no gods, no spirits, no daemons, only phenomena not yet understood. That doctrine held easily on worlds of superstition and ignorance. It held less easily around Magnus, whose very existence suggested reality was stranger than imperial lecturers admitted. The Thousand Sons could reach into unseen dimensions, read currents of fate, and unleash powers that looked to frighten mortals exactly like magic. The Imperium could rename such things, regulate them, and bury them beneath rational language, but names did not change the nature of the danger. Guilliman built stable worlds. Magnus opened forbidden doors. Both served the Emperor. Both strengthened the Crusade. Both revealed its contradictions. For what was the Imperium meant to become? A rational empire of law? A psychic species mastering the warp? A military machine? A restored golden age? A fortress against darkness? Every rediscovered sun gave a different answer, and the Emperor, pressed by time, accepted them all so long as they moved in the same direction. The tragedy was that direction is not unity. For now, Guilliman's ledgers filled with victories, and Magnus's towers filled with knowledge. Ultramar expanded. Prospero shone. Compliance fleets pushed deeper into the galaxy. Worlds rejoiced, burned, surrendered, or disappeared beneath imperial administration. The Great Crusade seemed unstoppable. But the same age that found Guilliman and Magnus would soon find sons who carried wounds the Imperium could not heal. Sanguinius was a miracle the Imperium never deserved. He was found on Baal, a world poisoned by ancient wars, radiation, mutation, tribal suffering, and desperate survival. Its moons bred hardship into every generation. Its people were scarred by thirst, hunger, deformity, and violence. Into that wasteland had fallen a child with wings. To the people of Baal, Sanguinius became more than a ruler. He became hope, made visible. He was beautiful beyond reason, noble without effort, and compassionate without weakness. His wings should have marked him as a mutant, something the Imperium might elsewhere have purged without hesitation. Instead, they became a symbol of divine grace in an empire that denied divinity. That contradiction followed him forever. The Imperial truth could explain his wings through gene craft, mutation, or design, but no explanation could stop mortals from staring at him as though an angel had entered history. When the Emperor found him, the meeting carried a sorrow unlike most reunions. Sanguinius saw the future more clearly than many. Not in full, not always, but enough to understand that glory and doom often wore the same face. He joined the Emperor willingly, and the Iron Legion, once feared for its blood, hunger, and savagery, became the Blood Angels. Under him, their violence was transformed by nobility. It did not vanish. It was disciplined, ritualized, covered in art, beauty, ceremony, and restraint. Sanguinius did not erase the darkness in his sons. He taught them to master it. That made him beloved. Among the Primarchs, Sanguinius occupied a rare place. Warriors admired him. Mortals adored him. Even brothers who resented nearly everyone found it difficult to hate him. He was humble where Fulgrim could seem vain, warm where Dorn seemed stone, noble where Russ seemed wild, radiant where Horus was charismatic. If Horus was the son men followed because he made them feel chosen, Sanguinius was the son they followed because he made them feel that mankind might still be worthy of salvation. The Great Crusade needed that. It needed beauty to cover its brutality. It needed heroes who could stand before conquered populations and make imperial rule feel like deliverance rather than occupation. The Blood Angels became a legion of terrible splendor, descending from the heavens with jump packs roaring, red armor gleaming, blades raised like icons. They fought with speed, grace, and controlled ferocity. They could turn a battlefield into a myth before the smoke cleared. For Imperial remembrancers, Sanguinius was irresistible. For soldiers, he was courage. For ordinary citizens, he was proof that the Imperium's cruelty might have a purpose beyond power. But his existence also exposed the Imperium's hypocrisy. A lesser mutant would burn. Sanguinius was worshipped. The difference was usefulness, beauty, and the Emperor's approval. The Imperium often claimed principles, but practiced hierarchy. It hated mutation unless mutation wore golden armor and won wars. It denied gods while creating saints. It rejected superstition while staging compliances like sacred pageants. Sanguinius did not cause these contradictions. He revealed them by being too luminous to fit inside the official language of the age. Then came Lionel Johnson. The Lion was found on Caliban, a forested death world of knightly orders, monster-haunted woods, fortress keeps, and old secrets buried beneath green canopies. He had survived alone in the wild before being raised among warriors who hunted the great beasts of their world. Where Sanguinius inspired immediate love, the Lion inspired awe sharpened by distance. He was majestic, brilliant, controlled, and unknowable. He did not give himself easily. His mind moved like a blade in darkness. The Eye Legion, reunited with him, became the Dark Angels in their mature form, though they already carried ancient honors from the earliest days of the Crusade. Under the Lion, they became one of the most formidable forces in the galaxy. He was a master strategist, capable of prosecuting complex wars with cold elegance. His legion possessed hidden arsenals, old Terran traditions, specialized wings of war, and a culture of secrecy that only deepened under their father. The Lion was loyal, but loyalty in him was not warmth. It was principle, possession, and identity. He served the Emperor because the Emperor was rightful master of mankind's future. He served the Imperium because it was the weapon by which order would be imposed. Yet he did not confide easily, did not flatter, did not seek brotherhood in the manner Horus offered it. This made him powerful and isolated. Even among demigods, the lion stood apart. Sanguinius and the lion showed two faces of imperial greatness. One was beloved light. The other was hidden strength. Both conquered. Both elevated their legions. Both expanded the Emperor's reach. Yet both also carried future tragedies within them. Sanguinius would one day fly toward a death he had long feared. The lion would one day return to Caliban and find betrayal rooted in the home he had left behind. But those endings were still far away. In the Great Crusade, they were triumphs. The angel and the knight marched beneath the same eagle. Humanity saw them and believed the Emperor's sons were invincible. Perhaps that belief was the most dangerous illusion of all. Not every son returned whole. Perturabo was found on Olympia, a world of mountain fortresses, city-states, political suspicion, and hard mathematical beauty. From youth, he saw structures in everything. Walls, machines, stress points, weaknesses, inevitabilities. His mind was a siege engine. He could look at a fortress and understand how it would die. He could look at a campaign and reduce glory to logistics, angles, artillery, attrition, and time. He was a genius of war, but not the sort of genius that attracted love. Under him, the Iron Warriors became masters of siegecraft, grinding warfare, and industrial destruction. They took the wars no one else wanted. Fortresses that resisted diplomacy, honored duels, orbital threats, and heroic assaults eventually faced Perturabo. He did not need admiration from an enemy. He needed breach points. He did not need songs. He needed ammunition. He did not need beauty. He needed the wall to fall. And the wall always fell. At first, that made him invaluable. The Great Crusade encountered countless human and alien powers entrenched behind shields, mountains, orbital platforms, void stations, and fortress cities. Some could not be charmed by Horus, inspired by Sanguinius, or swiftly broken by the wolves. They had to be reduced. Perturabo reduced them. He hurled his sons into meat-grinder wars, where casualty lists became statistics, and statistics became proof of commitment. The Iron Warriors bled for the Imperium in campaigns others celebrated only after the ugly work was done. Resentment grew in that soil. Perturabo believed he was used and overlooked. He saw Dorn praised for fortification while his own mastery was treated as a tool for thankless destruction. He saw Fulgrim admired for beauty, Horus loved for charisma, Guilliman respected for governance, and Sanguinius adored for simply existing. Perturabo received hard assignments and colder gratitude. Whether this perception was fully fair mattered less than the fact that he believed it. Among the Emperor's sons, belief was destiny. The Emperor did not heal that wound. Perhaps he did not see its depth. Perhaps he saw and judged it irrelevant. The Crusade demanded results, and Perturabo produced them. In an empire built on urgency, emotional neglect could masquerade as efficiency. So the Iron Warriors continued to break impossible defenses, and their father continued to feel that each victory buried him deeper beneath the admiration given to others. Then came Mortarion. Mortarion was found on Barbarous, a world of poisonous mists, corpse lords, enslaved humans, and mountain citadels ruled by monstrous overlords. He had grown among the oppressed, breathing toxins, learning endurance, and waging a bitter war against masters who lived above the fog. His hatred of tyranny was real. His hatred of weakness was just as real. He trusted suffering because suffering had raised him. He trusted endurance because endurance had kept him alive. He distrusted sorcery, privilege, and anything that smelled of hidden power. The Emperor's arrival on Barbarous should have been deliverance. Instead, it became humiliation. Mortarion had nearly completed his war against the overlords when the Emperor intervened. The final victory, the death of the greatest tyrant, was taken from him at the moment his strength failed. To the Emperor, perhaps it was rescue. To Mortarion, it was theft. He joined his father, but a bitter seed remained. The sense that the Emperor was merely another untouchable ruler descending from above, claiming authority over those who had earned their scars below. The Cordi Legion became the Death Guard. They were endurance made flesh. They advanced through toxins, radiation, filth, shellfire, plague, and despair. Where other legions sought speed, elegance, shock, or strategic brilliance, the Death Guard simply continued. They wore enemies down by refusing to die. Mortarion taught them that pain was expected, that comfort was contemptible, that victory belonged to those who could endure longer than any sane being should. In the brutal arithmetic of the Crusade, they were priceless. But Mortarion's loyalty was never clean. He served the Emperor while hating the kind of power the Emperor represented. He opposed psychic practices while fighting beside Magnus. He despised tyranny while helping impose imperial compliance. He valued common endurance but commanded transhuman warriors beyond mortal reach. Like many of his brothers, he was a contradiction forced into armor. Perturabo and Mortarion represented the darker machinery of the Great Crusade. They were necessary. That was the tragedy. The Imperium could not have expanded as it did without siege masters, attrition specialists, destroyers and sons, willing to fight in the worst places under the worst conditions. But necessity does not create affection. It often consumes it. The Crusade took their strengths and fed their wounds. It praised victory, not healing. It counted worlds, not resentments. The galaxy saw the Imperium advancing. It did not see the bitterness accumulating in the hearts of the men who made that advance possible. Lorgar Aurelian was the son the imperial truth could never satisfy. He was found on Colchis, a world of prophecy, priesthood, deserts, temples, and holy war. Unlike many of his brothers, Lorgar did not simply become a king. He became a prophet. He overthrew the old powers of his world through faith, vision, and devotion. And when the Emperor arrived, Lorgar did what the imperial truth most feared. He worshipped him, not as a great ruler, not as a genius, not as the architect of mankind's future, as a god. The Emperor rejected gods. He had built the imperial truth specifically to starve superstition, weaken chaos, and drag mankind into a rational future. Yet here was one of his own sons, kneeling before him in religious adoration, seeing in him not policy but divinity. The A7 Legion, reunited with Lorgar, became the word-bearers, and they carried that devotion into the stars. Where Guilliman brought systems and Horus brought charisma, Lorgar brought belief. At first, this made his compliances powerful in a different way. Worlds did not merely surrender to the word-bearers. Many converted. They raised monuments, wrote hymns, built temples, and embraced the Emperor as sacred. Lorgar understood the human need for meaning better than any of his brothers. He knew that reason alone did not comfort the grieving, inspire the frightened, or bind generations together. He knew people wanted to belong not merely to an administration, but to a story. And he offered them the greatest story imaginable. Mankind guided by a living God toward galactic destiny. It was effective. It was also exactly what the Emperor did not want. The contradiction sharpened over time. The word-bearers were slower than other legions because Lorgar did not consider compliance complete until a world believed. He lingered. He preached. He built. He wrote. He turned conquest into liturgy. To the Emperor, this was delay and disobedience. To Lorgar, it was love. The coming humiliation at Monarchia would one day break something inside him, but even before that catastrophe, the fracture was visible. Lorgar needed the Emperor to be divine. The Emperor needed Lorgar to stop needing it. This was not a small disagreement. It was a fault line through the entire Imperium. Because Lorgar was right about one thing: humans do not live by reason alone. The Emperor could command armies, regulate psychers, ban cults, and have iterators lecture conquered populations on rational unity, but he could not erase the human hunger for transcendence. The more magnificent the Imperium became, the more it resembled the very thing it denied. Golden eagles, processions, oaths, gene-forged angels, a radiant immortal ruler, sacred Terra, Martian rites, heroic martyrs, forbidden words, official truths. If it was not religion, it wore religion's bones. Lorgar saw that. The Emperor refused it, and chaos waited in the gap. Then came Jagatai Khan. The Khan was found on Chogoris, a world of endless plains, horse tribes, imperial cities, and swift wars beneath open skies. He had conquered not by building walls, but by moving faster than his enemies could think. He was a ruler of motion, independence, laughter, poetry, and sudden violence. He did not fit easily into the Imperium's machinery. He accepted the Emperor, but never surrendered the deepest part of himself to imperial bureaucracy. The V-Legion became the White Scars, and under the Khan they turned speed into philosophy. They struck like storms across void and land, appearing where enemies believed themselves safe, vanishing before ponderous retaliation could form, encircling, raiding, severing, laughing at rigid plans. The Khan valued freedom in a way that made some imperial commanders uncomfortable. He did not crave Terra's approval. He did not seek Horus's affection. He did not compete for Fulgrim's beauty, Dorn's discipline, or Guilliman's systems. He rode his own path. That independence saved him later. But during the Great Crusade, it made him difficult to categorize. The Khan was loyal, but not tame. He believed in the broad necessity of mankind's unity, but he distrusted empires that mistook control for wisdom. He saw how easily conquest could become suffocation. He saw how slowly bureaucracies moved, how quickly warriors in marble halls forgot the wind. His legion became the outriders of the Crusade, ranging far, fighting fast, and remaining culturally distinct from the center that claimed them. Lorgar and the Khan could not have been more different. One wanted sacred certainty. The other wanted open horizons. Yet both revealed limits in the Emperor's design. The Imperium could enforce compliance, but could it contain meaning? Could it contain freedom? Could it bind sons whose souls had been shaped by worlds utterly unlike Terra? The Emperor acted as though unity could be imposed from above so long as the purpose was urgent enough. His sons proved that unity without understanding becomes pressure. Pressure creates cracks. The Great Crusade was still triumphant, but triumph had begun to conceal too much. Some sons were not recovered. They were claimed from nightmares. Conrad Kurtz was found on Nostromo, a world of darkness, crime, exploitation, and fear. Its cities were lightless abysses of corruption where the powerful preyed on the weak and law meant nothing unless terror enforced it. Kurtz grew alone in that darkness, haunted by visions, shaped by violence, and convinced that fear was the only language human beings truly obeyed. He became the Night Haunter, a creature of punishment who dragged Nostromo into order by making crime more terrifying than obedience. When the Emperor found him, he found a son already broken into a weapon. Kurtz did not believe in justice as hope. He believed in justice as terror. He understood guilt, punishment, and the performance of fear. Under him, the Eighth Legion became the Night Lords, and their compliances were among the most psychologically devastating of the Great Crusade. They did not simply defeat enemies. They made examples of them. Their methods could pacify worlds quickly, sometimes with fewer casualties than open war might have caused. But the moral cost was horrific. They turned obedience into trauma. The Imperium used them anyway. That fact matters. It is easy, in later ages, to treat the Night Lords as monsters who corrupted the Great Crusade from within. But during the Crusade, their terror served imperial policy. Worlds brought into compliance by fear still counted as compliant. Resistance prevented by horror still saved imperial resources. Kurtz's methods were condemned by some brothers, despised by others, and tolerated by the empire he served because they worked. The emperor did not create Nostromo's darkness, but he placed that darkness in imperial armor and sent it into the galaxy. Horus saw the hypocrisy. His visions tormented him with futures of betrayal, blood, and doom. Whether those visions were fate, possibility, or madness hardly mattered. He believed them. He saw himself as condemned before judgment was passed. He saw his brother's nobility as masks. He saw the Imperium's ideals as lies spoken by men willing to use monsters when convenient. In Curse, the Great Crusade met one of its most damning reflections. If terror achieved compliance, and compliance was the goal, then what exactly separated justice from atrocity? The Emperor had no answer that healed him. Then came Angron. Angron should have been one of the most compassionate of the Emperor's sons. Buried beneath the mutilation, rage, and tragedy was a being created with profound empathic capacity, a brother who might have understood pain more deeply than any other. But he was found on Nuceria, enslaved as a gladiator, implanted with the butcher's nails, forced into endless violence, and bonded not to kings or scholars, but to fellow slaves condemned to die beside him. When the Emperor arrived, Angron was not standing triumphant over a conquered world. He was preparing to die with his brothers and sisters in rebellion. The Emperor saved him by taking him. To Angron, that was not salvation. It was betrayal. His fellow gladiators were left to die. His chosen death was stolen. His last act of loyalty to the only family he had known was denied by the father who claimed ownership over him. The Emperor may have seen necessity. He may have believed Angron too valuable to lose. He may have judged the slave revolt irrelevant beside the fate of mankind. But Angron remembered only that a golden tyrant had taken him from his people and demanded obedience. The 12 Legion, once the Warhounds, became the World Eaters. The name was not subtle, and neither was their transformation. Under Angron, the Legion's discipline degraded into rage, brotherhood into shared mutilation, war into slaughter. The butcher's nails screamed inside him, turning pain into fury and fury into the only language he could reliably speak. His sons, desperate to be closer to their father, would eventually embrace similar torment. What should have been a bond became contagion. The Great Crusade still used them. Again, that fact matters. Angron was damaged beyond easy repair, but the Imperium did not stop using him. It pointed him at enemies and counted the victories. Like Curse, he exposed the ruthless pragmatism beneath the Emperor's dream. A broken son was still a Primarch. A mutilated general was still useful. A legion descending into brutality was acceptable so long as it advanced compliance. The Emperor's urgency allowed no room for the slow mercy Angron would have required. Curse and Angron were warnings. Not warnings from outside the Imperium, but from within its own bloodline. They showed that the Emperor's sons were not merely strategic assets awaiting retrieval. They were people shaped by trauma, culture, pain, and abandonment. Some had become kings. Some had become scholars. Some had become angels. Some had become executioners. Some had become wounds with names. The Great Crusade called them all brothers. But brotherhood cannot be declared into existence by decree. It must be tended. And the Emperor, master of mankind, had never been skilled at tending hearts. Corvus Corax was found in rebellion. On Lycius, the prison moon of Kievar, he had grown among slaves, miners, political prisoners, and the crushed underclass of an industrial regime. Corax learned oppression not from books, but from chains. He learned secrecy because open defiance was suicide. He learned patience because revolutions are not won by rage alone. He learned mercy for the oppressed and lethal hatred for tyrants who hid behind systems. When he finally rose, he did not merely fight. He liberated. The Emperor found in Corax a son whose loyalty to mankind was inseparable from hatred of slavery. The Eitunoidzin became the Raven Guard, and under him they transformed into masters of stealth, sudden assault, sabotage, and liberation warfare. They struck from shadows not because they lacked courage, but because Corax understood the value of choosing the moment of violence. His legion could dismantle enemy command structures before conventional battle began, appear within fortresses thought secure, and inspire uprisings among populations who believed themselves forgotten. But Corax also carried a moral tension. He fought for the Emperor, yet the Imperium was not always gentle to the liberated. Compliance could replace one hierarchy with another. Imperial tithe systems, military governors, and cultural assimilation did not always feel like freedom to those who had bled for self-rule. Corax knew this. He was loyal, but not blind. Like the Khan, he understood that the Imperium's promise and its practice did not always align. Like Vulcan, he cared for ordinary people. Like Curse, he understood fear from the shadows. But where Curse used terror to dominate, Corax used darkness to break domination. He was one of the Great Crusade's quieter hopes. Then came Alfarius Omegon. Or perhaps he had always been there. The Alpha Legion's history was wrapped in misdirection from the beginning. Alfarius and Omegon were twins, two bodies bound in one mystery, the last Primarch or Primarchs to be revealed, and perhaps the least understood of all the Emperor's sons. Every record concerning them seemed uncertain. Every certainty dissolved under scrutiny. They were secrecy elevated into identity. The Tertiaean became the Alpha Legion, and their way of war was unlike any other. They infiltrated, manipulated, impersonated, deceived, and destabilized. They could win a war before the enemy knew a war had begun. They cultivated cells, false identities, hidden command structures, and operations layered beneath operations. To Imperial commanders who preferred banners and battle lines, they were unsettling. To enemies, they were nightmares of uncertainty. To themselves, perhaps, they were the only ones subtle enough to understand the true shape of galactic war. Or so they may have believed. With Corax and Alfarius Omegon, the rediscovery of the Emperor's sons neared completion, and the Great Crusade entered its most legendary phase. The Imperium now possessed a pantheon it refused to call a pantheon. Horus, Rus, Pharos, Fulgrim, Vulcan, Dorn, Guilliman, Magnus, Sanguinius, the Lion, Perturabo, Mortarion, Lorgar, the Khan, Curze, Angron, Corax, and Alfarius Omegon. 19 names spoken across thousands of worlds with awe, fear, devotion, suspicion, or hatred. 2 others remained erased from public memory. That silence was itself a warning. The lost and the forgotten were proof that even in the golden age of the Great Crusade, there were truths too dangerous for the Imperium to preserve openly. Entire legions could vanish from record. Entire suns could become absence. The Imperium claimed rational transparency, but its foundations already contained sealed chambers. Later generations would inherit the silence without understanding it, sensing only that something had been removed from history with such force that even memory had scar tissue. At its height, the Great Crusade was the most powerful human undertaking since the dark age of technology. Its fleets crossed the galaxy. Its legions shattered Xenos empires, human tyrannies, machine cults, warp-tainted enclaves, and isolated civilizations that refused compliance. Its remembrancers filled archives with heroic images. Its iterators preached the imperial truth in newly conquered plazas. Its army regiments marched under alien skies. Its Mechanicum priests awakened dead machines and sealed forbidden vaults. Its Primarchs became legends while still living. To the people who saw only the surface, this was mankind reborn. The Emperor had done what no one else could do. He had taken the ashes of Terra, the industry of Mars, the genetic fire of the legions, and the scattered genius of his sons, and forged them into a crusade capable of remaking the stars. The old night seemed to be ending. The horrors that had preyed upon isolated humanity were being driven back. The dream of a unified species no longer sounded impossible. But the dream was already sick. The imperial truth denied the spiritual hunger that Lorgar embodied. It denied the warp's true nature while Magnus reached deeper into it. It relied on terror through Curse, mutilated fury through Angron, attrition through Perturabo, and secrecy through the Alpha Legion. It praised unity while allowing each legion to become a separate kingdom of blood and culture. It demanded loyalty from sons who had been raised by worlds the Emperor did not understand. It called the Primarchs brothers, while giving them unequal love, unequal burdens, and unequal truths. Horus stood above them all, beloved and trusted. That too was a danger. For as the Great Crusade reached its peak, its victories became too many for one father to oversee. The Emperor's attention began turning elsewhere, back toward Terra, and toward a project hidden beneath the palace itself. The galaxy believed the Crusade was the center of history. The Emperor knew it was only one part of a larger design. He had never intended to spend eternity leading armies from one compliance to the next. He needed mankind united quickly because he had a deeper war to fight, a war not merely against Xenos or rebels, but against dependence on the warp itself. His sons did not know enough. His armies knew even less. So the Great Crusade rolled onward, glorious and doomed, carrying within it every triumph and every fracture that would soon ignite. Brother fought beside brother. Legions bled together. Worlds fell. Banners rose. The Emperor's name spread from system to system, spoken as ruler, savior, tyrant, father, and god by people who could not agree what he truly was. The Imperium had reached its golden age. And like many golden ages, it shone brightest just before the fire. The victory at Ulanor was meant to be remembered as the greatest triumph of the Great Crusade, the moment when the dream of unity seemed not only possible, but inevitable. For more than 2 centuries, mankind had marched beneath the lightning bolt in the Aquila, crossing the stars behind armies that had no equal in recorded history. Old Night had been broken system by system, fortress by fortress, throne by throne. Worlds that had forgotten Terra were forced to remember it. Human kings who had called themselves emperors bent the knee or were cast down. Alien dominions that had hunted mankind in the darkness were burned from their moons and citadels. And at Ulanor, that immense work seemed to reach its crown. The Orc Empire gathered there had been one of the greatest threats the Imperium had ever faced. It was not a scattered barbarian horde, not some isolated migration of green-skinned raiders, but a monstrous empire of war, industry, and brutal instinct. Its warlords had built their dominion upon violence and momentum, and if left unchecked, they might have gathered enough force to challenge the future of human reconquest itself. Against them came the Emperor's greatest warriors, the Legions Astartes, the armies of the Imperial Army, the war engines of Mars, and the Primarchs whose names already sounded like legends spoken before their lives were even finished. Horus stood at the heart of that victory. First found, most beloved, most trusted, he had become the brightest star among the Emperor's sons. He was not merely a general. He was a conqueror with warmth, charisma, and terrifying intelligence. He could command armies, but more importantly, he could command hearts. His brothers might be stronger, colder, more disciplined, more scholarly, or more savage, but Horus possessed the rare gift of making giants feel seen. To warriors bred for glory and burdened by impossible expectations, that gift mattered more than any blade. At Ulanor, the Emperor did something that changed the Imperium forever. He named Horus Warmaster. It was not a small title. It was not an honor given for ceremony alone. It meant that Horus would command the Great Crusade in the Emperor's name. He would direct the fleets, the expeditionary forces, the legions, and the vast machinery of conquest that had carried mankind across the stars. He would stand above his brothers, not as their father, but as their chosen commander. And in that moment, beneath banners and cheers and the thunder of imperial celebration, the seeds of disaster were planted in soil made golden by victory. Some saw only justice. Horus had earned it. He had fought beside the Emperor longer than any of his rediscovered brothers. He had led with distinction. He had inspired human soldiers and space marines alike. If any son could hold the crusade together, surely it was him. Yet others felt the wound immediately, even if they did not speak of it. The Primarchs were not ordinary commanders. They were demigods engineered for conquest, each built with a will vast enough to bend civilizations. To raise one above the others was to ask every brother to accept that he was less. Rogal Dorn accepted duty. Guilliman understood hierarchy, even if his mind measured its consequences. Sanguinius, beloved by many, gave loyalty without envy. Russ laughed and drank and watched with his own wolfish thoughts. The Khan remained distant, his silence deeper than approval or resentment. But elsewhere, in hearts already scarred by neglect, humiliation, rivalry, and pain, the title struck like a blade. Perturabo saw another laurel denied. Angron saw another chain. Mortarion saw another golden tyrant elevated by a father he did not trust. Lorgar saw a brother raised by the same emperor who had shattered his faith. Kurz saw only the future screaming through the dark. The Imperium did not understand itself well enough to fear the moment. It celebrated. It roared. It lifted horrors into legend. Yet history would look back on Ulanor not simply as a triumph, but as the last sunrise of the Emperor's original dream. Because after Ulanor, the Emperor left the Great Crusade. To the Emperor, the decision was practical. The Crusade had grown beyond one battlefield, one fleet, one father standing at the front of every war. The galaxy was vast, and the Imperium was no longer a fragile kingdom struggling to survive on Terra. It had become a machine of expansion, and machines required systems, delegation, and purpose. Horus could lead the wars. The Primarchs could continue the work. The fleets could push outward. Compliance could proceed. Terra, meanwhile, required the Emperor's attention for a project more secret and more important than any single campaign. But to the sons he left behind, the meaning was not so clean. The Emperor had never been only a ruler to them. He was their creator, their father, their judge, their mystery, and their son. Many had been raised without him, cast across the galaxy by forces beyond their control, and shaped by brutal worlds before he found them. Some had longed for him before they knew his name. Some resented him the moment he arrived. Some embraced him as destiny. Others obeyed because obedience was the only language empire allowed. But whether they loved him, feared him, hated him, or worshipped the idea of him in secret, his presence defined them. Then he withdrew. He did not explain everything. That was one of the great flaws of the Emperor's rule. He demanded trust while offering fragments. He demanded loyalty while hiding truths large enough to break souls. He knew of chaos. He knew the warp was not merely a dimension of strange tides and psychic storms, but a realm of hungering intelligences. He knew gods existed there, or things so powerful and malicious that the difference scarcely mattered. Yet the imperial truth denied gods, denied spirits, denied the supernatural. It told mankind that reason alone would free it from superstition. In many ways, the imperial truth was a weapon. It was meant to starve chaos by starving belief, to build a species that would walk among the stars without kneeling before monsters in the dark. But a lie told for protection remains a lie. The Primarchs were warriors, not children, yet in the deepest sense, many were emotionally unfinished. They had been created for a destiny, scattered from that destiny, then reclaimed and placed at the head of armies. Their father did not raise most of them. He judged what their worlds had made of them and then folded them into his war. Some were healed by that purpose. Some were sharpened by it. Some were broken further. Horus felt the weight more than anyone. Being named Warmaster should have been the highest honor. Instead, it placed him between the Emperor and every disappointed son. Every refusal, every command, every unpopular order could now be seen not as the Emperor's will, but as Horus's ambition. He had to be brother and monarch, general and diplomat, symbol and servant. He had to continue the Great Crusade while holding together beings who were never designed to be easily ruled by one another. The Emperor returned to Terra and took with him the aura of certainty that had followed the Crusade from its beginning. In his absence, questions spread through the ranks like hairline cracks beneath polished stone. Why had he left? What task mattered more than the reunification of humanity? Why had he raised Horus above the others? Why did the imperial palace now swallow resources, labor, psychers, and secrets? Why did the master of mankind, who had demanded an empire built on truth, conceal the purpose of his return? Among mortal remembrancers, officers, iterators, and soldiers, the Great Crusade still looked unstoppable. Expeditionary fleets moved like spears through the void. Compliance ceremonies continued. New worlds were brought into the light of Terra. But among those with eyes to see it, the tone had changed. The Crusade had once been the Emperor's personal promise to mankind. Now it was an inheritance handed to a son, and inheritances can be contested. Beneath the Imperial Palace, far below the pageantry of Ulanor and the roaring machinery of the Great Crusade, the Emperor's true labor continued in secrecy. This was the Webway Project, perhaps the most important undertaking of his long existence. To understand why he abandoned the front lines, one must understand what he was trying to save mankind from. The Imperium depended upon the warp. Every fleet that crossed the stars relied upon that impossible realm of emotion, nightmare, and psychic turbulence. Navigators stared into madness and guided ships through it. Astropaths screamed messages across it. Every empire of mankind, no matter how rational it claimed to be, remained chained to a dimension where thought could become predator and belief could become a god. The Emperor understood this better than any living human. As long as humanity relied upon the warp, humanity could never truly be safe. The Webway offered another path. It was ancient beyond the Imperium, older than human dominion, older than the rise of Terra, a labyrinthine network of hidden passages running through reality like veins beneath skin. If mankind could master it, human civilization might travel between worlds without plunging into the warp. Fleets might move without navigators. Messages might pass without astropathic choirs. The species might be freed from its most dangerous dependence. In that freedom, the Emperor may have seen the final defeat of chaos, not by sword, not by sermon, but by starvation. A mankind no longer forced to touch the warp might one day outgrow the gods that fed upon its fear, rage, excess, and despair. This was the dream that pulled him back to Terra. Yet even here, the contradiction remained. The Emperor's plan to save mankind required secrecy from the very sons and servants expected to bleed for him. He did not tell Horus the full truth. He did not tell most of the Primarchs what waited in the warp. He did not explain that his retreat was not abandonment, but an attempt to build the final road out of damnation. Perhaps he believed they could not handle the truth. Perhaps he believed knowledge itself was infection. Perhaps he had lived so long that trust had become, to him, an unnecessary risk. Whatever the reason, silence became poison. In the vaults of Terra, custodians stood guard in Oromite splendor while Mechanicum adepts whispered Benheric prayers over machines they did not fully comprehend. Human laborers, gene wrights, psychers, and engineers worked beneath layers of authority, many knowing only a fraction of what their hands served. The Emperor bent his will upon impossible architecture, forcing human mastery into alien corridors, carving a future through the bones of forgotten civilizations. Above him, the Imperium became louder, more political, more unstable. Below, he labored for a future that might never arrive. There was tragedy in the shape of it. The Emperor's greatest effort to preserve humanity required him to become absent at the very moment his sons most needed guidance. The project that might have saved the Imperium helped create the emotional vacuum that doomed it. He turned from war to salvation, but those left behind saw only withdrawal. He pursued the defeat of chaos, but by hiding chaos from his generals, he left them vulnerable to its whispers. The Imperium had always been built on force, but force alone could not hold together wounded gods. Horus, far from Terra, was expected to carry an empire without knowing the true enemy behind it. The Primarchs were expected to obey a father who had vanished into secrecy. The legions were expected to continue a crusade whose original master no longer marched with them. And across the warp, intelligences older than human history watched the cracks widen. The gods of chaos did not need to defeat the Emperor directly, not yet. They needed only to reach the sons he had left behind. Among all the wounds that festered beneath the surface of the Great Crusade, few were as spiritually catastrophic as the humiliation of Lorgar. He had been created as a Primarch, a general of secular empire, yet everything in him bent toward worship. On Colchis, he had been raised in prophecy and scripture. When the Emperor found him, Lorgar did not merely see a father or a ruler. He saw divinity made flesh. To him, the Emperor was the answer to every prayer, the golden being at the center of all meaning. The imperial truth had no room for that. Lorgar built worlds that worshipped the Emperor. He raised cathedrals, wrote scripture, and taught populations to kneel. His conquests were slower than those of his brothers, but deeper in devotion. Where other legions brought compliance through law, threat, or annihilation, Lorgar sought conversion. He wanted mankind not merely united, but faithful. In another age, the Imperium would become exactly what he imagined. But during the Great Crusade, that vision was heresy against the Emperor's own design. The punishment came at Monarchia. The city was perfect by Lorgar's standards, a jewel of devotion, a monument to the Emperor's divinity. It was ordered, loyal, reverent, and beautiful. For that, it was destroyed. The Emperor commanded Guilliman and his legion to humble the word-bearers. Monarchia was emptied, broken, and burned as a lesson. Lorgar was forced to kneel in the ashes of his own faith while the Emperor rebuked him for worship. To the Emperor, it was correction. To Lorgar, it was annihilation. The shame did not end with the ruined city. It entered the bloodstream of the word-bearers. It told them that their love had been rejected, their devotion mocked, their deepest truth declared weakness. And because the Emperor refused to be a god, Lorgar began searching for gods who would accept worship. This is one of the cruelest ironies in the history of the Imperium. By denying divinity, the Emperor pushed his most religious son toward the beings that desired worship most. Lorgar did not fall first because he hated faith. He fell because he needed it. His soul could not survive a universe without sacred meaning. If the Emperor would not be a god, then the warp would show him gods that were willing to answer. Erebus and Cor Phaeron, already steeped in older darkness, guided that wound. They did not create Lorgar's pain, but they gave it direction. They showed him that the imperial truth was incomplete, that the galaxy contained powers beyond reason, and that those powers were hungry for recognition. Lorgar's pilgrimage into the Eye of Terror was not merely rebellion. It was a theological correction in his own mind. He had been told not to worship the Emperor, so he found the Pantheon. From that moment, the heresy became possible. Horus may have been the greatest weapon chaos could claim, but Lorgar became the priest who prepared the altar. His resentment was quieter than Angron's rage, less obvious than Perturabo's bitterness, less theatrical than Fulgrim's pride, but it was deeper. Lorgar's fall gave chaos language, ritual, purpose, and doctrine. It turned scattered corruption into a plan. It taught the enemies of the Emperor how to use faith as a blade. And all of it began with a father who could not understand that humiliation does not destroy belief. It redirects it. The Emperor's sons were not equal in their wounds. Some had been raised by kingdoms, some by tyrants, some by assassins, some by monsters, some by love, and some by war so constant it became the only truth they understood. The scattering of the Primarchs had ensured that each would become a product not only of gene forging, but of history. The Emperor reclaimed them as generals, but he did not always reclaim the broken children beneath the armor. Angron was one of the clearest failures. He had not been found as a king awaiting destiny. He had been found as a slave, mutilated by the butcher's nails, forced to fight and die for the entertainment of rulers he despised. His defining moment was not rescue, but removal. When the Emperor took him from Nuceria, Angron's fellow rebels were left behind to die. In Angron's mind, his father did not save him. He stole his death and abandoned his brothers and sisters. From then on, every command was another chain. Every campaign was another arena. Every victory was ash. Mortarian's wound was different but no less corrosive. On Barbarous, he had fought through poison and horror against necromantic overlords. He had built himself as a liberator of the oppressed, a warlord of endurance and hatred. When the Emperor arrived, Mortarion was denied the final victory over the tyrant who had shaped his world. Whether the Emperor meant mercy, rescue, or demonstration, Mortarion experienced it as theft. He had been shown that even his greatest enemy could be taken from him by a golden father who expected gratitude. Perturabo carried another kind of bitterness. He was brilliant, relentless, and indispensable, yet he believed himself unseen except when needed for the most grinding wars. His legion broke fortresses, endured sieges, and carried out brutal tasks while others received glory. Every order confirmed his suspicion that he was valued not as a son, but as a tool. The Iron Warriors became mirrors of that resentment, precise, powerful, and increasingly hollowed by the belief that sacrifice would never be honored. Kurz was perhaps the most openly cursed by vision. He saw futures of terror and blood, and rather than free him, foresight imprisoned him. On Nostromo, fear had been his law. He believed punishment and horror were the only languages civilization truly obeyed. The Great Crusade gave him a stage large enough to enact that belief across worlds, but it never gave him peace. He saw judgment coming, perhaps even desired it, because if he was condemned, then his visions had been true. These were not minor personality flaws. They were structural weaknesses inside the Imperium's command. Each wounded son led a legion shaped by his pain. Each legion was a nation of transhuman warriors, armed with fleets and histories and private loyalties. The Emperor may have believed duty would contain them. Horus, as Warmaster, now had to manage them. That was an impossible inheritance. Horus tried to be brother where the Emperor had been distant. He listened. He smiled. He honored grievances. He understood how to speak differently to each of them. To Angron he could offer war without judgment. To Mortarion, respect without sanctimony. To Perturabo, recognition. To Lorgar, sympathy. To Fulgrim, admiration. To those who felt neglected, Horus seemed present. To those who felt used, Horus seemed grateful. To those who felt overshadowed, Horus seemed willing to share glory. This is why his appointment mattered so much. Horus was not simply given command of armies. He was placed at the center of every unresolved wound in the Emperor's family. His strength was emotional intelligence, but that same strength made his corruption catastrophic. If Horus fell, he would not fall alone. He knew where the fractures were. He knew which brothers felt abandoned, insulted, or chained. He knew who could be turned by pride, who by faith, who by bitterness, who by rage. The Emperor left Horus to hold together a brotherhood already cracking. Chaos needed only to make him believe that holding it together was no longer enough. The office of Warmaster was glorious in symbol and brutal in practice. Horus did not inherit a simple war. He inherited the politics of conquest. Every compliance created obligations. Every liberated world needed governance. Every conquered system needed tithes, security, integration, and ideological correction. The Great Crusade had begun as a heroic movement outward from Terra. But by the time Horus took command, it had become an empire forced to administer itself at impossible scale. This was where the dream became heavier. The armies wanted victory. The remembrancers wanted meaning. The iterators wanted the imperial truth carried cleanly into every human mind. The Mechanicum wanted relics, rites, data, and ancient machines. Expeditionary fleets wanted supplies. Planetary governors wanted exemptions. Human populations wanted protection, but not always obedience. The legions wanted worthy wars and honors equal to their sacrifices. The Council of Terra, increasingly powerful in the Emperor's absence, wanted taxation, order, and bureaucratic authority over the expanding Imperium. Many warriors hated that last part most of all. The Great Crusade had been won by blood and fire, yet as it matured, mortal administrators began to stand where generals once stood. Scribes and tithe masters followed conquerors. Civilian authority spread behind the legions. For some, this was the point of the entire enterprise. War had to give way to governance, or else the Imperium would be nothing but a raiding empire wearing golden symbols. But to many Space Marines, especially those who had bled for compliance, the rise of bureaucracy felt like insult. They had conquered worlds, only to see human officials arrive with ledgers and demands. Horus felt that tension directly. He had to enforce policies he did not always shape. He had to answer for the Emperor's silence. He had to balance the pride of his brothers against the cold expansion of imperial administration. He had to maintain momentum while the soul of the Crusade changed from warrior brotherhood to state apparatus. The Emperor's departure made every burden personal. When orders came from Terra, they came through layers of authority that did not carry the Emperor's majesty. A command from the Master of Mankind could silence almost any complaint. A command from councils, bureaucrats, and distant officials invited resentment. Horus was expected to make the machine work, but he was also trapped inside it. He was Warmaster, yet not sovereign. He was first among his brothers, yet still subject to a father who no longer explained himself. The title lifted him above the Primarchs, but it also isolated him from them. Once, Horus had been the beloved brother, the one who could walk between rivalries and soften them with charm. Now every decision carried hierarchy building names. If he favored one legion's campaign, another could see slight. If he obeyed Terra, warriors could see weakness. If he challenged Terra, administrators could see ambition. If he acted as father in the Emperor's absence, he risked seeming presumptuous. If he acted only as commander, he risked losing the emotional loyalty that had made him so loved. This is the political tragedy beneath the spiritual one. Horus was placed in a position where every strength could become a vulnerability. His empathy became exhaustion. His charisma became expectation. His pride became necessary armor. His love for his brothers became a map that others could exploit. Around him, the Great Crusade continued, but its purity was gone. The Imperium was no longer merely a reconquest. It was becoming an institution. Institutions preserve power, but they also grind down the people who built them. Horus saw the mortal bureaucracy rising. He saw warriors who had conquered the galaxy being asked to kneel before clerks. He saw brothers with ancient grievances being pushed further from Terra's trust. He saw the Emperor's silence turning every uncertainty into suspicion. And in that silence, another voice could one day sound like truth. The Warmaster had been given the galaxy, but no one had given him peace. While Horus carried the political burden of the Crusade, another danger grew from the Imperium's unresolved contradiction with knowledge itself. The Emperor had built an empire upon reason, yet he ruled over a species awakening psychically. Psychers were becoming more common. The warp pressed closer. The powers of the Imperium could not be wished away by doctrine. They had to be understood, controlled, or feared. Magnus believed in understanding. Of all the Emperor's sons, Magnus was among the most brilliant and most dangerous. He saw the warp not only as peril, but as potential. To him, knowledge was sacred. Ignorance was the true enemy. His legion, the 1,000 Sons, pursued psychic mastery with discipline, hunger, and pride. They believed the mind could pierce veils that lesser men called forbidden. They believed power could be made safe through wisdom. And they believed, perhaps fatally, that they were wise enough. The Council of Nicaea was the great reckoning of that question. There, the Emperor judged the use of psychic powers among the legion's Astartes. Voices argued for restraint, prohibition, necessity, and fear. Mortarion distrusted sorcery with bitter intensity. Russ hated what he considered witchcraft, though his own legion carried traditions others might have judged no differently. Magnus defended his path with eloquence and conviction. He believed he was protecting the future by refusing to blind himself. The Emperor ruled against him. The Librarius program was restrained. The use of sorcery was condemned. Magnus was ordered to cease the practices that had defined him and his legion. To the Emperor, this may have been containment. The warp was too dangerous. The risk of corruption too high. The timing too delicate, especially with the Webway project underway beneath Terra. But again, the Emperor's method created another wound. He did not reveal enough. He did not explain the true scale of what he was trying to prevent. He demanded obedience from a son whose identity was built upon the belief that knowledge must never be chained. Magnus obeyed in form, but not in spirit. This mattered far beyond Prospero. The Emperor's empire was full of silenced truths. Lorgar had been told not to worship, but not why faith was dangerous. Magnus had been told not to delve too deeply, but not the full truth of what waited in the depths. Horus had been told to command, but not what enemy had already begun moving against him. The Primarchs were given fragments of reality and expected to construct loyalty from them. Chaos thrives in fragments. It does not always begin with open rebellion. Sometimes it begins with the belief that one has been unfairly denied knowledge. Sometimes with the conviction that a father is hiding weakness. Sometimes with a secret kept for noble reasons until the secret itself becomes the weapon. Magnus would later attempt to warn the Emperor of Horus's fall, and in doing so, he would shatter the Webway words and doom the project meant to save humanity. But the roots of that disaster lay earlier, in the same pattern repeated across the Emperor's rule. Concealment, command, resentment, catastrophe. Horus's coming fall cannot be understood as a single moment of corruption. It was prepared by an empire full of contradictions. The imperial truth denied gods while gods watched from the warp. The Emperor forbade worship while becoming the only figure vast enough to inspire it. He demanded rationality while building miracles beneath the palace. He trusted his sons with fleets capable of destroying civilizations, but not with the truths that might have helped them resist damnation. Magnus reached for forbidden light. Lorgar reached for forbidden gods. Horus would soon reach for forbidden certainty, and each would believe, in some private chamber of the soul, that the Emperor had left them no other path. The fall of Horus had not yet happened, but its architecture was already being built around him. Not all traps are cages. Some are made from admiration, responsibility, grief, and the need to be understood. Horus was surrounded by loyalty, but loyalty can isolate as much as it protects. Every face turned toward him expected certainty. Every army required direction. Every brother demanded recognition. Every message from Terra carried the weight of a father who would not come. Into that space moved those who understood corruption not as a blow, but as cultivation. Erebus was one of the most dangerous figures of the age because he understood stories. He understood that men and demigods alike do not betray themselves all at once. They must first be offered a version of reality in which betrayal becomes justice. They must be made to feel that their private doubts are not weaknesses but revelations. They must be shown that loyalty has been exploited, that love has been unanswered, that obedience has been repaid with contempt. Horus had doubts. That did not make him weak. It made him alive. He wondered what would become of the warriors after the crusade ended. He wondered whether the Emperor intended a place for his sons in the peace they were building through war. He saw mortal rulers gaining influence. He saw legions treated as instruments of history rather than its inheritors. He saw that the Emperor had withdrawn into secrecy while expecting absolute trust. Pride sharpened these thoughts, but pride alone did not create them. There were real tensions beneath the lies that would later exploit them. This is why the tragedy has endured across 10,000 years. Horus did not fall because he was stupid. He did not fall because he was merely jealous. He fell because chaos found the exact pressure points where truth and falsehood touched. The Emperor had abandoned the crusade in appearance, though not in purpose. The Council of Terra did grow stronger. The Primarchs were being asked to accept a future they had not been allowed to shape. The Imperium did hide its deepest dangers behind doctrine. These were real facts. Chaos only had to arrange them into a poisoned conclusion. That conclusion was simple. The Emperor had used them. Once planted, the thought could grow in many directions. Perhaps the Emperor had never loved his sons. Perhaps the Great Crusade had always been a means to enthrone himself beyond accountability. Perhaps the Webway project was not salvation but ascension. Perhaps the Primarchs would be discarded like the Thunder Warriors once their usefulness ended. Perhaps Horus, who had given everything, would be remembered only as a tool of a tyrant pretending to liberate mankind. The memory of the Thunder Warriors mattered. They had helped unify Terra, then vanished in blood and secrecy. The official histories were thin. The implications were not. If one generation of gene-forged warriors could be used and destroyed, why not another? Why not the Legions Astartes? Why not even the Primarchs? The Emperor had already proven that sentiment did not outweigh design. Horus was too intelligent not to see the pattern and too proud not to fear his place within it. The galaxy still hailed him as Warmaster. The armies still marched. The banners still rose over compliant worlds. But around Horus, the air darkened. His position made him mighty, but it also made him the perfect target. If he turned, half the Imperium might turn with him. If he doubted, millions would inherit that doubt. If he believed the Emperor false, then rebellion could wear the face of liberation. The gods of chaos did not need to invent Horus's wounds. They only needed to whisper that the wounds were wisdom. The Emperor's fatal mistake was not only that he left Horus in command. It was that he left Horus in command of brothers whose loyalty had never been as secure as imperial history pretended. The Great Crusade had hidden much beneath momentum. As long as the armies advanced, as long as worlds fell, as long as glory remained abundant, old wounds could be ignored. War gave purpose. Purpose gave structure. Structure gave the illusion of unity. But after Ulanor, unity required more than victory. Fulgrim's pride had always been wrapped in beauty. He sought perfection in war, art, command, and self. His legions shone with refinement, but perfection is a hunger that can never be fed. It turns admiration into addiction and correction into insult. In such a soul, corruption did not need to appear ugly. It could arrive as excellence, sensation, transcendence, the promise that no limit need be accepted. Perturabo needed recognition and received necessity. Mortarion needed trust and received commands from a father who smelled to him of sorcery and tyranny. Angra needed brotherhood and had been given an army that could never replace the rebels he lost. Lorgar needed faith and had found gods waiting in the dark. Curse needed justice but knew only terror. Alfarius and Omegon, hidden behind layers of deception, treated truth itself as a battlefield. Even those who remained loyal were not free from tension. Dorn's obedience was iron, but iron can become isolation. Guilliman's empire building was magnificent, but to some brothers it looked like ambition polished into civic virtue. Russ called himself executioner and accepted roles that made others wary. The Khan trusted movement more than institutions, and saw chains where others saw order. Horus had to rule this constellation of wounded stars. His genius was that he could speak to each without sounding like the Emperor. Where the Emperor was distant, Horus was present. Where the Emperor was absolute, Horus could seem understanding. Where the Emperor corrected, Horus could sympathize. This made him beloved, but it also gave him access. Later, when rebellion came, Horus would know exactly whom to approach and how. He would understand which brother needed flattery, which needed revenge, which needed freedom, which needed validation, which needed a cause grand enough to disguise damnation. The heresy would later look like a sudden eruption, betrayal at Istvan, legions turning, brothers killing brothers, Terra besieged. But beneath that eruption lay years of emotional preparation. The Emperor's empire had never solved the question of what his sons were. Were they children? Generals? Tools? Partners? Weapons? Future rulers? Temporary instruments? The answer changed depending on need, and that instability was lethal. If they were sons, they had been neglected. If they were generals, they'd been deceived. If they were tools, they could be discarded. If they were partners, they had been excluded from the most important decisions in human history. Horus stood at the crossing point of all those interpretations. As Warmaster, he embodied the Emperor's trust, but but also the Emperor's absence. His authority reminded his brothers that one of them had been chosen above the rest. His burdens reminded him that he had been left to manage consequences, not of his making. His pride told him he deserved command. His insecurity asked why command felt so much like abandonment. That is the emotional engine of Chapter 6 in the Imperium's history. It is not yet the war. It is the quiet before the war, the tightening of every hinge, the drawing of every hidden blade. It is the moment when the galaxy still believed itself golden because it could not hear the foundations cracking beneath the marble. The Emperor thought he had delegated the crusade. In truth, he had created a second center of gravity, and soon the Imperium would discover that two suns cannot rule the same sky forever. So, Chapter 6 is not merely the story of Horus receiving a title. It is the story of an empire changing shape while pretending nothing essential has changed. Before Ulanor, the Great Crusade was the Emperor's living will, carried by his presence, his armies, and his sons. After Ulanor, it became something more complicated. An empire ruled from Terra, conquered by distant fleets, administered by mortals, defended by transhuman warriors, and led in war by a son who could never fully replace the father who had withdrawn. The Emperor's logic was vast, but not gentle. He saw epochs where others saw years. He planned for the psychic evolution of the species, the defeat of chaos, the liberation of human travel from the warp, and the construction of a future in which mankind might stand alone without gods or monsters. But he failed, again and again, in the smaller realm where sons become loyal not through command, but through trust. He treated secrecy as strategy. He treated emotion as secondary. He treated obedience as the natural response to superior design. The galaxy punished him for that. Horus did not yet know he would become the great betrayer. He did not yet see himself standing against Terra, nor imagine that his name would become the wound by which all later history measured treason. At this stage, he was still magnificent, still loyal, still the Warmaster, still the brother many loved, the commander armies cheered, the son the Emperor had raised above all others. That is what makes the moment so tragic. The monster had not yet emerged. The fall was not complete. There was still time, perhaps, for a different path. But history in the Imperium often feels like a corridor whose doors close one by one. One door closed when the Primarchs were scattered. Another closed when the Emperor concealed the truth of chaos. Another closed when Monarchia burned. Another when Decay silenced Magnus without healing the danger beneath his pride. Another when the Thunder Warriors vanished into bloody memory. Another when mortal bureaucracy rose behind armies of demigods. Another when the Emperor returned to Terra and left Horus to interpret absence as trust, burden, or abandonment depending on the darkness of the hour. The tragedy is that many of the Emperor's decisions were understandable. The Webway project mattered. Chaos was dangerous knowledge. The Crusade needed command. The Imperium needed administration. Lorgar's worship threatened the imperial truth. Magnus's sorcery threatened everything. The legions could not remain unchecked forever. Yet understandable choices can still lead to catastrophe when made without compassion, transparency, or humility. The Imperium at this point was the most powerful human civilization since the Dark Age of technology, but it had inherited the oldest human weakness. It could conquer more easily than it could understand itself. It mastered genecraft, void war, planetary invasion, compliance doctrine, and galactic logistics. It built warriors who could kill monsters and fleets that could burn worlds. But it could not answer the question at the heart of its own command. What happens when beings created for war begin asking what peace will make of them? Horus carried that question in silence. The Emperor labored beneath Terra, believing the future depended on finishing the road beyond the warp. Horus commanded among the stars, believing the present depended on holding the crusade together. The brothers watched, obeyed, judged, envied, doubted, and remembered every slight. Chaos waited with infinite patience, because it did not need to hurry. The Imperium was doing much of the work itself. This is why Horus becoming Warmaster is the turning point before the turning point. The first betrayal is not the raising of a blade. It is the creation of conditions in which betrayal can imagine itself righteous. The Emperor left to save mankind from the warp, but in leaving, he allowed the warp to reach the heart of mankind's greatest general. He sought to build a future beyond gods, but his silence drove one son to worship them, another to defy him with forbidden knowledge, and another to wonder whether rebellion might be the only way to seize the destiny denied to them. The Great Crusade continued. Worlds still fell. Trumpets still sounded. Imperial banners still climbed into alien skies. Compliance was still declared in the name of Terra. To mortal eyes, the dream lived, but beneath the gold, the dream had begun to rot. Horus stood at the height of honor, and that height became a precipice. The Emperor sat at the center of his secret work, and that secrecy became a wall. The Primarchs remained scattered across duty, resentment, loyalty, and pride, and that scattering became destiny a second time. The Imperium had never looked stronger than it did after Ulanor. It had also never been closer to ruin. The fall of the Imperium did not begin with the bombardment of Terra, nor with the screams of dying legions on black volcanic fields. It began in the space between pride and loneliness, in the wound left behind when the Emperor turned from his sons and returned to Terra without explaining the truth. Horus had been the first found, the brightest beloved, the son raised closest to the Emperor's side. For decades he had been the face of the Great Crusade, the commander other commanders obeyed, the brother most of the Primarchs trusted even when they disagreed with one another. He was not merely a warlord. He was the symbol of unity. Where some sons inspired fear and others awe, Horus inspired loyalty. Men followed him because they believed he saw them. Warriors died for him because he made them feel that their deaths mattered. Even the Emperor's silence seemed less cold when Horus stood in his place. That was why his elevation at Ulanor was so dangerous. When the Emperor named Horus Warmaster, the triumph seemed complete. The largest Orc empire in living memory had been broken. The greatest armies humanity had ever built stood beneath one banner. The Emperor's sons, with all their rivalries and scars, were expected to bow to one brother and continue the conquest of the galaxy without their father at the front. The Imperium called it trust. Many of the Primarchs felt it as abandonment. Horus carried that burden better than most could have. At first, he tried to be worthy of it. He tried to become the hand of the Emperor in a galaxy too vast for anyone will to command. But Warmaster was not merely a title. It was a trap of scale. Every dispute came to him. Every resentment flowed through him. Every brother who felt slighted by Terra saw Horus as both judge and rival. Every mortal lord, every remembrancer, every army commander, every Mechanicum envoy, every compliant world hungry for favor or mercy looked to him for decisions the Emperor no longer made in person. And around Horus gathered those who understood the value of a wound before the wounded man understood it himself. Erebus of the word bearers was not the strongest warrior of the age, nor the most brilliant general, nor the most loved son of his legion. His power was subtler. He knew that empires could be broken by stories. He knew that faith could survive where reason failed. He knew that a man did not need to be forced into betrayal if he could be made to believe betrayal was the only honest answer left. The lodges spread quietly through the legions, first as warrior brotherhoods, then as secret courts of grievance. They gave Space Marines something the imperial truth denied them: ritual, belonging, a hidden language beneath the bright certainty of conquest. Around campfires and in sealed chambers, warriors spoke more freely than they did before commanders. Doubts were shared. Resentments were polished. Old loyalties were separated from new suspicions. In those lodges, the idea was planted that the legions belonged not to distant Terra, not to faceless administrators, not even to the Emperor's dream, but to their own brotherhoods and to the warriors who had bled beside them. Horus did not fall in a single moment. That is the lie simple histories tell, because simple histories need clean turning points. His fall was prepared like a blade being sharpened in darkness. The Emperor had forbidden religion, yet allowed mysteries to remain unanswered. He had denied the gods, yet refused to explain the powers that crawled through the warp. He had demanded loyalty from sons he did not fully trust with the truth. In that silence, chaos found room to breathe. On Davin, the blade finally struck. The Warmaster was wounded by a weapon steeped in corruption, and as his body failed, his soul was carried into a realm of visions. He saw futures and half-truths, monuments and myths, a galaxy where the Emperor was worshipped as a god and Horus was forgotten or cursed. He saw the Imperium not as it had been promised, but as a nightmare of incense, chains, skulls, and endless war. The cruelty of the vision was not that it was false. The cruelty was that it resembled the future closely enough to poison his faith. Chaos did not need to invent every lie. It only needed to twist enough truth around them. Horus was shown an emperor who had used his sons and meant to cast them aside. He was shown Terra becoming the center of human destiny while the legions were spent like ammunition. He was shown mortals ruling over demigods, bureaucrats claiming ownership of victories won by warriors, and a father ascending beyond humanity while his sons remained weapons with names. When Horus awakened, the galaxy did not immediately know that the greatest son of the Emperor had died in spirit and risen as something else. His voice remained warm. His smile remained powerful. His brothers still called him Warmaster. His legions still loved him with a devotion that was almost religious. But from that moment, every order he gave had two meanings. He began to sort the legions like a butcher examining blades. Some could be turned. Some could be used. Some would need to be broken quickly before they understood the war had already begun. The sons of Horus stood at the center of the conspiracy. The word-bearers had already given themselves to the darkness. Fulgrim and the Emperor's children were tempted through perfection into corruption. Mortarian's bitterness could be sharpened. Angron's rage needed no convincing, only direction. Perturabo's resentment had been waiting for a hand to open the gate. Curse had long ago stopped believing justice and horror could be separated. Magnus would be trapped by desperation and pride. Alfarius and Omegon moved through histories even they may not have fully controlled. The heresy was not merely Horus turning against the Emperor. It was the revelation that beneath the golden skin of the Imperium, too many wounds had been left untreated. The Emperor had built legions to conquer the stars. He had not built them to survive doubt. He had made his sons mighty enough to destroy worlds, but not honest enough with them to protect them from whispers. Horus understood that now, or believed he did, and belief was enough. The first war of the heresy was not declared with trumpets. It was hidden inside orders, reassignment, compliance actions, and brotherly summons. Fleets moved. Loyal officers were isolated. Questioning commanders were watched. Legions were divided from within. The rebellion dressed itself in the uniform of obedience until the moment came to tear the mask away. Horus knew the most dangerous enemies were not on Terra. They were inside his own coalition. Every legion that had followed him still contained warriors loyal to the Emperor. Every traitor force carried within it a seed of resistance. Before he could strike at the Imperium, he had to murder the Imperium inside his own ranks. That murder would take place on Istvan III. Istvan III was supposed to be a compliance action. That was the official truth given to the warriors descending toward the planet. A rebellious world had rejected imperial authority, and the legions would bring it back into obedience. Such wars had happened thousands of times during the Great Crusade. Cities would fall. Command centers would burn. The imperial eagle would rise over conquered walls. The galaxy would continue. But Istvan III was not chosen because it needed punishment. It was chosen because it could become a grave. Horus, Fulgrim, Angron, and Mortarion sent selected companies of their own legions to the surface. They did not choose their weakest. They chose their loyalists. They chose warriors who still believed the Emperor's word mattered more than their commander's ambition. They chose captains whose honor made them inconvenient, line officers whose instincts were too clean, veterans whose devotion could not be trusted once open rebellion began. Among them were Garviel Loken and Tarek Torgadon of the Sons of Horus, men who had walked close enough to greatness to recognize when it began to rot. They had served the Warmaster with love, not fear. That made the betrayal more terrible. Had Horus been a distant tyrant, their deaths might have been simple. But he had been their father in war, their commander, their example of nobility. To be betrayed by him was not merely to be killed. It was to discover that the center of their world had become false. The virus bombs fell from orbit. They did not fall like ordinary weapons. They did not roar as artillery roared, nor carve the earth with the honest violence of shells and fire. They descended with a silence more obscene than thunder, carrying death that worked through breath, blood, soil, and skin. The Life-Eater virus spread across Istvan III in a tide of invisible hunger. Flesh dissolved. Forests liquefied. Cities became charnel houses. Civilians and soldiers died together, stripped of all distinction by a weapon that cared nothing for rank, loyalty, innocence, or guilt. Then came the firestorm. The atmosphere itself ignited. The dead became fuel. The world burned with a brightness that could be seen from orbit, and the traitor fleets watched as the first act of civil war consumed millions. Yet the betrayal failed to finish its work. Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children had learned enough to understand the trap, and had warned those below. Not all could be saved. Most were already condemned, but enough survived to turn Horus's clean murder into a war. Beneath the burning sky of Istvan III, loyalist Space Marines rose from the ruins and made the traitors pay for every meter of ash. This was the first open proof that the legions were not machines. They were brotherhoods, yes, but brotherhood could cut both ways. Some obeyed their Primarch unto damnation. Others chose the Emperor over their own gene-father. In that choice, the heresy became more than a rebellion of commanders. It became a civil war of souls. The loyalists on Istvan III knew they could not win. No rescue fleet was coming. No grand army would descend to relieve them. Above them, the Warmaster controlled the void. Around them, the cities were dead. Against them came the warriors they had once called brothers, now descending to finish with bolter and blade what virus and fire had failed to complete. Angron came down to the surface because he could not endure war from a distance. The World Eaters followed him into slaughter, their rage turning the ruins into a butcher's court. Mortarian's death guard advanced with cold endurance through poison and flame, grim as executioners. The sons of Horus fought their own former brothers with a fury sharpened by shame. The Emperor's Children, already sliding from martial perfection into indulgent cruelty, turned the battlefield into a stage for corruption. For the doomed loyalists, every hour they survived became an accusation. They exposed the lie that Horus's rebellion represented all the legions under his command. They forced the traitors to spend time, warriors, ammunition, and pride. They made the Warmaster's first act of rebellion messy. They made betrayal bleed. Loken and Torgadon became symbols of something Horus had underestimated: loyalty that survived revelation. Not blind loyalty, not the obedience of warriors who had never questioned their orders, but loyalty chosen after the truth had become unbearable. They knew their commander had betrayed them. They knew their legion name had been dragged into treason. They knew their deaths would likely be forgotten or twisted by those who survived. Still, they fought. That is why Istvan III matters. It was not the largest battle of the heresy. It was not the final turning point. It did not stop Horus, but it revealed the shape of the war to come. The heresy would not be clean. It would not be legion against legion in perfect blocks of loyalty and treason. It would be brother against brother, squad against squad, memory against duty. Every oath would be tested. Every friendship could become a wound. Every banner could become a lie. When the last loyalists were finally crushed, the traitors had won the planet and lost the last illusion that they were still servants of the same dream. There could be no return after Istvan III. The Warmaster had murdered his own sons to purify his rebellion. He had crossed the line from ambition into damnation, and every warrior who remained beside him had to accept that the war ahead would demand more betrayals still. But even in defeat, the dead of Istvan III sent a warning into history. Horus could kill worlds. He could turn Primarchs. He could command fleets large enough to drown stars in iron. But not every soul could be bent. Not every oath could be rewritten. The Imperium was already broken, but within its ruins there remained men willing to stand even when standing changed nothing except the meaning of their deaths. The galaxy had not yet understood the scale of the rebellion. Terra had not yet felt the traitor's hand around its throat. But on Istvan III, beneath skies burned clean by treachery, the Horus Heresy truly began. The dead of Istvan III could not speak, but one ship carried their warning. The Eisenstein fled like a wounded animal through the void, bearing news that should have been impossible. Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard had seen enough to understand that the Warmaster's rebellion was not rumor, not misunderstanding, not political fracture, but treason on a scale that could unmake humanity's future. To bring that truth to Terra, he had to do what Space Marines were not made to do. He had to abandon his legion, defy his Primarch, and carry warning against his own brothers. For the Imperium, the flight of the Eisenstein was one of the most important journeys in human history. Not because it carried an army, or a weapon, or a lost relic from the age before Old Night. It carried knowledge. In a galaxy where distance itself could be lethal, where astropathic messages could be broken by storms or twisted by the warp, knowledge was often slower than death. Horus understood this. He had planned on confusion. He had planned on delay. He had planned on striking before Terra could comprehend the rebellion's true shape. Garrow's escape endangered that plan. The warp did not welcome him. It had become an ocean of teeth. The powers that had raised Horus did not want warning to reach the Emperor. And the Eisenstein's passage became a nightmare of failing systems, impossible visions, and shadows pressing against reality. The ship was not merely traveling through hostile space. It was crossing a spiritual battlefield before most of the Imperium even knew such a battlefield existed. The men aboard were changed by the journey. They had seen their legions fall. They had watched honor collapse into ritual murder. They had been forced to understand that the warp was not only a medium of travel, but a realm of hungry intelligence. The imperial truth had taught them that gods were superstition, that daemons were ignorance given shape by frightened minds, that reason and conquest would liberate mankind from the darkness of the past. But the darkness had followed them into the stars. It had names, voices, bargains, and patience. When Garrow finally reached the Loyalists, his warning did not bring clarity so much as horror. The idea that Horus could betray the Emperor was almost too large to believe. It violated the architecture of the Imperium's mind. Horus was the Warmaster. He was the Emperor's chosen son. If Horus could fall, then no loyalty was guaranteed, no legion beyond suspicion, no victory secure. This is one of the reasons the heresy spread so effectively. The truth was too terrible to move quickly. Many commanders resisted it not because they were traitors, but because belief itself needed time to fracture. A rebellion by some forgotten governor could be understood. A Xenos incursion could be answered. A demonic manifestation could be denied or contained. But the Warmaster turning half the Great Crusade against Terra was a wound to reality. While the warning moved, Horus moved faster. The massacre at Istvan III had purified his forces, but it had also exposed him. Now he needed to destroy the legions most capable of stopping him before they could gather. He needed one blow so devastating that the Loyalist response would be crippled for years. For that, he chose Istvan V. The trap was elegant because it used loyalty as bait. Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, Vulcan of the Salamanders, and Corvus Corax of the Raven Guard rushed to confront the traitor. Their anger was righteous, and righteousness can be dangerous when it outruns caution. Ferrus especially burned with fury. Fulgrim had betrayed him not as a distant ally but as a brother he had loved. Their friendship had been one of the rare bonds among the Emperor's sons that seemed genuinely deep, forged in respect, rivalry, and shared excellence. Fulgrim's fall was therefore not just military treason. It was personal violation. The Loyalist plan seemed sound. 3 legions would strike first, with reinforcements arriving to crush Horus between hammer and anvil. Those reinforcements would include the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion, forces still believed by many to be loyal, or at least not openly damned. That belief would murder tens of thousands. Istvan V was a dead world of black stone, ash wastes, and volcanic fury. A fitting stage for the day the Great Crusade's glory was buried. The first wave descended into fire. The Iron Hands came with relentless fury, their machines and warriors bound by cold hatred. The Salamanders advanced with stubborn courage. Protectors turned executioners by necessity. The Raven Guards struck with speed and shadow, cutting into the traitor lines with precision. At first, the Loyalists did what they had come to do. They hurt Horus. They drove into the traitor positions. They forced the Warmaster's armies to bend. In those first hours, it may have seemed possible that the rebellion could be ended before it fully began. One decisive victory, one killing blow, one day of terrible sacrifice, and perhaps the Emperor's dream might yet be saved. Then the second wave landed. The legions sent as reinforcement deployed behind the Loyalists. Their banners rose, their formations locked into place. For a moment, the first wave believed salvation had arrived. Then the guns turned inward. The drop site massacre was the moment the Imperium learned that betrayal could wear the face of rescue. It is difficult to measure the horror of Istvan V only in casualties, though the casualties were catastrophic. Entire companies were erased. Veterans of the Great Crusade were slaughtered in minutes. Machines older than many worlds were broken and left burning in ash. But the true damage was deeper than numbers. The massacre destroyed trust as a military principle. From that day onward, every reinforcement could be a trap, every delayed message a possible lie, every brother legion a question mark carved into the mind. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard were caught between the traitors they had attacked and the traitors who had pretended to stand behind them. The battlefield became a killing bowl. Artillery fell from both directions. Drop sites became graves. Ships overhead burned and crashed into the planet below. The black sands of Istvan V drank the blood of the Emperor's finest warriors, while the Warmaster's rebellion revealed its full architecture. Ferrus Manus drove forward because retreat was not in him. Of all the Emperor's sons, Ferrus was iron not merely in name, but in temperament. He believed in strength, in endurance, in the hard correction of weakness. Fulgrim's betrayal had struck him in the one place no armor could protect. He did not want only victory. He wanted confrontation. He wanted to look into the face of the brother who had fallen and break the corruption from him by force if necessary. The duel between Ferrus and Fulgrim became one of the great tragedies of the heresy, because it was not a battle between strangers. It was a friendship dying in public. Fulgrim had once embodied grace, beauty, excellence, and the pursuit of perfection. But perfection had become a doorway, and something monstrous had walked through it wearing his smile. Where Ferrus was blunt force and cold rage, Fulgrim had become elegant decay, a prince of ruin wrapped in splendor. They fought as demigods fight, not merely with weapons, but with the weight of everything they had once meant to each other. Around them, the legions died. Above them, the sky burned. Beneath them, the future cracked. Ferrus fell. His death was not only the loss of a Primarch. It was the decapitation of a legion's soul. The Iron Hands would survive, but survival is not the same as healing. From Ferrus's death came a colder, harsher, more mutilated understanding of strength. The legion's hatred of weakness deepened into obsession. Flesh became suspect. Emotion became failure. Grief became doctrine. In losing their father, the Iron Hands did not simply mourn. They hardened around the wound until the wound became identity. Vulcan was lost in the chaos, his salamanders shattered and scattered. Their legion, always smaller and bound by a deep sense of humanity rare among the Astartes, suffered ruin that might have destroyed a less stubborn brotherhood. The salamanders had been protectors as much as conquerors, warriors who still remembered the people beneath the word mankind. On Istvan V, Many of them died surrounded not by civilians they could save, but by brothers they could not trust. Corax escaped, but the Raven Guard were broken almost beyond recognition. They had gone to Istvan V as a legion. They left as survivors, ghosts of what they had been, carrying not only grief but the terrible pressure of needing to rebuild quickly in a war that would not wait. Corax's later desperation would lead him into experiments in accelerated creation, attempts to restore his legion's strength against impossible time. Even there, the shadow of Istvan V followed him. The traitor legions also changed on that field. Their rebellion could no longer pretend to be political correction or noble resistance against tyranny. At Istvan V, they had massacred loyal brothers through deceit. They had chosen damnation together. The Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion revealed themselves. The mask was gone. The war lines were drawn in blood. But even among the traitors, unity was a fragile illusion. Horus had gathered wounded sons, not healed ones. Angron cared little for empire and less for strategy when rage called him. Mortarion hated sorcery even as he marched beside those already corrupted by it. Fulgrim descended further into excess. Lorgar believed the war was a holy revelation, not merely a political rebellion. Perturabo wanted recognition and vindication, not madness. Cursey saw in the heresy proof that his bleakest visions had always been true. Alfarius moved according to purposes hidden beneath purposes. Magnus, not yet fully aligned in the same way, would be driven toward the traitor cause through catastrophe. This was Horus's strength and weakness. He could gather the broken. He could aim their pain. But pain does not become loyalty simply because it marches in the same direction. After Istvan V, the loyalist cause staggered. 3 legions had been crippled. The Warmaster had momentum. Across the galaxy, worlds received contradictory messages. Some heard that Horus had rebelled. Others heard that Terra had lied. Some governors declared for the Warmaster out of ambition. Others did so out of fear. Many simply waited, hoping to choose the winning side once the shape of victory became clear. And the Emperor remained on Terra, bound to a secret war most of the galaxy still did not understand. The heresy spread outward from Istvan like poison through blood. It moved along warp routes, through forge worlds, expedition fleets, army commands, astropathic choirs, and old grudges. The Great Crusade had connected humanity's lost worlds under one banner, but that same connection now allowed civil war to travel everywhere. The roads of conquest became roads of rebellion. The Imperium had believed unity was its destiny. Istvan V proved unity had been a skin stretched over rivalries, fears, and lies. From that point forward, the question was no longer whether Horus could be stopped quickly. He could not. The question was whether the Imperium could survive long enough for the traitors to reach Terra. After Istvan, the heresy became 1,000 wars pretending to be one. The Warmaster's grand objective was Terra, but no road to Terra could be taken while loyalist strength remained able to gather behind him. The Imperium was too vast to conquer piece by piece in any ordinary campaign. Horus did not need to hold every world. He needed to shatter coordination, delay rescue, isolate the Emperor, and ensure that when the final blow came, Terra stood as alone as possible. For that, the traitors struck not merely at armies, but at systems of meaning. Nowhere was this clearer than in the war against Ultramar. Roboute Guilliman had built something dangerous to Horus, order that could survive shock. Ultramar was not just a region of space. It was a functioning model of imperial civilization, disciplined, prosperous, militarized, and administratively brilliant. Where other legions conquered and moved on, Guilliman built structures. His worlds could raise armies, feed fleets, maintain records, and restore damaged command networks. If the Ultramarines had been allowed to respond immediately and fully to the heresy, Horus's rebellion might have faced the largest loyal legion and one of the greatest strategic minds in human history, far too early. So Lorgar came for Calth. The betrayal at Calth was different from Istvan. It did not begin with open fury, but with ceremony, proximity, and deception. The word bearers came as brothers. They stood beside the Ultramarines beneath the appearance of alliance, all while preparing a blow designed to wound not only a legion, but an entire realm. Lorgar's hatred of Guilliman had deep roots. Monarchia had never healed. When the Emperor had ordered Guilliman and the Ultramarines to humble the perfect city of the word bearers, Lorgar's shame became a seed of religious vengeance. He had worshipped the Emperor and been punished for it. He had been told gods were false, then found powers in the warp eager to answer prayer. By the time of the heresy, Lorgar no longer saw himself as rebel. He saw himself as prophet. That made him more dangerous than a mere traitor. A traitor can be bought, frightened, or reasoned with. A prophet believes history itself is on his side. At Calth, the word bearers unleashed treachery with ritual precision. Ships turned their guns on allies. Orbital platforms became execution devices. The system's star was poisoned by arcane science and demonic malice. Underground wars raged in darkness as the surface burned under a wounded sun. Ultramarines who had believed themselves among brothers suddenly found themselves fighting enemies who knew their formations, their protocols, their habits, and their trust. Yet Calth did not break Guilliman's sons. It enraged them into clarity. The Ultramarines were often mocked by more savage legions as rigid, predictable, too fond of order and written doctrine. Calth proved the opposite truth. Doctrine, properly understood, was not dead obedience. It was a foundation from which disciplined warriors could adapt faster than panic. The Ultramarines absorbed betrayal, reorganized, and fought back with a cold fury that would define them for the rest of the war. Calth wounded Ultramar, but it did not destroy it. That failure mattered. Lorgar's war then widened into the Shadow Crusade. Alongside Angren and the World Eaters, the word bearers brought ruin to the 500 worlds. The campaign was not only military, it was spiritual engineering. Lorgar sought bloodshed vast enough to shape destiny, suffering intense enough to push Angren toward transformation, and devastation deep enough to keep Guilliman trapped far from Terra. Angren was not a strategist in the way Horus needed, but he was a catastrophe given form. His presence on a battlefield changed its moral atmosphere. The World Eaters had once been warriors, then butchers, then something worse. Men remade by pain until pain became the only language left. The butcher's nails in Angren's skull had stolen from him the possibility of peace. Every delay was torment. Every calm moment was an insult. War did not satisfy him, but it was the closest thing to relief he had. Lorgar understood his brother's agony and used it. The tragedy of Angron is that he had been enslaved before he ever betrayed the Emperor. On Nuceria, he had been made a gladiator, mutilated by devices that turned rage into survival. When the Emperor found him, he did not save Angren's brothers and sisters in the way Angren needed. He took him from them. To Angron, the Emperor was not liberator, but another master who had stolen his death and demanded service. Chaos did not create that wound. It inherited it. During the Shadow Crusade, Angren's pain became a ritual engine. Worlds burned. Cities drowned in slaughter. The word bearers chanted over battlefields while the World Eaters carved them open. Guilliman and the Ultramarines fought to contain a war designed not only to kill, but to corrupt the meaning of resistance itself. Then came Nuceria. On the world of Angron's origin, the past and present collapsed into one another. Guilliman faced Angren and Lorgar in a war heavy with symbolism. The ruler-builder of Ultramar stood against the broken gladiator and the priest of the dark gods. It was not merely a battle of brothers, but of visions. Guilliman represented law, endurance, and civilization. Lorgar represented faith twisted into cosmic submission. Angron represented the truth that some wounds become so deep they no longer want healing. When Angren ascended into daemonhood, it was not victory in any human sense. It was the final theft of his suffering. His pain, once personal, became eternal. The brother who might once have died was instead transformed into an immortal engine of rage, bound forever to the power that fed upon him. This was the heresy's pattern. It did not merely kill the Emperor's sons. It converted their flaws into prisons. Fulgrim's perfection became excess. Angron's pain became rage without end. Lorgar's faith became servitude. Mortarian's endurance would become corruption. Magnus's knowledge would become damnation. Horus's pride would become possession. Across the galaxy, loyalists began to understand that they were not fighting a rebellion alone. They were fighting a force that knew how to make character into destiny. And still, Terra waited. The tragedy of Prospero was born before the heresy, but the heresy gave it teeth. Magnus had always believed knowledge could save mankind. Among the Emperor's sons, he was one of the most brilliant, one of the most powerful, and one of the most dangerous precisely because his virtues and flaws were almost the same thing. Curiosity, confidence, compassion, arrogance, and hunger for forbidden truth lived within him so closely that even he could not always tell one from another. The Emperor had warned him. At Nicaea, the use of sorcery had been condemned, and Magnus had been ordered to restrain the psychic practices of the Thousand Sons. To Magnus, this judgment was not merely restrictive, it was ignorant. He had looked into the warp and seen not only danger but possibility. He believed himself capable of mastering what others feared. He believed knowledge, not denial, was the path to survival. In another age, under another father, that belief might have been guided. In the age of the heresy, it became a weapon used against him. When Magnus learned of Horus's fall, he tried to warn the Emperor in the only way he believed, fast enough. He projected himself through the warp, shattering barriers he did not fully understand, breaking into the Emperor's hidden work beneath Terra. In doing so, he ruined the Webway project, the secret labor that had drawn the Emperor away from the Great Crusade in the first place. This was one of the most devastating moments in human history, though few alive understood it. The Emperor's plan had not been merely conquest. He had sought to free mankind from dependence on warp travel and astropathic vulnerability, to build a path through the webway that might have shielded humanity from chaos's reach. Magnus, trying to save the Imperium, broke the door open and allowed demonic horror to flood the work. The Emperor's fury was not simply anger at disobedience. It was the rage of a being watching centuries of hidden strategy collapse in a single catastrophic act. Horus then twisted the punishment. Lemon Russ was sent to bring Magnus to account. But the order became destruction. Whether through Horus's manipulation, Russ's own temperament, or the fatal mistrust between brothers, Prospero was not merely disciplined. It was burned. The space wolves descended upon Tizca, a city of learning, towers, glass, and psychic splendor. To some imperial eyes, Prospero was already suspect, too beautiful, too strange, too full of secrets that smelled of the warp. To the Thousand Sons, it was a sanctuary of knowledge in a galaxy that increasingly chose ignorance as armor. The battle was terrible because both sides believed themselves loyal. Russ came as executioner of the Emperor's will, convinced that Magnus had endangered Terra and perhaps the species itself. Magnus, broken by guilt and foresight, did not at first resist as he could have. The Thousand Sons, however, would not simply kneel and be erased. When the wolves came through fire and snow, the sons of Prospero fought for their home, their libraries, their brothers, and the idea that knowledge was not itself a sin. Prospero became a mirror of the Imperium's greatest contradiction. The Imperium needed psychers, navigators, astropaths, and beings of immense psychic force to survive. Yet it feared the very powers it relied upon. It condemned superstition while hiding cosmic truths. It demanded reason while burying knowledge that might explain the horrors pressing against reality. On Prospero, that contradiction became war. Magnus eventually made his choice, or had it made for him by desperation. To save what remained of his legion, he accepted the hand of the power he had long believed he could outwit. Siege, architect of change and manipulation, claimed him not by brute force, but by inevitability. Magnus had tried to warn the Emperor. He had tried to master the warp. He had tried to protect his sons. Every path led him deeper into the design he thought he could escape. The 1,000 sons were carried from ruin, but not saved in any clean sense. Prospero burned behind them. Their loyalty to the Emperor was broken by the Emperor's own executioners. Their future became bound to sorcery, mutation, and the schemes of a god who treasured their brilliance as another form of captivity. For Russ, the victory was also poisoned. He had destroyed a brother's world, but the destruction did not bring security. It removed Magnus from the loyalist cause and pushed another legion toward Horus. It deepened the pattern of the heresy, loyal intent producing traitor outcome, truth arriving too late. Brothers acting on partial knowledge while chaos benefited from all sides. Beneath Terra, the Emperor now fought a war almost no one saw. The webway breach forced him to remain bound to the Golden Throne, holding shut a psychic disaster that could have consumed the palace from within before Horus ever arrived. This is why the Emperor did not simply take the field at the head of his legions and crush the rebellion. He was not absent because he did not care. He was trapped by the consequences of secrecy, Magnus's warning, and the demonic war beneath reality. The loyalists saw only silence. The traitors used that silence. Horus could point to Terra and say the Emperor had abandoned his sons, hidden his plans, and lied about the nature of the universe. The worst part was that enough of this was true to make the lie powerful. Prospero's burning did not decide the heresy, but it removed one of the few beings who might have helped the Emperor repair what had been broken. It also proved that the Imperium's own fear could be turned into Horus's weapon. The Emperor had tried to build a rational empire in a universe where ignorance was lethal, but he had rationed truth so tightly that even his sons drowned in its absence. The galaxy was now filled with wars no single mind could fully hold. Istvan had shattered trust. Calth had wounded Ultramar. Prospero had consumed knowledge in fire. Beneath Terra, demons clawed at the Emperor's dream. Above the stars, Horus gathered momentum, and every day, the road to Terra grew shorter. While daemons and betrayals tore at the soul of the Imperium, the practical war continued with merciless logic. Horus still had to reach Terra. That meant systems had to be taken, loyalist fleets scattered, forge worlds claimed or ruined, and the pathways of reinforcement choked with blood. The heresy was not only a mythic tragedy of fallen sons. It was also logistics, supply lines, shipyards, ammunition, astropathic disruption, and the grinding mathematics of galactic war. In that kind of war, Perturabo mattered enormously. The Lord of the Iron Warriors had long carried resentment like a second skeleton. He had been used again and again for the bitter campaigns no one celebrated. Sieges, attrition wars, thankless compliance actions where victory looked like rubble and casualty lists. Where Fulgrim received admiration, Dorn trust, Horus love, and Guilliman respect, Perturabo believed he received only demands. Break this fortress. Crack this world. Spend your sons. Move on. Repeat. His bitterness was not imaginary, but bitterness, once enthroned, rewrites every memory in its own image. Perturabo joined Horus because treason gave shape to grievances he had never mastered. He wanted vindication. He wanted the Imperium to admit it had needed him. He wanted Dorn humbled, the Emperor proven wrong, and the galaxy forced to recognize the genius it had treated as a tool. In Horus's war, Perturabo found a cause that valued his most brutal gifts. The Iron Warriors brought discipline to the rebellion's fury. They could reduce fortresses, build killing zones, maintain siege engines, and endure horrific losses without collapsing into emotional display. In a traitor coalition increasingly touched by madness, Perturabo remained terrifying because he was still, in many ways, rational. Cold, spiteful, cruel, but rational. He did not need to love chaos to use the war it made possible. This created one of the great tensions inside the traitor cause. Some Primarchs fell into worship, possession, or transformation. Others used chaos as a weapon while believing themselves above it. Perturabo belonged more to the second kind, and that made his damnation slower, but not less real. Pride does not need chanting cults to become a chain. Sometimes it only needs to be obeyed long enough. Against him stood Rogal Dorn. Dorn's war was the opposite of Horus's advance. While the Warmaster gathered the storm, Dorn became the wall. He fortified Terra, reorganized defenses, prepared the Sol system, and turned the Imperial Palace into the greatest fortress humanity had ever seen. If Perturabo was resentment weaponized into siegecraft, Dorn was duty made stone. Their rivalry was not decorative. It was structural. Both understood fortification, endurance, geometry, and the moral language of walls. But Dorn built to preserve, Perturabo to prove. Dorn accepted thankless duty as duty. Perturabo experienced thanklessness as insult. In another galaxy, their similarities might have made them close. In this one, they became mirrors that hated what they reflected. As the heresy widened, Mortarion also became central to Horus' advance. The Death Guard had always been defined by endurance. They could march through poison, radiation, disease, and misery without breaking. Mortarion had grown unbarbarous beneath the rule of necromantic overlords, breathing poison and learning hatred for tyrants who hid in heights above suffering. When the Emperor came, Mortarion's resentment began at the moment of rescue. Like Angron, he felt robbed of a final act that should have been his. Mortarion hated psychers. He hated sorcery. He hated weakness disguised as mysticism. Yet he marched beside the servants of chaos because hatred of the Emperor outweighed consistency. This hypocrisy would eventually consume him. The heresy was full of sons who believed they were using darkness for their own purposes, not understanding that darkness is patient with tools that think themselves masters. The wider Imperium splintered under these pressures. The Mechanicum divided in civil war. Mars itself became a furnace of ideological and technological treason as the dark Mechanicum rose. This mattered profoundly. The Imperium's war machine depended on forge worlds, Titan legions, armories, shipyards, and machine cult knowledge. When Mars burned, the heresy entered the bloodstream of industry. Tanks, titans, void ships, and weapons were no longer guaranteed loyal by origin. Machines became suspect. Sacred code became battlefield. Ancient vaults opened for masters who no longer cared what should remain forbidden. The Titan wars of the heresy were like the battles of old gods. God engines walked through cities and across ash plains, their void shields blazing, their plasma hearts roaring like captive suns. Where they fought, human scale disappeared. Regiments became dust beneath their steps. Fortresses that could withstand armies died under a single engine's wrath. The civil war of the legions was terrible, but the civil war of Mars and the Titan orders proved that even the Imperium's machines had entered the age of betrayal. Loyalist commanders everywhere faced impossible questions. Which forge world could be trusted? Which astropathic message was genuine? Which fleet was delayed by warp storms, and which had changed sides? Which governor declared loyalty out of conviction, and which waited only for Horus's ships to arrive? The heresy became a war of uncertainty. The Great Crusade had believed in momentum: find, conquer, integrate, advance. The heresy turned that momentum inward. Every conquest became a possible rebellion. Every supply chain became a vulnerability. Every heroic legend of brotherhood became a memory sharpened into grief. Still, loyalists resisted. Shattered legions fought from the shadows. Survivors of Istvan struck at traitor supply lines, assassinated commanders, sabotaged ships, and kept alive the truth that massacre had not erased them. The Raven Guard rebuilt in darkness. The Salamanders searched for their lost father and held to stubborn humanity amid galactic cruelty. The Iron Hands, broken and furious, fought with a vengeance that often frightened even allies. The White Scars faced their own crisis of allegiance before choosing loyalty. Jagatai Khan had never fit comfortably within the Imperium's rigid expectations. He loved speed, independence, open horizons, and the freedom of the hunt. Horus believed he might turn. Many did. But the Khan saw enough to understand that the Warmaster's rebellion did not offer freedom. It offered slavery wearing the mask of rebellion. His choice to ride for Terra gave the Loyalists a blade the traitors had hoped to steal. The Blood Angels, too, were drawn into traps designed to remove them from the final war. Sanguinius was beloved in a way few of his brothers were. His presence mattered beyond strategy. He represented nobility, sacrifice, and tragic beauty, qualities the Imperium desperately needed as its ideals collapsed. Chaos wanted him broken, corrupted, or delayed. At Cygnus, demonic powers tried to awaken the darkness within his sons and twist the angel into a monster. They failed to claim him. That failure would echo all the way to Terra. By the middle years of the heresy, the war had become a contest of delay and convergence. Horus needed to arrive before Loyalist forces could gather in overwhelming strength. The Loyalists needed to survive, regroup, and reach Terra before the Warmaster broke the throne world. Every campaign, every atrocity, every heroic stand, every warp storm mattered because time itself had become a weapon. And above all of it stood the terrible fact that the Emperor could not leave Terra. The father of the Imperium had become its hidden prisoner before he ever became its corpse god. The Loyalist response to the heresy was never as clean as later Imperial legend would claim. In the sermons of the far future, the loyal sons are often imagined as shining figures who immediately understood evil and marched straight toward Terra. The truth was slower, more painful, and more human. The galaxy was too large, the warp too unstable, and Horus too skilled at deception for instant unity. Loyalists were delayed by false orders, storms, local wars, wounded pride, and the sheer difficulty of believing that the Imperium's greatest commander had become its greatest enemy. Guilliman, trapped in Ultramar, faced one of the most difficult strategic and moral problems of the war. If Terra had fallen, what then? If the Emperor was dead or unreachable, did mankind need a second center of survival? The creation of Imperium Secundus was not simple treason, as some later critics would imply, nor simple wisdom, as its defenders might argue. It was an emergency answer to a galaxy cut apart by storm and uncertainty. Guilliman, Sanguinius, and the Lion became bound together in that strange, temporary empire. Each represented a different form of loyalty. Guilliman brought administration and strategic reason. Sanguinius brought legitimacy of spirit, the kind of nobility that could hold hearts when laws failed. The Lion brought secrecy, ferocity, and a hunter's instinct for threats others missed. But Imperium Secundus also revealed the danger of uncertainty. Even loyal men, acting for survival, could create structures that resembled ambition. In a civil war born from mistrust, appearances mattered. If Terra still stood, then a second Imperium could look like abandonment. If Terra had fallen, then failing to prepare would be unforgivable. Such was the heresy. It made even responsible action morally dangerous. Eventually, the loyal sons learned enough to understand that Terra endured, and that the war's center remained the Emperor's palace. The question became how to reach it. The ruin storm, born of treachery and ritual devastation, had turned the warp into a wall of madness. Fleets could be lost not merely in space, but in time, nightmare, and demonic predation. Navigation became an act of faith and calculation combined. Every journey risked annihilation. Yet, without those journeys, Terra would stand alone. Sanguinius's path mattered most because he was more than a commander. Among all the Emperor's sons, he was perhaps the easiest to love. His nobility did not erase darkness. It existed despite it. The Blood Angels carried within them a flaw, a thirst, a future curse waiting beneath beauty. Sanguinius knew this. His grace was not innocence. It was discipline over the abyss. This is why Chaos coveted him. To corrupt Sanguinius would have been a victory beyond strategy. It would have proven that even the brightest angel was only a monster waiting for permission. But Sanguinius refused that fate. His loyalty was not naive. It was chosen in full knowledge of what he and his sons might become. The Khan's road to Terra was different. He was not made for walls or thrones. The White Scars were a storm-given legion form, riders of void and steppe, warriors of speed, laughter, and sudden death. The Khan had kept his distance from many of his brother's politics, and because he was not easily owned by any faction, both sides misjudged him. Horus hoped independence might become rebellion. Terra feared it might become unreliability. But the Khan saw the truth in motion. The Warmaster's cause claimed liberation while binding itself to powers that devoured freedom. Whatever the Emperor's flaws, Horus offered no future the Khan could respect. So he chose the harder loyalty, not because he loved chains, but because he recognized a worse slavery riding behind the traitor banners. The Lion fought his own hidden wars, often in secrecy so deep that even allies struggled to trust him. The Dark Angels possessed weapons and knowledge from the oldest days of the Imperium, and the Lion's campaigns during the Heresy were devastating in ways not always visible from Terra. He hunted traitor holdings, destroyed strategic assets, and moved according to a logic that could seem cold even by Primarch standards. This fragmentation of loyalist effort was both weakness and strength. The loyalists could not always coordinate, but they also could not be destroyed in one blow. Horus had crippled several legions, delayed others, and scattered the rest, yet everywhere pockets of resistance endured. Every delay he suffered allowed another loyal force to move, another warning to spread, another fortress to prepare. The Imperial fists transformed Terra. The Blood Angels fought to reach it. The White Scars broke through storms to defend it. The Ultramarines struggled against distance and catastrophe. The Dark Angels waged war across the traitor rear. The shattered survivors of Istvan bled Horus wherever they could. The Space Wolves reeled from Prospero and later battles, yet remained a threat. The Raven Guard rebuilt. The Salamanders endured. The Iron Hands hated. On the traitor side, momentum remained powerful but increasingly unstable. The closer Horus came to Terra, the more his rebellion changed around him. What had begun as a conspiracy of wounded generals became a pilgrimage of monsters. Demons walked more openly. Rituals infested strategy. The word-bearers celebrated what others still pretended to control. Fulgrim drifted deeper into supernatural excess. Angron became a living apocalypse. Mortarion moved toward a fate he would have once despised. Kurtz's Terra campaigns became less about victory, and more about proving his own despair correct. Horus himself changed most of all. The Warmaster who had once inspired devotion through charisma and nobility became something larger and less human. Power flowed into him from the gods behind the veil. His presence deepened. His authority became metaphysical. Yet, with every increase in power, something of the original Horus receded. The tragedy is that the rebellion's leader may have believed at first that he was freeing humanity from deception. By the end, he was becoming the vessel of forces that cared nothing for humanity except as fuel. Still, he remained brilliant. He understood that the war could not continue indefinitely. The longer it lasted, the more likely loyalist reinforcements would converge. Guilliman's legion alone, if fully unleashed toward Terra, could change the balance. The Lion's campaigns could gut the traitor rear. The Khan and Sanguinius reaching the throne world would strengthen Dorne's defense. Horus had to strike before the Imperium's scattered limbs became a fist. Thus the heresy entered its final movement before the siege. The traitor hosts turned towards Sol. Worlds in their path were crushed, bypassed, or consumed. Loyalist fleets fought delaying actions knowing that victory was often impossible, and time was the only prize. Every hour purchased in blood gave Dorne another hour to strengthen the palace. Every traitor ship destroyed before Terra was one fewer gun above the throne world. Every message that reached Sol helped clarify the shape of the storm. The galaxy had become a vast, burning clock. At its center sat Terra, cradle of humanity, birthplace of the Imperium, and now the target of the greatest betrayal mankind had ever known. By the time Horus prepared to strike at Terra, his rebellion had become a court of ruin. The traitor Primarchs were united by direction, not by trust. They all moved toward the Emperor, but each carried a different war inside him. That difference mattered because the Horus Heresy was never simply two empires clashing. It was a coalition of damnations held together by the Warmaster's will, and by the dark powers feeding that will. Angron wanted slaughter. He could be aimed but not truly commanded in any ordinary sense. His transformation had made him more powerful and less free than ever. The tragedy of his life had been the theft of agency, and daemonhood completed the theft while disguising it as release. The more terrible he became, the less he belonged to himself. Fulgrim wanted sensation, perfection, worship, experience without limit. His fall was horrifying because it turned beauty into appetite. The Emperor's children, once paragons of discipline and excellence, became a legion of indulgence and cruelty, proving that the pursuit of perfection without humility can become one of the fastest roads to monstrosity. Mortarion still imagined himself resistant to the very corruption closing around him. He hated sorcery, yet served a rebellion saturated by it. He despised tyrants, yet followed Horus into the service of gods more tyrannical than any mortal ruler. His fall would come through endurance twisted into surrender, through the belief that survival at any cost is strength. Nurgle's shadow waited for him with the patience of rot. Perturabo remained the engineer of bitterness, the master of reduction, the commander who could turn defiance into arithmetic. He did not need to scream. He did not need to pray. He could look at a fortress and see the sequence by which it would die. Among the traitors, he was indispensable because Terra would not fall to rage alone. It would require siegecraft, coordination, and the systematic breaking of impossible walls. Lorgar, though not always at the center of the final advance, had already achieved something profound. He had proven the gods real to those willing to kneel. The imperial truth lay in ruins wherever daemons walked. His revenge against the Emperor was philosophical as much as military. The father who had punished him for worship would now watch an empire drown in the consequences of denied divinity. Curse brought terror like prophecy. He had always believed the future was fixed, that his monstrosity was inevitable, that justice was only fear made useful. The heresy confirmed him in his own eyes. That may have been his deepest damnation. A man who believes himself doomed can make every crime feel like obedience to fate. Magnus stood apart in tragedy, bound to the thousand suns and the god that had manipulated his path. He had not begun as a willing architect of the Emperor's destruction in the same way as Lorgar or Horus. But the heresy did not require every fall to begin in the same place. Some fell through pride, some through rage, some through shame, some through despair, some through loyalty to their own sons when all other loyalties had burned away. Alpharius and Omegon remained the most difficult to measure. The Alpha Legion moved through deception so layered that even truth became suspect. Were they traitors in full conviction, loyalists playing a monstrous long game, or something stranger? In practical terms, the answer mattered less to those they killed. Their war was confusion weaponized, and in the heresy, confusion killed almost as effectively as fire. At the center sat Horus. He had once been the best of them, or close enough that the distinction hardly mattered. That is why his fall wounded the Imperium more deeply than any other could have. If Angron rebelled, some could say he had always been broken. If Kurz rebelled, some could say darkness had always lived in him. If Lorgar rebelled, some could trace the path through faith and humiliation. But Horus had been loved. Horus had been trusted. Horus had embodied the Great Crusade's promise. His corruption therefore became a verdict on the whole imperial project. If the brightest sun could become the arch-traitor, then perhaps the Emperor had misunderstood his own creations. Perhaps conquest had outpaced wisdom. Perhaps unity built by force had never been unity at all. Perhaps suns made as weapons would eventually choose targets of their own. This does not absolve Horus. The heresy was his crime, even if others prepared the knife and gods whispered in the dark. He chose, and then kept choosing, long after the first step. Every world burned on the road to Terra belonged to his account. Every loyal son murdered, every civilian consumed by demonic war, Every future century of imperial horror born from the heresy carried the mark of his ambition. But tragedy is not the same as innocence. Horus can be tragic and guilty at once. As the traitor fleets gathered, the war became apocalyptic in scale. Expeditionary fleets that had once carried compliance to lost human worlds now carried rebellion toward humanity's birthplace. Titans strode in the holds of darkened ships. Traitor army regiments marched under banners remade by new loyalties. Cults rose in the lower decks, chanting names the imperial truth had forbidden. Navigators screamed through warp routes boiling with unnatural storms. Astropaths burned out trying to send warnings ahead of the invasion. The Sol system prepared. Dorne's defenses were layered through void and stone. Luna, Mars, orbital platforms, fleet stations, and palace walls became parts of a single fortress design. The Imperial fists did not merely build walls, they built time. Every defense was meant to slow Horus, bleed him, force him to spend strength before reaching the Emperor. Dorne knew he might not be able to prevent the storm from landing, but he could shape how it broke. The defenders were not naive. They understood that Terra would suffer. The throne world was not an abstract symbol. It was crowded, ancient, polluted, sacred and monstrous in its density. Beneath palace spires and administrative mountains lived uncounted billions. The heresy coming to Terra meant the war would no longer be fought in distant systems whose names could be carved later into memorial walls. It meant mankind's cradle would become a battlefield. The Emperor remained hidden from most eyes, bound to the Golden Throne and the secret war beneath the palace. To the common soldier, he was distant majesty. To the custodians and those who knew more, he was the keystone holding shut a disaster below reality. To Horus, he was father, tyrant, rival, and final obstacle. As the traitors approached, the heresy narrowed. All the scattered betrayals, massacres, rituals, sieges, and desperate loyalist journeys began to point toward one place. The galaxy had burned in every direction, but now the fire leaned inward. Terra drew the war like gravity. Every brother's grievance, every god's hunger, every dead warrior's oath, every secret the Emperor had kept, every lie Horus had believed, every choice made on Davin, Isfahan, Prospero, Calth, New Syria, and beyond converged upon the throne world. The Imperium had been born from Terra's conquest. Now Terra would decide whether the Imperium had any future beyond ashes. The Horus Heresy's seventh great movement ends not with resolution, but with arrival. By the time the traitor armada reached for Terra, the galaxy had already been changed beyond repair. The Great Crusade was dead. The imperial truth was dying. The legions, once the spear of human unity, had become symbols of civilizational failure. The Emperor's sons had proven that demigods could inherit human flaws and magnify them until those flaws became galactic disasters. Istvan III had shown that Horus would murder his own loyal sons to cleanse his rebellion. Istvan V had shown that brotherhood itself could be used as bait. Calth had shown that old humiliation could become religious war. Prospero had shown that secrecy and fear could turn warning into catastrophe. The Shadow Crusade had shown that suffering could be engineered into apotheosis. Mars had shown that even the machine heart of the Imperium could split. Every campaign had stripped another layer from the dream until only survival remained. The Imperium that prepared to defend Terra was no longer the confident empire of the Great Crusade. It was frightened, wounded, suspicious, and increasingly willing to embrace whatever kept it alive. That shift is one of the most important consequences of the heresy. The Imperium did not become the nightmare of the 41st millennium all at once. It began becoming that nightmare here, under pressure, as ideals were traded for endurance. Reason gave ground to faith because reason had not explained the daemons at the gate. Trust gave ground to surveillance because brothers had turned their guns inward. Progress gave ground to preservation because invention could become corruption. Mercy gave ground to necessity because hesitation could doom worlds. The future Imperium was born not only from fanaticism, but from trauma. Its cruelty would later become doctrine, but during the heresy, much of that cruelty first appeared as emergency response. The tragedy is that emergency became identity. Measures taken to survive the rebellion would harden over 10,000 years into institutions that no longer remembered how to be anything else. For the loyalists on Terra, none of that future was yet clear. They saw the immediate storm. Dorn stood upon the walls he had raised and prepared to meet the brother who had broken the galaxy. Around him, the Imperial fists embodied defiance through discipline. They would hold because holding was their nature. They would die in corridors, on walls, in void stations, beneath collapsing towers, and in the shadow of gates whose names would become sacred through blood. Sanguinius arrived as hope given wings, but also as foreshadowing. His presence lifted defenders who had lived too long under dread. Soldiers who had never seen the Emperor could see the angel and believe mankind had not been abandoned entirely. Yet every legend of Sanguinius carries sorrow inside it, because his nobility shines brightest when placed against the death waiting for him. The Khan brought motion to a siege, the spirit of the open hunt into the most fortified place in human history. His white scars would not simply wait behind walls. They would strike, harry, break out, and remind the traitors that Terra's defenders were not stones to be cracked, but warriors with teeth. Malcador worked in shadow, bearing burdens few could understand. The Sigillite had always been one of the Imperium's hidden pillars, less glorious than the Primarchs, less worshipped than the Emperor, but essential to the machinery of rule and secrecy. In the final crisis, such figures mattered because empires are not held together by warriors alone. They are held by memory, administration, sacrifice, and terrible decisions made far from songs. The Custodian Guard remained closest to the Emperor, golden and diminished by the secret war beneath the palace. They had been created not as conquerors, but as companions and guardians, and the heresy had forced them into a catastrophe unlike any they had been made to prevent. Their failure was not that they lacked strength. It was that no strength could fully compensate for a father's secrecy and son's betrayal. Above Terra, the traitor fleets gathered like a second night. The sight would have been almost impossible to comprehend. Ships that had once flown the Emperor's colors now came as executioners. Legions created in laboratories beneath Terra returned to kill the master who had commissioned their birth. The weapons of human reunification aimed themselves at humanity's cradle. The Empire's own victories had supplied the means of its near destruction. That is the central horror of the Horus Heresy. It was not an invasion from outside, not a Xenos apocalypse, not a rebellion of strangers who had never shared the dream. It was the Imperium consuming itself with the very strength that had made it unstoppable. The Emperor had built warriors strong enough to conquer the galaxy. Horus proved they were strong enough to ruin it. And yet the Loyalists did not surrender. That matters too. Warhammer's darkest histories often dwell on decay, hypocrisy, and inevitable loss. But the heresy also contains acts of astonishing courage. Loyalists stood after betrayal had made loyalty seem foolish. Mortals fought beside demigods knowing they would die unnoticed. Shattered legions continued to resist after their futures had been stolen. Worlds burned warnings into the void. Commanders bought hours with lives. Brothers refused brothers. Sons chose the Emperor even when the Emperor's dream had become almost impossible to defend. The Imperium survived the heresy not because it was pure, but because enough people decided that Horus's victory would be worse. That is not a clean, heroic truth. It is a grim one. The Emperor's Imperium was authoritarian, brutal, and built on conquest long before Horus fell. But Horus did not offer liberation. He offered the galaxy to powers that turned pain, ambition, rage, decay, and excess into eternal law. The choice facing many loyalists was not between freedom and tyranny, but between a flawed human tyranny that might still preserve the species and a cosmic slavery that would devour it. By the end of Chapter 7, the heresy has done what no alien empire had managed to do. It has brought the Imperium to the edge of death. The Emperor is trapped on the throne. Horus is ascendant. The Loyalists are divided, delayed, and wounded. The traitors have paid heavily, but they have reached the only battlefield that truly matters. Terra waits. Its walls are ready. Its defenders are afraid. Its billions pray, curse, labor, and look upward at a sky filling with warships. Some still believe the Emperor will rise and end the rebellion with a word. Some know enough to fear he cannot. Some have never heard the name Horus spoken aloud until it becomes the name of doom descending from the stars. The Warmaster comes not as a son seeking forgiveness, but as a conqueror demanding judgment. The Emperor waits not as the radiant warlord of the Great Crusade, but as a hidden, wounded king holding shut the darkness beneath his own palace. Between them stands the last defense of the old dream. The next chapter is the Siege of Terra, where the Horus Heresy stops being a galactic civil war and becomes a final confrontation between father and son, empire and rebellion, humanity and the gods waiting in the dark. Chapter 8 began when the war that had devoured the galaxy finally came home. For years, the Horus Heresy had burned across the stars like a wound that would not close. Worlds had been split in half by orbital fire. Legions that had once marched beneath the same banners now hunted one another through ruined cities and poisoned voids. The dream of the Great Crusade had collapsed into betrayal, and the Emperor's Imperium, once presented as the inevitable future of mankind, had become a battlefield so vast that entire sectors vanished from memory beneath the smoke of their own destruction. Yet every path of the war led back to Terra. The throne world was not merely the capital of the Imperium. It was the heart of the human species, the first cradle, the seat of the Emperor, the world from which the Great Crusade had been launched. To take Terra was to claim more than military victory. It was to seize history itself. It was to prove that the Emperor's vision had failed in the one place where it had first been declared. By the time the traitor host reached the Sol system, Terra had already become a fortress beyond anything the species had ever built. Its oceans were gone, its mountains hollowed, its continents sheathed in armor and gun emplacements. The Imperial Palace did not stand like a castle upon a hill. It sprawled across ranges and plateaus, an artificial continent of walls, towers, shield bastions, sealed gates, macro-cannon platforms, void shield engines, sanctums, armories, command halls, and buried tunnels older than most empires. It was the greatest fortress mankind had ever made, and it had been shaped by Rogel Dorn, the Praetorian of Terra, whose genius had been bent toward one purpose, making the impossible costly enough that it might fail. Dorn understood what was coming. He had never needed comforting lies. He had not imagined that the traitors would break themselves against the walls in a single glorious assault. He knew Horus would bring fleets, titans, daemons, corrupted legions, dark Mechanicum engines, human armies, warp-touched monsters, and the full weight of resentment gathered from every brother who had turned against the Emperor. He knew this would not be a battle of honor. It would be a siege of attrition, terror, madness, and ritualized destruction. Across Terra, civilians were driven underground or pressed into labor. Soldiers filled the outer trenches. Servitors dragged ammunition through kilometers of armored corridors. Tech priests chanted over failing shield generators. The custodian guard remained near the Emperor, silent and golden, guardians of a ruler who could not fully leave his hidden war. Loyalist Space Marines stood at the walls, their heraldry scorched, their numbers reduced by years of fighting. The Imperial Army gathered in formations that stretched beyond sight. Titans of the Collegia Titanica waited in their engine vaults like sleeping gods made of steel and wrath. And beneath everything, beneath the palace, beneath the war rooms and armories and defensive lines, the Emperor sat upon the golden throne. He was already fighting a war that most of humanity could not understand. The Webway project, once intended to free mankind from reliance on the warp, had become a broken wound. Magnus had shattered its wards, and the Emperor had been forced to hold back the psychic pressure of the Immaterium through sheer will. While armies prepared above, the master of mankind endured a battle without rest below, keeping demonic ruin from flooding directly into Terra. Every moment he remained there was an act of cosmic resistance. Every moment he left it would risk catastrophe. This was the cruel geometry of the siege. The Emperor, greatest warrior mankind had ever known, could not simply walk to the walls and lead the defense as he had during the Unification Wars. Horus knew this. Dorn knew this. Malcador knew this. Sanguinius knew it as well, though he carried the knowledge differently. Where Dorn was stone, Sanguinius was light. Among the defenders, the angel became more than a commander. He became hope made visible. Exhausted soldiers who had seen nothing but smoke and casualty lists lifted their heads when he passed. He spoke not as a distant demigod, but as one who understood fear and carried it with them. His wings, once symbols of impossible beauty, became banners in the ash-choked air. He had seen visions of his own death. He knew some shadow waited for him at the end of the siege. Yet he did not turn from it. If anything, the certainty of doom made him gentler, and that gentleness made the defenders love him more. Far above Terra, the void burned. The Warmaster had come. Horus had once been the brightest of the Emperor's sons. The first found, the most beloved, the general who could speak to kings and warlords with equal ease, the brother most capable of holding the others together. Now he came as the chosen vessel of the ruinous powers, swollen with corruption, surrounded by legions that had abandoned the imperial truth and embraced the very gods the Emperor had tried to deny. The traitor armada translated into the Sol system like a storm front of iron and madness. Ships bearing the Eye of Horus moved beside vessels marked by the sigils of the Death Guard, the Emperor's children, the World Eaters, the Iron Warriors, the Word Bearers, the Night Lords, the Thousand Suns, and the Alpha Legion's shadowed remnants. Alongside them came dark Mechanicum forged ships, corrupted night houses, mortal armies, cult hosts, demon engines, and war machines that should never have existed in sane reality. The Void War was apocalyptic. Defense platforms fired until their barrels glowed. Loyalist ships died holding formation. Traitor vessels broke through minefields and orbital grids in sheets of fire. Some were destroyed, others simply kept coming, their hulls already infested with warp growths, their crews chanting through smoke and blood. Terra's skies became a furnace of falling wreckage. To those on the ground, the first sign of the final war was not the sight of ships, but the sound of the heavens breaking. Fragments of orbital stations fell like burning mountains. Shield domes flared and dimmed beneath impacts. The horizon flashed white again and again, each burst too large to be lightning. The air filled with metallic dust. Ash settled on armor, on banners, on the faces of men and women who had been told all their lives that Terra could never fall. Then the bombardment began in earnest. The traitors did not merely seek to breach walls. They wanted to break belief. They struck cities, mustering grounds, void ports, shield arrays, pilgrim districts, industrial zones, and ancient monuments. They hurled fire upon the throne world with the rage of sons returning to murder their father in his own house. The palace shields absorbed punishment beyond reason, but even they could not protect everything. Outside the central bastions, Terra screamed. Dorn watched the attack unfold from command chambers crowded with hololithic projections and casualty feeds. He did not waste motion. He did not curse. He issued orders, redirected reserves, sacrificed positions, sealed gates, abandoned outer zones when they had served their purpose, and forced Horus to pay for every kilometer. In another age, such discipline might have seemed cold. During the siege, it was mercy. Emotion could not hold the palace. Only calculation could. But calculation could not save everyone. That was the truth that defined the Siege of Terra from its first hours. Every loyalist commander understood that most of the defenders were already dead. Their task was not to survive. Their task was to delay, to bleed the traitors, to hold until relief came, if relief could come at all. Roboute Guilliman and the Lion were racing through the galaxy, but the warp had become a maze of storms and treachery. No one on Terra knew whether salvation was days away, weeks away, or already impossible. Horus knew he had limited time. His rebellion had reached its climax, but the longer he remained before the palace, the more danger grew behind him. If loyalist reinforcements reached Terra before the Emperor fell, the traitor cause might collapse beneath its own excess. The Warmaster needed victory before the closing jaws of loyalist vengeance arrived. And so the siege became a race between endurance and annihilation. The first landings came beneath skies blackened by smoke. Drop pods screamed through fire. Assault craft broke apart under defensive guns, spilling burning warriors into the killing fields. Titans descended from heavy landers. Mortal troops surged forward in waves so vast that they looked less like armies than migrations of the damned. The outer defenses opened fire, and the ground disappeared beneath explosions. The Imperial Palace had been built to resist gods, but Horus had brought gods with him. The siege was not fought only by warriors. It was fought by ideals. The Emperor's dream had been severe, ruthless, and often cruel, but it had still aimed toward a human future free from superstition and demonic slavery. Horus came as the answer to every wound the Emperor had ignored. He carried the resentment of sons treated as tools, the rage of legions used and discarded, the hunger of warriors who had conquered the stars only to find themselves excluded from the peace they had made possible. Chaos did not create every grievance. It fed upon them. It gave them teeth. It turned pain into worship and worship into chains. As the traitors advanced, the old Imperium died in stages. Each fallen wall was not merely a military loss. It was a symbol breaking. The outer bastions fell. The approaches became charnel fields. The palace districts burned. Loyalist counterattacks won ground and lost it again. The defenders fought with discipline, faith, hatred, exhaustion, and desperation. Some still believed in the imperial truth. Some had already begun whispering prayers to the Emperor, though such devotion had once been forbidden. In the trenches and shelters of Terra, theology was being born from fear. The Emperor had denied that he was a god. But as the sky turned black and daemons walked openly through the fires of the throne world, denial began to feel like a luxury for those not standing at the end of history. The Siege of Terra was not a single battle, but a sequence of catastrophes linked by stubborn survival. The first great phase belonged to the guns. Perturabo, Lord of the Iron Warriors, had long carried bitterness in his heart, like a blade hidden under armor. He had been the Emperor's master of sieges, the breaker of impossible fortresses, the Primarch sent to grind down the hardest worlds while others received glory for cleaner victories. His legion had been used for attrition and thanked with neglect. By the time he stood before the Imperial Palace, his resentment had cooled into something more dangerous than rage. It had become method. Against Dorn, Perturabo waged war with the intimacy of a brother who understood his enemy too well. Dorn had made the palace into a layered defense. Perturabo treated those layers as equations to be solved through pressure, sacrifice, and time. His artillery did not simply fire at random. It measured, tested, punished, and adjusted. His siege engines crawled forward beneath shielding. His iron warriors built killing platforms while under fire, raised gun lines from rubble, and turned captured ground into new batteries aimed at the next wall. They were not beautiful. They were not theatrical. They were inevitable. The palace answered with its own thunder. Macro cannons hurled shells large enough to erase hab blocks. Laser batteries cut burning lines through smoke. Defense lasers reached into orbit. Missile storms passed overhead in such density that the sky seemed stitched with fire. In the trenches, soldiers learned the rhythm of survival. Down when the guns screamed, up when the assault alarms sounded, fire until the barrel failed, reload with shaking hands, drag the wounded back if they could still be dragged, leave them if they could not. The defenders were not all heroes in the way later myths would claim. Many were terrified. Many broke. Some prayed, some cursed, some went silent and never spoke again. Entire companies vanished beneath bombardments without ever seeing the enemy. Others held positions for days after command assumed them lost. The siege reduced every grand idea to a simple question. Would this person stand when the next wave came? Many did. That was why the traitors paid so dearly. The Iron Warriors battered the walls, but the palace was not lifeless stone. Dorn had prepared countermeasures for every breach. Kill zones were flooded with fire. False weaknesses lured attackers into overlapping guns. Collapsed approaches became traps. Mines detonated beneath armor columns. Loyalist Space Marines emerged from hidden sally ports, struck siege crews, and withdrew before heavier forces could respond. The Imperial fists fought as an extension of Dorn's will, controlled, punishing, precise. But for every traitor assault repelled, another followed. The World Eaters came without patience, without subtlety, and almost without command. Angron's sons had become a storm of chain blades and butcher's nails. Their humanity flensed down to rage. Where Perturabo calculated, they hurled themselves forward in roaring waves, climbing over corpses, smashing into barricades, dragging defenders down in brutal close combat. Against them, every trench became a slaughterhouse. Discipline could slow them, fire could thin them, walls could delay them, but nothing could make them afraid. The Death Guard came differently. Mortarian's warriors advanced through poison, smoke, and plague fog, their armor corroded, their bodies swollen with unnatural endurance. They brought contamination with them. Air recyclers failed. Water supplies spoiled. Wounded soldiers developed fevers that made them whisper in languages they had never learned. The Death Guard did not only attack positions, they made the act of remaining alive inside those positions harder. The Emperor's children brought excess and horror, their perfection twisted into cruelty. The Night Lords sowed terror in the darkened districts, appearing where civilians had thought themselves hidden. The Word-bearers chanted scripture to gods that should not have existed. The Thousand Suns bent reality with sorcery, and every impossible flame or bleeding shadow proved that the imperial truth had been built over an abyss. Still, Terra held. The Loyalists held because Dorn had planned for betrayal long before the final hour. They held because Sanguinius walked among them. They held because the Khan struck like a storm beyond the walls, because loyal titans died standing rather than kneeling, because ordinary humans who had never wanted to be part of legend decided that if the palace fell, it would fall over their bodies. Above all, they held because time itself had become their ally. Every hour mattered. Every delay increased the chance that Guilliman's forces might arrive. Horus could feel it. The Warmaster had once been patient, charismatic, and measured. But the powers that had raised him were not content to wait forever. Their gifts were hooks. Their strength came with hunger. They did not need Horus merely to win a war. They needed him to become the instrument of the Emperor's destruction before the moment passed. As the siege dragged on, cracks opened within the traitor host. The traitor legions had united around Horus, but they were no longer a true brotherhood. Fulgrim pursued sensation and divine self-indulgence. Angron was a living catastrophe barely directed by command. Mortarian's bitterness had curdled into plague-bound devotion. Magnus remained bound to sorcery and sorrow. Lorgar's influence was everywhere, even where he was not physically present, for it was his religious betrayal that had opened the path to this nightmare. Perturabo still saw the war as a problem of iron and logistics, and despised the demonic madness increasingly corrupting the campaign. This was the contradiction at the heart of Horus's rebellion. It had begun as a claim that the Emperor had used his sons and lied to them. It ended as a coalition of monsters enslaved to powers that valued them even less. The siege exposed that truth, but too late to stop it. For the defenders, the horror was immediate. When daemons came through the cracks in reality, no amount of rational doctrine could explain them away. Men who had laughed at old religions saw horned things walking through artillery smoke. Women trained in imperial discipline watched shadows claw their way out of the bodies of the dead. Space Marines who had conquered worlds in the name of reason found themselves fighting nightmares that fed on emotion and pain. The Emperor's great lie had been intended as protection. If mankind did not believe in gods, perhaps the gods would starve. But ignorance was not immunity. The defenders of Terra learned the truth at the worst possible moment. The warp was alive with hungering powers, and humanity had been marching beside their shadow since the beginning. In the shelters beneath the palace, civilians began to whisper the Emperor's name with reverence. Not because the ecclesiarchy commanded it. The ecclesiarchy as it would later exist had not yet become the vast institution of the future. These prayers were raw, frightened, and unsanctioned. A mother clutching her child beneath falling dust did not care for imperial doctrine. A wounded soldier bleeding out beneath a collapsed arch did not care that the Emperor had forbidden worship. They needed something greater than the dark. So they made him that thing. This was one of the deepest tragedies of the siege. The Emperor's divinity was not born from victory. It was born from helplessness. It was born because ordinary humans saw daemons at the gates and could no longer survive on reason alone. Every bombardment, every breach, every impossible horror strengthened the idea that only the Emperor stood between mankind and eternal night. And in one sense, they were right. Far below the palace, the Emperor remained bound to the Golden Throne. His mind stretched across impossible psychic distances, holding the broken webway shut. The war above demanded him. The war below imprisoned him. If he abandoned the throne too soon, Terra might drown in daemons even if Horus were defeated. If he remained upon it forever, Horus might breach the palace and finish the rebellion with the Emperor still seated, still trapped, still forced to choose between two forms of doom. Malcador understood this better than almost anyone. Old, withered, impossibly powerful, the Sigillite moved through the palace like the last administrator of a dying age. He had helped build the Imperium from the shadows. He had buried secrets, shaped institutions, preserved forbidden knowledge, and stood at the Emperor's side longer than most could comprehend. During the siege, his frailty was deceptive. Beneath the aged flesh was a mind of terrifying force and purpose. He knew that the final decision was approaching. The palace could not hold forever. Dorne's defenses were brilliant, but brilliance could not negate infinity. Every wall breach narrowed the future. Every fallen gate brought Horus closer. Every hour made the Warmaster both more desperate and more dangerous. The guns continued. The walls shook. The dead became landscapes. And over Terra, the sky grew darker, not only with smoke, but with the pressure of the warp pressing against reality like a face against glass. Not all of the defense was static. While Dorne held the walls, Jagatai Khan refused to let the palace become only a tomb. The Khan had always been difficult for his brothers to understand. He was not a fortress builder like Dorne, nor a statesman like Guilliman, nor an icon of radiant nobility like Sanguinius. He belonged to open horizons, sudden strikes, and the freedom of movement. To him, a siege was a cage, and cages existed to be broken. During the Siege of Terra, that instinct became essential. The traitors wanted to compress the defenders, to force them inward, to make every retreat feel like inevitability. The Khan answered by striking outward. His white scars became blades of motion in a war of walls. They surged through smoke-choked approaches, raided siege lines, shattered supply concentrations, and attacked positions the enemy believed secure. Their warfare did not stop the siege, but it disrupted its rhythm. It reminded the traitors that Terra was not yet passive. The palace still had teeth. One of the great struggles centered on the Lion's Gate spaceport, a vital point of access and reinforcement. To control such a place was to control the flow of war. In the hands of the traitors, it became a wound in the defense, allowing more forces to descend, more armor to land, more pressure to fall upon the palace. To retake it was almost impossible. Almost. The Khan understood the cost before he attacked. The fighting around the spaceport was hellish even by the standards of the siege. The structures were vast, built for voidcraft and mass conveyance, now transformed into killing grounds of shattered gantries, burning fuel lines, collapsed landing decks, and cavernous halls echoing with gunfire. The traitors had fortified their gains. Every approach was covered. Every passage promised death. Yet the white scars came with speed and fury, not as a mindless charge, but as a storm aimed at the precise point where momentum could become victory. The Khan led from the front because he had never known another way. To the mortal defenders watching from broken positions, he seemed like something out of older myth, a warrior king riding through the end of the world, laughing at death not because he did not understand it, but because he refused to bow to it. The white scars followed him with savage joy. In a war defined by despair, joy itself became defiance. The counterattack was not clean. Nothing at Terra was clean. Loyalists died by the thousands. The enemy did not yield easily. But the Khan's assault struck with such force that the traitors were driven back from positions they had expected to hold until the final breach. The spaceport became a symbol, if only briefly, that Horus could still be denied. Symbols mattered. By this stage of the siege, the practical and the symbolic had become inseparable. Every gate, every wall, every bastion carried meaning far beyond its tactical value. When a position fell, fear spread faster than the enemy. When one was retaken, hope moved just as quickly. Commanders understood logistics, but soldiers endured through stories. They needed to believe that their deaths purchased something. They needed to believe that the palace was not merely delaying the inevitable. Sanguinius gave them that belief in one form. The Khan gave it in another. Dorn gave it in the language of walls and orders. The Emperor gave it through absence, paradoxically, by remaining the unseen center around which everything turned. Yet, the traitors had symbols too. Angron was one. By the time the Red Angel came against the palace, he was no longer simply the wounded gladiator from Nuceria, no longer merely the broken Primarch whose life had been shaped by nails hammered into his brain. He had become a demon prince, a creature of rage elevated into eternal torment. His existence was an accusation against the Emperor. Angron had never been saved. He had been taken. His slave army had been abandoned to die. His pain had been used, not healed. Chaos had not freed him, but it had made his agony into a weapon the galaxy could not ignore. When Angron fought at Terra, reality itself seemed to recoil. His presence was not strategy. It was disaster given a body. Warriors who had faced alien horrors and traitor legions found their courage tested by the sheer pressure of his hatred. He did not command like Horus. He did not calculate like Perturabo. He descended upon battlefields and turned them into extensions of his own torment. Against such enemies, the Loyalists had few perfect answers. They could only endure, delay, counterattack, and bleed. The defenders were learning a bitter truth. The traitor Primarchs were not merely enemy generals. Each was a failed relationship made flesh. Mortarion was resentment. Angron was abandonment. Perturabo was bitterness. Fulgrim was vanity unbound. Magnus was tragedy and arrogance. Lorgar was faith denied until it found darker gods. Horus was the beloved son who had decided that love itself had been a lie. The siege forced all of those failures back upon the Emperor's doorstep. This is why the battle cannot be understood merely as a military event. It was the reckoning of the Great Crusade. Every compromise, every secret, every neglected wound, every conquered world, every son treated as a component in a design too vast to explain, returned with fire in its hands. The Emperor had attempted to master history through will. At Terra, history answered him. Still, there were moments when humanity's defiance became almost unbearable in its beauty. A line of mortal soldiers held a gate after their Space Marine support withdrew, not because they expected survival, but because no order to retreat reached them. A wounded officer used a broken Vox to call artillery onto his own position when the enemy overran it. Remembrancers, scribes, and palace workers carried ammunition through tunnels while the ceiling collapsed around them. Tech adepts died manually venting reactor heat to keep shield systems active for a few minutes longer. Custodians fought in silence, each movement precise, each death of one of their number a loss beyond calculation. The siege was full of names later forgotten. That too, became part of the tragedy. The Imperium that emerged after the heresy would remember the great figures, the Angel, the Praetorian, the Warmaster, the Emperor. It would build shrines, myths, doctrines, and holy days. But countless ordinary defenders vanished into the foundation of that future. They died without statues, without hymns, without descendants who knew where they had fallen. They became part of the anonymous mass sacrifice upon which the Imperium survived. And survival was becoming the only remaining measure of success. No one still dreamed of restoring the Great Crusade as it had been. No one looked at the burning sky and imagined the old golden future waiting just beyond the smoke. Even if Horus were defeated, the damage was already beyond repair. The legions were shattered. The imperial truth was broken. Mars was divided. The galaxy had learned too much about chaos to return to innocence, and not enough to defend itself wisely. The Emperor's dream had not merely been attacked. It had been changed by the act of defending it. In the deepest chambers, Malcador continued to prepare for the possibility that the Emperor would have to leave the throne. It was a terrible possibility. Only a psychic power beyond almost any mortal comprehension could hold the device in the Emperor's absence, and even then, only briefly. The Golden Throne was not a chair of honor. It was an engine, a prison, a wound, and a gateway. To sit upon it without the Emperor's strength was to be consumed. Malcador knew this. He did not flee the knowledge. Outside, the Khan's victories bought time, but time was bleeding away. The traitors adapted. The assaults intensified. The walls became closer. The palace's defensive rings contracted. Every map in Dorne's command vault became uglier with each passing hour. And through all of it, Horus waited aboard the vengeful spirit, no longer merely directing the war, but becoming the dark sun around which it revolved. The Warmaster wanted the Emperor to come to him. In that desire there remained something of the sun, twisted, corrupted, magnified by chaos, but still recognizable in its shape. Horus did not simply want Terra. He did not simply want the Imperium. He wanted confrontation. He wanted judgment. He wanted the father who had left him with the burden of the Crusade to stand before him and answer for everything. That was the private wound beneath the galactic war. And the closer the traitors came to victory, the more certain it became that the siege would end not with walls, but with a meeting between father and son. As the traitors forced their way deeper into the palace, the war narrowed toward the Eternity Gate. The name itself carried impossible weight. It was not merely another defensive point. It was one of the great thresholds of the Imperial Palace, a barrier between the outer ruin and the inner sanctum, between the dying armies of Terra and the hidden heart where the Emperor remained bound to the Golden Throne. If the Eternity Gate fell, the siege would enter its final and most terrible stage. By then, the defenders had been reduced by exhaustion almost as much as by enemy fire. Armor was repaired with mismatched plates. Banners were burned down to threads. Command structures operated through damaged vox lines and runners because systems failed faster than they could be restored. Apothecaries worked until their gauntlets were slick with the price of loyalty. Ammunition was rationed. Sleep became a rumor. Hope became something harder than optimism. It became discipline with a soul. At the Eternity Gate, Sanguinius became legend. The angel had always been beloved, but love changed under siege. Before Terra, his beauty had inspired awe. At Terra, his suffering inspired devotion. He was not untouched by the war. His armor was battered, his face marked by grief, his wings stained by ash and blood. Yet the more wounded he appeared, the more powerful the symbol became. He was not some distant perfect being descending into battle for glory. He was one of them, hurting, tired, and still standing. The enemy came in waves. The defenders saw the worst of the rebellion gathered before them. Traitor warriors, demon things, corrupted engines, chanting cultists, and monsters born from the warp's hatred of human order. Reality buckled under the assault. The air tasted of iron and old nightmares. The gate shook beneath impacts that would have flattened lesser fortresses. Around it, The last great defenders of the palace fought as if the entire species had been compressed into that single threshold. In a sense, it had. The Eternity Gate was where the myth of the angel reached its highest point before his fall. He fought not only with strength, but with presence. Every strike seemed to deny despair. Every movement told the defenders that the end had not yet come. Against him came demonic hatred, including the shadow of ancient enemies that had haunted his legion before. The struggle became more than physical. It was spiritual, symbolic, prophetic. Sanguinius had always carried the burden of foresight. He had seen glimpses of doom and death. He knew that some fate awaited him aboard Horus's ship. That knowledge did not make him detached. It made each act of courage heavier. A warrior who believes he may survive can fight for victory. A warrior who knows he will die and fights anyway becomes something else. At the gate, he became the last light of the Great Crusade. That phrase matters. The Great Crusade had been violent and imperial, but it had also carried a sense of dawn. Its warriors had believed they were building something, that each compliance and conquest brought mankind closer to unity and safety. By the siege, that belief was almost gone. Dorn represented duty after hope. The Khan represented freedom against confinement. Sanguinius represented the dream as it had wanted to see itself. Noble, radiant, self-sacrificing, impossibly brave. That is why his eventual death mattered so deeply. It was not merely the loss of a Primarch. It was the death of the Imperium's most beautiful self-image. But before that death, he held the gate. The fighting there became the kind of event that later centuries would bury under worship. In the grim future, priests would speak of the angel as though he had always been destined for sainthood. They would forget the immediate terror, the tactical desperation, the broken communications, the heaps of wounded, the stink of smoke and burned metal. They would polish the memory until it gleamed. The reality was harsher and greater. Sanguinius did not stand at the Eternity Gate because he was a statue in a future cathedral. He stood there because if he did not, the enemy would break through. The defenders rallied not because doctrine told them to, but because they saw him refusing to yield. His legend was built in real time by the eyes of those who needed him. Dorn, elsewhere within the defense, understood the significance of the gate in colder terms. If it fell too early, the inner sanctum would be exposed before the final decision could be made. Every reserve committed there was a reserve not available elsewhere, but some positions could not be measured by ordinary arithmetic. Dorn knew that there were moments in war when symbolism itself became part of the structure holding a defense together. The Eternity Gate was such a moment. Sanguinius was such a symbol. The traitors hurled themselves against it. And still, the angel endured. Beyond the walls, Horus's impatience sharpened. The Warmaster could sense the wider strategic clock turning against him. Loyalist reinforcements were drawing nearer. The ruinous powers pressed upon him, filling him with strength but also with urgency, corruption, and instability. Horus had become immensely powerful, perhaps more powerful than any of his brothers could truly comprehend. But power did not make him free. The more he drew upon chaos, the more he became its battlefield. This is one of the darkest ironies of the heresy. Horus rebelled against being a tool and became the greatest tool of all. The Emperor had used his sons in pursuit of a controlled future. Chaos used Horus in pursuit of eternal hunger. Somewhere inside the Warmaster, perhaps, there remained a fragment of the warrior who had once loved his father and brothers. But by the final phase of the siege, that fragment was buried beneath layers of divine poison, pride, rage, and destiny. Whether Horus could still be separated from the powers that possessed him became one of the central questions of the end. On Terra, there was no time to debate it. The Eternity Gate shook. Sanguinius fought. The palace bled. And deep below, the Emperor's long stillness neared its end. When later generations imagined this part of the siege, they often pictured the Emperor calmly choosing the perfect moment to confront Horus. The truth was more desperate. The Loyalists were being pressed toward collapse. The throne still required a master. The webway breach still threatened catastrophe. The palace could not endure indefinitely. Horus had to be stopped, but stopping him required the Emperor to leave the mechanism that only he could safely command. This is where Malcador's sacrifice entered the shape of history. Malcador the Sigillite, ancient beyond ordinary humanity, closest confidant of the Emperor, took upon himself the burden that should have destroyed him almost instantly. He agreed to sit upon the Golden Throne so the Emperor could rise and go to war. No later legend can make that act gentle. The throne consumed. It was never made for him. To sit there was to place his soul into the jaws of an engine built around the power of a being far greater than any mortal psyker. Yet, Malcador did it. Not for glory. Not for worship. Not because anyone could promise survival. He did it because the alternative was the end of everything they had tried to build. In that moment, the fate of mankind depended not only on the Emperor's strength, but on an old man's willingness to burn alive in silence. The Emperor rose from the Golden Throne. The significance of that moment cannot be overstated. For much of the siege, he had been absent from the visible war, not because he was indifferent, but because he was engaged in a struggle hidden from almost all. When he finally left the throne, it meant the endgame had arrived. There would be no more grand strategy after this. No more layered contingency that could preserve every possibility. The war had narrowed to a confrontation that history had been moving toward since Horus first fell. The Emperor prepared to face his son. Around him gathered those who would accompany him in the final assault. Warriors, guardians, and leaders whose names would echo through the Imperium's broken future. Sanguinius would go. Dorn would go. Custodians would go. Others would be drawn into the teleport strike by fate, by chance, by command, and by the chaos of battle. The target was the vengeful spirit. Horus had lowered the shields of his flagship. Whether this was arrogance, bait, challenge, or the last emotional demand of a corrupted son remains one of the defining mysteries of the end. Perhaps he wanted the Emperor to come. Perhaps the gods wanted the duel staged in the heart of their chosen champion's power. Perhaps some buried remnant of Horus needed to see his father face to face before the last line was crossed. Whatever the reason, the opportunity appeared, and the Emperor took it. On Terra, the Eternity Gate still stood, battered but unbroken. The defenders did not know all that was happening. Most would never know. They knew only that the war had entered a silence more frightening than bombardment. The kind of silence that comes when history inhales before deciding what shape the future will take. Then the teleportation began. Malcador's sacrifice was the hinge on which the final hours turned. He ascended the Golden Throne knowing it would destroy him. There was no illusion of comfort, no hidden path to safety, no promise that his name would be remembered properly by the species he served. The machine was not a throne in the way mortals understood thrones. It was a psychic engine of terrible scale, bound to the Emperor's ruined webway dream, connected to forces that pressed upon reality with infinite hunger. When Malcador took the Emperor's place, he did not sit in honor. He entered torment. The light that surrounded him was not gentle. It was the radiance of consumption. It burned through flesh, thought, memory, and soul. Yet for a time, impossibly, he endured. That endurance gave the Emperor freedom. The master of mankind rose to confront the sun who had broken the galaxy. He did not rise as the distant golden ruler of imperial propaganda. He rose as a being carrying the weight of every failure that had led to this moment. He had made the Primarchs. He had scattered his trust unevenly among them. He had denied them truths, used them as instruments, expected loyalty from souls he had never fully healed, and built an empire so dependent on his own will that when his sons rebelled, all mankind nearly fell with him. None of that excused Horus, but it followed the Emperor into the final assault. Sanguinius went with him. So did Dorn. So did warriors of the legions Astartes and the Custodian Guard, though the teleport strike did not unfold cleanly. The vengeful spirit was soaked in warp corruption, its interior no longer merely the architecture of a warship, but a symbolic extension of Horus's fall. Teleportation scattered the assault parties. Corridors shifted. Darkness breathed. Bulkheads became cathedral walls, slaughter halls, shrines, and impossible passages. The ship that had once carried the Warmaster of the Great Crusade had become a palace of damnation. The final assault did not begin as a clean march toward the command deck. It began as dislocation. Warriors materialized in different parts of the ship, separated from one another by distance and nightmare. Some found themselves in corridors lined with trophies from murdered worlds. Others appeared in chambers where gravity seemed uncertain, and the air whispered with voices from their past. Custodians advanced through shadow with disciplined precision, but even they could not impose sanity upon a vessel saturated with chaos. Loyalist Space Marines fought through traitor guards, demonic apparitions, and the ship's own hostile architecture. The vengeful spirit had become a test as much as a battlefield. Every step toward Horus was a step deeper into the consequences of the heresy. The ship contained echoes of brotherhood corrupted, victory poisoned, and glory turned inside out. Here was the flagship of the first found sun, the symbol of the Emperor's trust, now transformed into the lair from which Terra's murder had been commanded. The walls themselves seemed to accuse. Sanguinius, separated by fate from the Emperor and Dorn, moved toward his own appointed end. His visions had shown him death, but visions are not the same as living the path toward them. He still had choices. That is what makes his final journey powerful. Prophecy did not drag him unwillingly. He walked forward because the alternative was cowardice, and cowardice had never suited him. The angel had carried hope through the siege, and now he carried it into the belly of the Warmaster's ship. He was exhausted from the defense of the Eternity Gate. He had fought beyond any mortal limit. His body bore the price of Terra's survival, but his spirit remained unbroken. That mattered, because when he reached Horus, he did not meet only a brother. He met the ruin of a brother. Horus, by then, was vast in power and terrible in presence. Chaos had remade him into something more than a Primarch, and less than a man. His armor radiated dark majesty. His soul was crowded by gods. The charisma that had once made him beloved remained, but twisted into domination. He stood as the Warmaster, the betrayer, the chosen of the Pantheon, and the weapon aimed at the Emperor's heart. For a moment, one can imagine the silence between them. Sanguinius and Horus had once been brothers in the truest sense available to beings like them. They had fought in the same Great Crusade, shared victories, shared counsel, shared the strange burden of being sons of a father who was also a ruler, a creator, and an emperor. Horus had been loved. Sanguinius had been loved. Both had been symbols of what the Imperium could become. Now one stood as its last light, the other as its deepest betrayal. Horus offered corruption, dominion, perhaps even the old lie that submission to chaos was freedom. Sanguinius refused. This refusal is central to the moral shape of the siege. The angel was not stronger than Horus in raw power by that point. He was wounded, tired, and facing a brother swollen by the gods. But he still had the one thing Horus had surrendered: himself. Sanguinius did not win by surviving. He won by remaining unbroken. The duel that followed was tragic because its outcome was almost certain. Sanguinius fought with everything he had, and everything he had was magnificent. He was speed, grace, fury, sorrow, and defiance. Against him, Horus brought overwhelming power. The Warmaster had been elevated beyond the limits of even a Primarch. Each blow carried the force of the rebellion and the hunger of the gods behind it. Sanguinius fell. The angel's death became one of the most important wounds in Imperial memory. It was the death of the beloved son. The martyr before martyrdom became the Imperium's native language. The beautiful warrior broken by the brother he refused to join. For the Blood Angels, it became a psychic scar passed down through generations, the root of madness and grief that would echo long after the siege. For the Imperium, it became proof that the purest could die and still not be defeated. Horus killed Sanguinius, but he did not conquer him. That distinction mattered. When the Emperor finally reached the place where Horus waited, He found his son dead at his brother's feet. No later myth can fully contain that sight. The Emperor, who had shaped the Primarchs in secret, who had watched them scattered, rediscovered them, commanded them, concealed truths from them, and lost half of them to rebellion, now stood before the body of one of the few who had remained loyal unto death. Sanguinius lays the cost of delay, secrecy, pride, love, and war. Horus stood above him as the sum of every failure made monstrous. The final duel began in grief. The death of Sanguinius did not end the siege. It transformed it. For the Emperor, the duel with Horus was no longer simply the necessary destruction of a rebel commander. It became the confrontation with a son who had murdered another son, a final proof that the Warmaster's fall had passed beyond the reach of ordinary mercy. Yet the Emperor's hesitation, in many tellings, remains one of the most haunting elements of the final battle. Whether that hesitation came from love, hope, guilt, calculation, or some deeper perception of Horus's soul, it gave the duel its terrible human center. The Emperor was not weak. That point must be clear. Even wounded by years of psychic strain, even forced to leave the throne at a moment of desperation, he remained one of the most powerful beings humanity had ever produced. He was a warrior, psyker, strategist, ruler, and mythic figure, whose existence shaped the destiny of the species. Against almost any other enemy, his victory would have been absolute. But Horus was no ordinary enemy. The Warmaster had become the champion of all four Chaos gods. Their power flowed through him, magnifying his strength, shielding him, distorting reality around him. He was not merely Horus Lupercal plus ambition. He was Horus as conduit, Horus as sacrificial king, Horus as the blade Chaos had spent the heresy sharpening. Every wound in the Imperium had led to him. Every betrayal had fed him. Every demon watching from beyond reality desired the same outcome. The Emperor broken, humanity enslaved, the galaxy delivered into endless darkness. Their duel was therefore both personal and cosmic. Father against son, Emperor against Warmaster, order against chaos, creator against creation. The last hope of the imperial truth against the truth it had denied. The chamber around them became a theater of impossible violence. Weapons clashed with force that would have shattered lesser beings into mist. Psychic power burned through the air. The Emperor struck not only with blade and strength, but with will bright enough to scar the warp. Horus answered with darkness that was not merely absence of light, but active hatred, a divine pressure seeking to crush the soul. The dead angel lay nearby, silent witness to the cost already paid. In the myths of later ages, this duel would be simplified. The Emperor would be pure god, Horus pure devil, the outcome an act of sacred destiny. But the truth was more painful. Horus had once been loved. He had once been trusted above all others. The Emperor had once looked upon him not merely as a weapon, but as the first recovered son, the one who stood beside him before the others returned. Their bond had been real, and because it was real, its corruption mattered. A betrayal from a stranger is a wound. A betrayal from a beloved son is a world ending. Horus fought with fury, but also with accusation. Every strike seemed to carry the bitterness of Ulanor, of abandonment, of secrets, of brothers misused, of warriors denied the future they had conquered. Yet even if the grievances held fragments of truth, chaos had turned them into poison. Horus no longer fought to correct the Emperor's failures. He fought to enthrone damnation. Whatever justice might once have existed in rebellion had been devoured. The Emperor, in turn, faced the consequence of his own methods. He had hidden too much. He had assumed control could substitute for trust. He had believed the future could be forced into shape by intellect, conquest, and secrecy. At the end, he stood not before an abstract mistake, but before its living result. The duel wounded him terribly. Horus struck with the power of gods behind him. The Emperor was battered, broken, and driven toward the edge of destruction. His body suffered injuries that would have killed any mortal being instantly. The Warmaster's strength was overwhelming. The Emperor's power was immense, but he was still fighting both Horus and the divine corruption inhabiting him. At points, it seemed possible that chaos might triumph in the most direct way imaginable, by having the favored son murder the father upon the corpse of the loyal brother. Yet the Emperor endured. In some accounts, the turning point comes through the death or suffering of a loyal warrior who interrupts the duel, revealing beyond doubt that Horus is beyond redemption. Whether framed through old tradition or newer tellings, the deeper meaning remains. The Emperor comes to understand that the son he loved cannot be saved without dooming mankind. Whatever fragment of Horus remains is not enough. Mercy would become extinction. So the Emperor stops holding back. This is the most terrible decision of his life. To kill Horus was not enough. Horus had to be destroyed so completely that chaos could not reclaim him, resurrect him, or use his soul as a continuing vessel. The Emperor unleashed his psychic might with annihilating focus, burning through the Warmaster not merely as flesh, but as spiritual existence. For one moment, the chamber became brighter than the fires consuming Terra. The Emperor's power struck at the corruption, the body, the soul, the bond between Horus and the gods. Horus was erased, not defeated in the ordinary sense, not left as a corpse to be mourned and buried, destroyed so utterly that the ruinous powers were denied their champion. In that final instant, some traditions suggest that Horus understood what he had become and was horrified. Others leave no room for such comfort. But either way, the Warmaster who had shattered the Imperium ended as a void where the brightest sun had once stood. The gods withdrew, cheated of final victory. But the Emperor had paid the price. He was broken beyond healing. His body had been ruined. His strength, though still unimaginable, could no longer sustain him in any ordinary form. The duel had saved Terra from Horus, but it had not restored the Emperor to mankind. The final blow had preserved the species while condemning its ruler to an existence worse than death. Dorn found him. The Praetorian, who had spent the siege turning grief into duty, came upon the aftermath. Horus gone, Sanguinius dead, the Emperor shattered. If Sanguinius represented the dream, Dorn represented what remained after dreams died. He did not have the luxury of collapse. He had to act. The Emperor still lived, but only barely. Terra still burned. Malcador was still being consumed upon the throne. The webway breach still waited. The Imperium still depended on decisions made in minutes, perhaps seconds. The Emperor gave instructions. He had to be returned to the Golden Throne. This was not a coronation. It was an emergency preservation, a desperate attempt to keep his failing body alive enough for his psychic power to continue holding back catastrophe and guiding humanity's survival. The throne that had consumed Malcador would now become the Emperor's prison. It would sustain him, but not restore him. It would preserve life, but not living. It would turn the ruler of mankind into a corpse god before the religion around him fully existed to name him as one. Dorn carried the Emperor back. There is no image in Imperial history more devastating than that. The Praetorian bearing his broken father from the place where brother killed brother, while Terra burned below, and the Loyalists won a victory that felt indistinguishable from ruin. It was the triumph of survival over meaning. Horus was dead. The rebellion had failed at the final threshold. But the Imperium that remained was not the one that had entered the war. It was something wounded, frightened, and permanently changed. On the Golden Throne, Malcador was dying. His sacrifice had bought the necessary time, but no mortal soul could endure such a burden for long. When the Emperor was returned, Malcador's remaining strength was spent. In some tellings, he gives the last of himself to help sustain the Emperor's transition. Then he is gone, not as a conqueror celebrated by armies, but as the hidden servant whose death made the Emperor's survival possible. The Imperium would remember him, but never as widely as it remembered warriors. That, too, says something about the empire that followed. The Emperor was placed upon the Golden Throne, and the age of the living Emperor ended. The moment the Emperor was installed upon the Golden Throne, Victory became indistinguishable from catastrophe. Terra had not fallen. Horus had been destroyed. The traitor assault had lost its center. The gods had failed to claim the Emperor's soul. The palace, though broken, still stood. In purely military terms, the Loyalists had achieved the essential objective. The rebellion had struck at the heart of the Imperium and had not delivered the killing blow. But the cost was beyond calculation. The Emperor could no longer walk among mankind. He could no longer speak openly to his commanders, lead armies, correct policy, restrain institutions, or explain the truths he had hidden. His body remained alive only through the throne's terrible mechanisms. His mind endured in a state that defied ordinary understanding. Present, powerful, suffering, distant, and increasingly unreachable. The being who had insisted he was not a god was now enthroned in a form that invited worship more powerfully than any sermon could have done. The imperial truth died there. It did not die in a formal decree. No council gathered and announced that reason had failed, and religion would replace it. The death was slower and more human. It happened in bunkers where survivors credited prayers with their survival. It happened among soldiers who had seen daemons and could no longer accept the old denial. It happened when the Emperor's silence became more mysterious than his commands had ever been. It happened because the species needed meaning after a wound too large to comprehend. The Emperor had built an empire around his own authority, then become inaccessible. The vacuum filled itself. In the immediate aftermath, the siege still had to end in physical terms. The traitor host did not vanish all at once. Armies still fought. Ships still burned. Daemons still stalked through ruined districts. But Horus's destruction shattered the rebellion's coherence. Without the Warmaster, the traitor legions were not a unified force. They were wounded predators suddenly aware that Loyalist vengeance was closing in. Guilliman's forces and other Loyalist elements were approaching. The strategic window had closed. The retreat began as collapse. Traitor commanders withdrew, fled, or fought their way back to extraction points. Some sought to preserve their legions. Some cared only for survival. Some were too lost to madness to understand defeat. The Iron Warriors pulled back with bitter discipline. The Emperor's children descended further into self-indulgent ruin. The World Eaters raged without purpose. The Death Guard carried plague and resentment into the void. The sons of Horus, once the proud Luna Wolves, were spiritually decapitated. Their father was gone. Their rebellion had failed. Their name would become a curse even among traitors. The Loyalists did not have the strength to pursue them fully at once. That was another cruelty. The defenders had won, but they were too devastated to finish the war cleanly. Terra was in ruins. The palace was gutted. The legions were mauled. Command structures were shattered. The Emperor was dying and undying upon the throne. Malcador was gone. Sanguinius was dead. Countless heroes, soldiers, workers, civilians, and unknown defenders had been consumed by the siege. The traitors escaped into the Eye of Terror and other dark refuges, ensuring that the heresy would not end as a closed chapter. It would become a wound that never healed. For the Imperium, this mattered enormously. If the traitors had been destroyed entirely at Terra, the post-heresy age would still have been brutal, but different. Instead, chaos survived in organized, bitter, immortal forms. The traitor legions became veterans of the greatest rebellion in human history, carrying hatred through 10,000 years. Their defeat did not extinguish them. It mythologized them. They withdrew into hell and became legends of damnation, returning again and again to remind the Imperium that its founding wounds still bled. On Terra, the living counted the dead. The numbers were impossible. Entire formations no longer existed. Cities had been erased. Ancient works of human culture were gone. The palace, though standing, had been transformed from the center of a rational empire into the central reliquary of a traumatized species. Its halls would never again mean what they had meant before the siege. Every repaired wall covered a scar. Every sealed chamber held ghosts. Every survivor carried a version of the end inside them. Dorn suffered in a way few could see. He had done his duty. He had held Terra long enough. He had carried the Emperor back. He had preserved the species from immediate annihilation. Yet for a being like Dorn, success measured against such loss was almost unbearable. The Praetorian had been built for loyalty, structure, defense, and obedience to the Emperor's vision. Now the Emperor was silent. The structure was broken. The defense had succeeded only by allowing the dream behind it to die. Dorn's grief became severity. That pattern would repeat throughout the post-heresy Imperium. Grief hardened into doctrine. Trauma hardened into suspicion. Emergency measures hardened into permanent institutions. What began as survival would become tradition. What began as temporary necessity would become sacred law. The Imperium would not truly recover from the siege. It would build itself around the wound and call the scar holiness. The Blood Angels carried the death of Sanguinius in an even more intimate way. Their father's fall imprinted itself upon them, not merely as memory, but as psychic inheritance. The black rage and the red thirst would haunt his sons, binding their nobility to a darkness they could never fully escape. In this, the siege reached forward through time. Sanguinius died once, but his death echoed across millennia, dragging future generations into visions of his final moments. The angel became both inspiration and curse, proof of loyalty and source of torment. The custodian guard changed as well. They had failed in the one duty that defined them absolutely, to preserve the Emperor whole and sovereign. This was not failure in any simple sense. No warriors could have controlled all the variables of the heresy. Yet the custodians measured themselves against perfection. The Emperor lived, but as a broken being upon the throne. From this point forward, their role became more inward, more silent, more bound to the palace and the protection of the master of mankind's remains. The golden companions of a living conqueror became wardens of an immortal tomb. The Mechanicum, too, emerged transformed. Mars had been divided by civil war, and the dark Mechanicum had joined Horus in turning sacred technology toward rebellion and corruption. The loyalist Mechanicum survived, but the relationship between knowledge and fear changed. Innovation, already constrained by tradition and ritual, became even more dangerous in the eyes of those who had seen technology corrupted by chaos. Over time, the Adeptus Mechanicus would become more rigid, more priestly, more obsessed with preservation over discovery. The future narrowed. This is one of the greatest consequences of the siege. The Imperium survived by becoming more afraid of change. Fear was understandable. Change had brought rebellion. Ambition had brought Horus. Secrets had brought disaster. Sorcery had brought daemons. Technological arrogance had echoes in the ancient men of iron, and now in the engines of the dark Mechanicum. But fear, once enthroned, does not remain a tool. It becomes a ruler. After Terra, the Imperium would increasingly choose control over curiosity, dogma over debate, punishment over trust. It had reasons, terrible reasons, but those reasons became chains. The Emperor, silent upon the golden throne, could no longer prevent the transformation. Perhaps he had foreseen parts of it. Perhaps he had not. Perhaps even his immense mind could not fully predict what humanity would make of his broken body. But the image was too powerful. The ruler of mankind enthroned above death, sustained by arcane machinery, radiating psychic force, guiding ships through the warp as the Astronomican's divine-seeming beacon, unresponsive to ordinary speech, yet undeniably present. Every element invited myth. The man who rejected worship became the center of the greatest religion mankind would ever know. And the tragedy is that this religion helped the Imperium survive. That is what makes the setting so grim. Faith was not merely a mistake imposed by fools. It gave courage against chaos. It unified worlds. It gave meaning to sacrifice. It helped ordinary humans stand before horrors that reason alone could name but not comfort. Yet it also betrayed the Emperor's stated vision, empowered fanaticism, justified oppression, and froze the Imperium into a decaying sacred order. The siege did not create all of that instantly, but it made it inevitable. In the days and months after the siege, the Imperium entered a new and colder age. The immediate task was survival. Terra had to be stabilized. The palace had to be secured. Remaining traitor elements had to be purged. Communications had to be restored across a galaxy still burning from civil war. Loyalist commanders had to determine which worlds remained faithful, which had fallen, which were isolated, and which could no longer be saved. The scale of the administrative disaster was almost beyond imagination. The Imperium had been built for expansion. Now, it had to learn triage. For centuries, the Great Crusade had driven outward with confidence. Compliance fleets found worlds, conquered enemies, installed imperial authority, and moved on. Momentum had been central to the identity of the Imperium. After the heresy, momentum reversed. The question was no longer how far mankind could expand, but how much of itself it could prevent from losing. Roboute Guilliman's eventual arrival and leadership would shape the next era, but Chapter 8 belongs to the hinge before that reconstruction fully begins. It is the moment between the Emperor's fall and the Imperium's reorganization, when the species looks upon the cost and realizes that history cannot simply resume. The Emperor's condition became the central fact of political reality. He was alive enough that no successor could replace him. He was silent enough that no living ruler could ask him how to proceed. This created a paradox that would define the next 10,000 years. The Imperium remained an empire under the Emperor, but the Emperor could not rule in any ordinary sense. Authority had to be exercised in his name, interpreted through institutions, doctrines, councils, and eventually priesthoods. The absence of his voice made possession of his meaning the greatest political prize in human history. Who spoke for the Emperor? That question would haunt everything. In the immediate aftermath, the answer was still shaped by those who had known him. Dorn, Guilliman, the surviving loyal Primarchs, the custodians, high commanders, and the remnants of the old imperial structure. But as centuries passed and memory became scripture, the answer would shift. Priests would claim it. Inquisitors would claim it. High lords would claim it. Generals, chapter masters, saints, prophets, and tyrants would all claim to act according to the Emperor's will. The siege made that possible because the Emperor could no longer publicly contradict them. This is one of the most important political consequences of Chapter 8. A living autocrat can command, punish, clarify, and change direction. A silent god can be interpreted. The Emperor's enthronement did not merely preserve him. It transformed him into an object around which power could gather. The Golden Throne itself became the axis of the Imperium. It sustained the Emperor's life. It anchored his psychic presence. It connected to the Astronomicon, the beacon without which Imperial warp navigation would become vastly more perilous. It also required constant maintenance, secrecy, sacrifice, and eventually the horrifying machinery of psyker tithe and soul consumption that would become part of the Imperium's daily survival. The throne world became not only capital but life support system for the species. This created a terrible dependency. The Imperium could not abandon Terra. It could not risk the throne. It could not easily reform around a different center. The Emperor's broken survival ensured continuity, but continuity became captivity. Mankind remained tied to the wounded body of its ruler, and by extension to the unresolved trauma of the heresy. Every future crisis would be measured against Terra. Every enemy would be judged by whether it threatened the throne. Every institution would justify itself by claiming to protect what remained of the Emperor's dream, even when that protection twisted the dream further. The traitors, meanwhile, became the nightmare outside the walls. Their retreat into the Eye of Terror gave chaos a permanent military and mythological base. The rebel legions carried with them not only hatred but knowledge of the Imperium's foundations. They knew its doctrines, its tactics, its worlds, its weaknesses, its symbols. Many had once been its greatest champions. Now they became predators at the edge of reality, emerging in raids, black crusades, cult uprisings, and corruptions across the ages. The heresy never truly ended because its veterans never all died. For ordinary imperial citizens in later millennia, Horus would become a name of ultimate betrayal, almost more devil than historical figure. But at the end of the siege, the memory was still raw. There were soldiers alive who had cheered his victories. There were commanders who remembered him as Warmaster before corruption. There were worlds that had complied under his diplomacy and legions that had admired his genius. The Imperium had to perform a brutal act of memory management. Horus had to be condemned utterly, and the danger of his example had to be contained. The same was true of the traitor legions. Their honors were erased where possible. Their names became curses. Records were sealed, altered, destroyed, or restricted. Knowledge itself became dangerous. The Imperium learned to fear not only enemies, but information about enemies. This impulse would later grow into one of the defining habits of imperial rule: concealment as protection. Ignorance became a defensive wall. It was often a weak wall, but it was easier to build than wisdom. The survivors of Terra had reasons for this fear. They had seen what forbidden knowledge could do. They had watched rational soldiers become cultists, brilliant commanders become monsters, and noble legions become vessels of demonic power. But the long-term effect was suffocating. A civilization that cannot safely remember its own past cannot easily heal from it. And the Imperium would not heal. It would mythologize. The Siege of Terra became scripture before the word was officially admitted. Its events were too large for ordinary history. The angel at the gate, Malcador on the throne, Dorn carrying the emperor, Horus erased, the palace standing amid fire. These images passed into human consciousness like brands. They were retold, simplified, sanctified, weaponized. Every generation received them with less context and more reverence. Myth gave strength. It also devoured nuance. The emperor's mistakes became harder to discuss. The Primarchs became demigods. The loyalists became saints in all but name. The traitors became embodiments of evil, which they largely were by then. But that framing concealed the human and political failures that had allowed the rebellion to happen. By turning the heresy into pure sacred drama, the Imperium protected itself from dangerous sympathy, but also from necessary understanding. That failure to understand would cost the galaxy again and again, because the conditions that fed betrayal did not vanish after Horus died. Ambition remained. Secrecy remained. Resentment remained. Oppression remained. The warp remained. Human fear remained. The Imperium responded to these dangers with harsher control, and harsher control created new grievances. The cycle became self-sustaining. This is why the siege is not merely the end of the heresy's military arc. It is the birth of the grim darkness to come. Before Terra, the Imperium was already authoritarian, violent, and expansionist, but it still imagined itself as future-facing. After Terra, survival replaced progress. The future became something to fear. The past became sacred. The present became war. The Emperor's dream of uplifting mankind into a rational, psychic, galaxy-spanning civilization was replaced by the desperate maintenance of a decaying empire that could not afford to die and could not remember how to truly live. At the center of it all, the Emperor remained, neither alive nor dead, neither ruler nor corpse, neither god nor merely man. The Imperium would spend 10,000 years trying to resolve that contradiction and failing. The Golden Throne changed the meaning of the Emperor. Before the siege, he had been many things: warlord, scientist, psyker, conqueror, father, tyrant, visionary, liar, protector, warrior, proud. Different people saw different faces. To the Mechanicum, he was the Omnissiah, or at least a being close enough to fulfill ancient expectation. To the Imperial Army, he was the master of mankind. To the Primarchs, he was father and sovereign. To the Remembrancers, He was the architect of a new age. To conquered worlds, he was sometimes liberator and sometimes oppressor. To himself, he was not a god. After the siege, the distinction became impossible for most humans to maintain. A god to ordinary people is not defined by philosophical precision. A god is the thing that stands between life and annihilation. A god is the one whose name is spoken when the sky burns. A god is the hidden power that keeps demons from devouring the world. A god is a corpse that refuses to die because the species still needs him. By those measures, the Emperor became divine in the minds of countless survivors long before imperial doctrine fully hardened around the idea. This was not what he wanted. That makes it more tragic, not less. The Emperor had tried to starve chaos by denying religion, superstition, and worship. He had believed, or at least acted as though he believed, that humanity could be guided into a future where the warp was understood and mastered without feeding its predators through blind faith. But the siege made atheism feel like madness to the people who endured it. They had seen gods. They had seen hell. They had seen angels die. They had seen the Emperor alone hold back the dark. The imperial truth could not survive contact with the truth of chaos. In its place grew something stronger emotionally and weaker intellectually. Faith. Faith gave humanity a language for horror. It allowed the common soldier to stand against demonic terror without needing a lecture in metaphysics. It allowed scattered worlds to imagine themselves connected not merely by law, but by sacred duty. It turned sacrifice into meaning. It made suffering part of a cosmic war, rather than a random consequence of failed politics. But faith also made questioning dangerous. If the Emperor was God, then disagreement with those claiming to speak for him could become heresy. If the siege was sacred history, then analyzing its causes too honestly could become impiety. If survival depended on purity, then suspicion could become virtue. The same belief that helped humans endure chaos also prepared the ground for the Imperium's later cruelty. This duality is essential. The post-siege Imperium was not stupid for turning to faith. It was traumatized. It had encountered an enemy that fed on souls, lies, desire, rage, decay, and despair. It had watched reason fail to prevent betrayal. Faith offered armor of a kind. But armor can become a cage when no one remembers how to remove it. The Emperor's silence made the cage permanent. Had he risen after the siege, had he spoken to humanity, he might have corrected the course. He might have condemned worship again. He might have explained chaos openly. He might have restructured the Imperium to prevent the worst forms of stagnation. Or perhaps he would have doubled down on control and secrecy. We cannot know. What matters is that he did not rise. Others built the future around him. Dorn and the surviving loyalists faced the immediate military aftermath. Guilliman would soon impose structural reform through the Codex Astartes, breaking the legions into chapters to prevent another Horus from commanding such overwhelming force. The High Lords and imperial institutions would grow in importance. The Inquisition would emerge from the need to detect threats hidden within humanity itself. The ecclesiarchy would eventually transform the Emperor's worship into one of the largest and most powerful institutions in the galaxy. All of this flows from the siege. The heresy proved that Space Marine legions could not be trusted in their old form. It proved that Primarchs could fall. It proved that human worlds could be corrupted. It proved that knowledge of chaos was dangerous, yet ignorance was also dangerous. It proved that Terra could be reached. It proved that the Emperor could be wounded. It proved that the Imperium's enemies were not only outside its borders, but inside its soul. Every major institution of the later Imperium is, in some way, a response to that proof. The Inquisition is the fear of hidden betrayal made official. The ecclesiarchy is the faith born in Terra's shelters made imperial. The Codex Astartes is distrust of concentrated military power written into doctrine. The Adeptus Custodes' long watch is the guilt of failure turned into eternal vigilance. The Adeptus Mechanicus' rigidity is partly the memory of technological treachery and the horror of innovation corrupted. The Astra Militarum's endless mass warfare is the recognition that ordinary humanity must bear the bulk of survival. The Space Marine chapters are the shattered legions made smaller, more controllable, and yet still necessary. The Imperium after Terra is therefore not a clean successor to the Great Crusade. It is a trauma response with borders, armies, priests, and guns. That is why Chapter 8 is the emotional center of the entire history of the Imperium. The earlier chapters show ambition, rise, conquest, discovery, pride, and betrayal. The later chapters show decay, bureaucracy, religious fanaticism, endless war, and desperate revival. But the Siege of Terra is the moment of transformation. It is the furnace in which the Imperium becomes Warhammer 40,000. Before the siege, one can still imagine another path. After the siege, the path narrows into darkness. Even Guilliman's later reforms, wise as some were, could not undo the foundational wound. He could break the legions, but he could not restore the Emperor. He could impose order, but he could not resurrect Sanguinius. He could stabilize institutions, but he could not erase the fact that half the Emperor's sons had turned. He could preserve the Imperium, but preservation itself became the new purpose. The tragedy of the Imperium is that it survives. It survives when nobler civilizations might collapse. It survives when reason fails. It survives by feeding lives into wars without end. It survives through faith, cruelty, bureaucracy, courage, ignorance, sacrifice, and stubborn refusal to die. The Siege of Terra teaches it that survival is the highest good because extinction came so close that all other ideals seem secondary. And once a civilization learns that lesson too deeply, it becomes very difficult to teach it anything else. The Emperor on the throne is the perfect symbol of that lesson. He survives, but cannot live. He rules, but cannot speak. He protects, but must be fed. He is worshipped, but did not want worship. He is humanity's greatest shield and its greatest unresolved contradiction. Around him the Imperium kneels, not because it has found peace, because it has seen the alternative. The Siege of Terra ended with the Imperium alive but no longer whole. That is the simplest truth and the hardest one. Horus failed. Chaos failed to claim Terra. The Emperor was not slain outright. The palace did not become the throne of the dark gods. Humanity was not immediately dragged into total damnation. By every urgent measure, the Loyalists won. But the victory destroyed the future it preserved. The Emperor's original vision depended on motion, the Great Crusade, the Imperial Truth, the Webway Project, the reunification of humanity, the eventual reduction of mankind's dependence on the warp, and perhaps some distant evolution into a stronger psychic species. Much of that vision was harsh, authoritarian, and built on conquest, but it was still a vision of direction. After the siege, direction gave way to endurance. The Webway dream was broken. The Emperor was enthroned. The Primarchs were dead, missing, traumatized, or divided. The legions were shattered. The galaxy was scarred. Chaos had been revealed. Faith had begun its rise. The Imperium had won only enough to continue suffering. In the immediate aftermath, Loyalist relief arrived too late to prevent the catastrophe, but not too late to prevent total collapse. Guilliman, master of Ultramar and one of the greatest organizers among the Emperor's sons, would become central to rebuilding what remained. His grief must be understood not as simple sorrow, but as the shock of a statesman seeing the scale of institutional ruin. Terra was saved, but the Imperium had become a broken machine whose central operator could no longer command it. Guilliman's response would be order. The Codex Astartes, the division of the legions, the reorganization of military power, and the attempt to prevent another Warmaster from holding half the galaxy in his fist all flowed naturally from the lessons of the heresy. From one angle, the reform was wise. No single Space Marine commander should ever again control the strength Horus had wielded. From another angle, it was an admission that the Brotherhood of the Great Crusade was dead. Trust had failed. Law would replace it. Dorn resisted, as might be expected. To him, breaking the legions could feel like weakening the very defenders who had held Terra. But the argument was not merely about military structure. It was about what kind of Imperium could exist after betrayal. Guilliman saw the danger of concentrated power. Dorn saw the insult to sacrifice. Both were shaped by trauma. Both were loyal. Both were right in ways that could not be easily reconciled. That too was part of the post-siege world. Even loyalty no longer guaranteed unity. The death of Sanguinius haunted all of them. The angel had represented the possibility that power could remain noble. His absence left a moral silence. The Blood Angels mourned their father, but the whole Imperium mourned what he had meant. Without him, the surviving loyalists seemed harder, colder, more burdened. The Age of Radiant Heroes was ending. The Age of Grim Guardians was beginning. Dorn looked upon the palace and saw duty unfinished. Guilliman looked upon the Imperium and saw systems failing. The Khan looked toward roads and wars still unresolved. The custodians looked inward toward the throne. The common people looked upward and began to pray. From these different gazes, the future took shape. The siege also transformed the meaning of Terra. Before, Terra had been the throne world of a conquering empire. After, it became the holy center of a species under permanent existential threat. The palace was no longer merely administrative and military. It became sacred geography. Every gate, wall, and chamber touched by the siege acquired mythic significance. The place where Sanguinius stood, the path Dorn walked, the sanctum of the throne, the scars of bombardment, all became part of an expanding memory architecture. In time, pilgrims would cross impossible distances just to approach Terra. Many would die before seeing it. That is the power of what the siege created. It turned a political capital into the spiritual center of humanity. The Emperor's body became the axis mundi, the point around which imperial meaning revolved. No later reform could undo that. No secular correction could compete with the emotional force of survival purchased through sacrifice on such a scale. The traitors, meanwhile, carried their own mythology into exile. For them, Terra was not simply defeat. It was bitterness eternal. Horus was gone, but his rebellion became the foundation of their hatred. Some blamed weakness. Some blamed the gods. Some blamed one another. Some embraced damnation fully. In the eye of terror and other warped refuges, the traitor legions changed across centuries into something even further removed from their origins. They became not merely rebels, but eternal enemies of the Imperium's soul. The long war began. That phrase contains the afterlife of the siege. The heresy did not end cleanly, because the reasons for it were never resolved, only driven into hell. Chaos would return through cults, incursions, black crusades, possessed warlords, corrupted worlds, and whispers in the minds of the desperate. The Imperium would respond with fire, suspicion, and faith. Each side would justify the other's worst habits. The galaxy entered a cycle. War fed fear. Fear fed repression. Repression fed rebellion. Rebellion fed chaos. Chaos fed war. At the center, the Emperor endured, and his endurance became both miracle and condemnation. The greatest tragedy is that the Imperium could point to the siege and say with evidence that its brutality was necessary. It could say daemons were real. It could say betrayal had almost ended mankind. It could say mercy toward corruption could doom worlds. It could say uncontrolled space marine power had produced Horus. It could say faith helped ordinary humans stand where reason broke. It could say survival required sacrifice on a scale no gentler civilization would accept. And it would be partly right. That partial rightness is what makes the Imperium so terrible. It is not evil because it faces imaginary threats. The threats are real. It is terrible because it becomes so shaped by those threats that it loses the ability to imagine anything beyond them. The siege teaches mankind to survive monsters by becoming monstrous enough to endure. The Emperor's dream did not die because Horus killed him. It died because keeping the Emperor alive required building a civilization around his corpse. From the Golden Throne, his psychic presence continued to matter. The Astronomicon would guide ships through the warp. His will, in some form, would shield humanity. Miracles, visions, saints, and interventions would be attributed to him across the ages. Whether these were expressions of the Emperor's remaining power, the faith of humanity, or some combination beyond easy explanation, they reinforced the same conclusion for the Imperium's people. The Emperor protects. And if the Emperor protects, then all suffering demanded in his name can be framed as service. That idea would sustain heroes. It would also empower tyrants. So Chapter 8 ends not with celebration, but with a throne room. The Emperor sits in golden agony, neither alive nor dead. Malcador is gone, consumed by loyalty. Sanguinius lies in memory, forever falling and forever defiant. Horus has been erased, yet his betrayal shapes every century to come. Dorn carries grief like armor. Guilliman prepares to rebuild with laws because love and trust have failed. Terra smolders. The traitors flee. The people pray. The Imperium survives. But what survives is no longer the shining engine of the Great Crusade. It is a wounded colossus, held together by sacrifice, fear, hatred, devotion, and bureaucracy. It will last 10,000 years not because it is healthy, but because it is too vast, too violent, too stubborn, and too afraid to die. The Siege of Terra is therefore the moment the Imperium becomes itself. Not the Imperium as the Emperor intended. The Imperium as the galaxy would come to know it. A realm of endless war. A civilization kneeling before a silent master. A species saved from damnation, yet chained forever to the price of that salvation. And above all of it, on the Golden Throne, the Emperor remains, guardian, corpse, god, prisoner, father, weapon, and wound, shining across the warp as the last light of mankind, while the darkness gathers around him and waits. The war ended, but victory did not come like sunrise. It came like a man crawling from beneath a collapsed cathedral, his bones broken, his lungs full of dust, his hands still clutching the sword that had saved him. The Imperium endured the Horus Heresy, but it did not emerge whole. It emerged mutilated. The dream that had once crossed the stars beneath banners of gold was now a carcass held together by oath, fear, grief, and necessity. Terra still stood, but the palace had become a graveyard of marble and iron. The walls that had once promised mankind's eternal dominion were scarred by daemon fire, orbital bombardment, and the blood of warriors who had died believing that if Terra fell, humanity itself would follow. The Emperor still existed, but not as he had been. The master of mankind, the warlord of unity, the architect of the Great Crusade, the father of the Primarchs, had been carried from his final battle ruined beyond mortal understanding. He had destroyed Horus, but the price had been the future. Now he sat upon the Golden Throne, not living in any human sense, yet not dead enough to be mourned. His mind burned across the immaterium as a psychic beacon. His body was a relic. His presence was a miracle and a wound. Across the galaxy, men and women who had once been told there were no gods began to whisper that perhaps one had been seated among them all along. But before the Imperium could become the empire of faith and decay that later generations would know, there was first the matter of survival. The legions had been broken. Not merely damaged. Broken. The traitor legions had fled into the Eye of Terror, carrying with them hatred, sorcery, war machines, and the names of brothers they had murdered. The loyal legions remained, but they were no longer symbols of pure imperial strength. They were reminders of a terrifying truth. The Emperor's own creations had almost destroyed mankind. 18 great brotherhoods had once marched across the galaxy. Half had betrayed him. Half had bled themselves white trying to stop them. No sane ruler, no sane empire could pretend that nothing had changed. It was Roboute who understood that the Imperium could not survive another Horus. He looked upon the surviving legions and saw both salvation and danger. Every Space Marine legion was a nation with bolters. Every Primarch was a king without a crown. The Ultramarines alone were vast enough to shape entire regions of space. The Imperial Fists had defended Terra with impossible loyalty. But even loyalty on that scale was terrifying. The Dark Angels carried secrets older than the rebellion itself. The Blood Angels mourned Sanguinius so deeply that grief seemed to have entered their gene seed. The Space Wolves still lived by the savage pride of Fenris. The White Scars remained difficult to command, their souls always longing for the open horizon. The Salamanders had been shattered at Istvan. The Raven Guard had been mauled almost to extinction. The Iron Hands were haunted by the death of Ferrus Manus, and in that haunting something cold and merciless was beginning to grow. The Imperium needed defenders. It also needed chains strong enough to bind those defenders to the species they had been created to protect. So Roboute began the work that would define the next 10,000 years. He wrote the Codex Astartes. It was not merely a book of battlefield doctrine. It was not just a manual of formations, deployments, ranks, heraldry, logistics, fleet composition, and tactical conduct. It was a political weapon. It was a safeguard against civil war. It was a confession written in the language of discipline. The Space Marine legions had been too powerful, and the Imperium had almost died because of it. The old legions would be divided into chapters. No chapter would command the strength of the ancient Legion Astartes. No single commander would hold enough gene-forged warriors to challenge Terra itself. The age of vast brotherhoods under the sons of the Emperor was over. The age of smaller, independent, self-contained chapters had begun. To some, it was wisdom. To others, it was betrayal. Rogel Dorn did not accept the breaking of the legions easily. How could he? He had stood upon Terra's walls while the galaxy screamed. He had watched the Imperial Palace become a furnace. He had seen Sanguinius dead. He had found the Emperor ruined. The Imperial Fists had paid for loyalty with bodies stacked across battlements, and now Roboute told them that loyalty itself had to be reorganized, divided, limited, and measured. To Dorn, this was not prudence. It was distrust, dressed as reform. The Iron Cage would later become the brutal answer to that pride, when Perturabo and the Iron Warriors lured the Imperial Fists into a fortress of slaughter, and Dorn's refusal to yield nearly destroyed what remained of his legion. Only after that terrible lesson did the Imperial Fists fully submit to division. From them came successors who carried pieces of Dorn's soul in different directions. The Black Templars with their endless crusading fury, the Crimson Fists with their stubborn endurance, and other sons of the Wall who would defend humanity in their own harsh ways. The Ultramarines divided as well, though in their case the change became a model rather than a wound. Their successors spread across the stars like ordered fragments of Macraga's discipline. The Blood Angels were split, though no division could remove the curse forming in their blood. The Dark Angels became many chapters, yet behind their heraldry and oaths, they carried a secret shame that would shape their history for millennia. The Space Wolves resisted more deeply than most, their culture never fitting cleanly inside Roboute's rigid structures. The Salamanders remained few. The Raven Guard became shadows. The Iron Hands hardened into something almost mechanical in their hatred of weakness. Across the Imperium, the Second Founding changed the face of mankind's defenders forever. Where once there had been legions, now there were chapters. 1,000 warriors became the symbolic ideal. A chapter master became lord of his own brotherhood, his own fleet, his own fortress monastery, his own traditions, his own rituals, and his own interpretation of duty. The Codex gave structure, but it could not erase identity. Over time, each chapter would become almost a separate culture. Some would be noble defenders of the helpless. Others would become brutal executioners. Some would honor the Codex as sacred law. Others would treat it as a useful guide, or ignore it entirely when survival demanded otherwise. This was the paradox of Roboute's reform. He reduced the danger of another single Warmaster commanding half the Imperium's gene-forged might, but he also scattered military power into thousands of semi-independent warrior orders. The Imperium would be harder to overthrow in one stroke, but also harder to control. Terra could command, but not always compel. A chapter might answer a plea for aid, or it might pursue a private oath written 5,000 years earlier by a dead chapter master. The Space Marines survived the heresy, but they were no longer the engine of an expanding rational empire. They became angels of intervention. They arrived when worlds were already burning. They struck like judgment and vanished into the void. They did not rebuild civilization. They saved fragments of it. Sometimes. And beneath them, around them, and above them, the rest of the Imperium began to change. Not into what the Emperor had intended, into what survival required. With the Emperor silent and the Primarchs diminished, vanished, wounded, or dead, power flowed into institutions. That was how the Imperium survived. It became less like the dream of one immortal ruler, and more like an enormous fortress managed by competing priesthoods, military castes, noble houses, bureaucratic machines, and secret police. No single part truly understood the whole. No single hand controlled every lever. The Imperium became too large, too wounded, and too terrified to function as a clean hierarchy. It became a civilization of overlapping authorities, each claiming necessity, each guarding its own power, each convinced that without its vigilance, mankind would fall. On Terra, the Senatorum Imperialis, remembered more commonly through the High Lords of Terra, became the ruling council of the Emperor's realm. They governed in his name. That phrase mattered. In his name. Not with his voice. Not with his living judgment. Not with the certainty that had once made demigods kneel. The High Lords ruled beneath the shadow of a throne whose occupant could not speak, and that silence became both shield and weapon. Every decree could be framed as loyalty. Every purge could be justified as necessity. Every failure could be buried beneath ritual, distance, and the vastness of space. The Adeptus Terra grew into a bureaucracy beyond imagination. Its clerks, scribes, logisters, tithe assessors, cartographers, judges, and record-keepers became the arteries of imperial power. Entire worlds existed to process parchment, data slates, census rolls, military obligations, crop yields, death counts, shipping manifests, and astropathic fragments. A request for reinforcement might pass through offices where the officials handling it had been dead for centuries, their positions inherited by successors who no longer understood the original crisis. A world could be devoured by Xenos before its plea was properly classified. A regiment could be raised for a war that had ended before its soldiers were born. This was not efficiency. It was inertia. Yet inertia, in the Imperium, was a form of strength. A nimble empire could be decapitated. A rational empire could be corrupted through reason. But the Imperium became something harder to kill, a machine so vast that even its failures had momentum. It did not need to understand every war to keep fighting. It did not need to respond quickly to every disaster to keep existing. It only needed to endure, to tax, to recruit, to pray, to punish, and to continue. The Imperial army of the Great Crusade was reorganized. The dangerous unity between void fleets and ground armies was broken. The Astra Militarum became the hammer of mankind's endless wars, while the Imperial Navy controlled the ships that carried them. This division existed for the same reason the legions had been broken. No general should command both the armies to conquer worlds and the fleets to move between them. No single rebellion should have every tool required to become another heresy. The result was safer. It was also slower, colder, and more brutal. The Astra Militarum did not fight like the Space Marines. It fought with bodies, artillery, tanks, trenches, orders, and sacrifice. Its soldiers were ordinary humans sent into wars that often belonged to nightmares. They faced orcs roaring beneath scrap metal banners, Tyranids descending like hunger-made flesh, heretic warbans chanting to gods the imperial truth had once denied, and ancient machines rising from tombs beneath dead suns. They died in numbers so vast that many imperial commanders thought in regiments the way farmers thought in grain. The Imperium had lost the Great Crusade's momentum. Now it survived by feeding war with humanity itself. The ordinary soldier became the true face of Imperial survival. Not the Primarch. Not the Space Marine. Not the saint painted on cathedral glass. The guardsman in the mud. The conscript in the snow. The tanker sealed inside a burning hull. The artillery crew deafened by weeks of bombardment. The officer trying to hold a line on a world whose name no one on Terra would ever pronounce correctly. These were the people who made the Imperium last. The Astra Militarum was not elegant. It was not merciful. It was not designed to preserve life. It was designed to spend life at a rate the Imperium could afford, and the Imperium could afford horrors no sane civilization would contemplate. A single world might raise millions. A hive planet might raise billions. Some regiments marched in polished armor beneath ancient banners. Others were dragged from prison colonies, death worlds, ash wastes, feudal kingdoms, industrial slums, or shrine cities where children learned the imperial creed before they learned their own family histories. They were told that service was honor. They were told that death was duty. They were told that fear was weakness, doubt was poison, and obedience was the first virtue of mankind. Sometimes they believed it. Sometimes belief was the only thing that kept them from breaking. Behind them stood the commissariat, the iron voice of discipline. Commissars were not merely officers. They were symbols of the Imperium's distrust of its own humanity. A soldier might flee. A regiment might mutiny. A commander might hesitate. A world might surrender. The commissar existed to make fear of failure greater than fear of death. In the myth of the Imperium, this was stern necessity. In the lived reality of countless battlefields, it meant that men and women were often driven forward between the enemy's guns and their own commander's pistols. And still, there were heroes. That is one of the cruelest truths of the Imperium. Its brutality did not prevent courage. Its oppression did not prevent sacrifice. Its endless propaganda did not mean every act of loyalty was false. In the trenches of dying worlds, ordinary humans stood against monsters that should have shattered them. They held bridges against green-skinned hordes. They defended evacuation zones while civilians fled. They fought in toxic ruins, under alien skies, against daemons that tore sanity apart by existing. The Imperium was monstrous, but mankind within it was still human. That distinction mattered. For 10,000 years, the Astra Militarum became the wall of flesh between humanity and extinction. The Space Marines might decide a campaign. The Inquisition might uncover the hidden rot. The Navy might win the void. The Mechanicus might bring engines of divine machinery. But the Guard held ground. The Guard occupied ruins. The Guard died by the millions so that the Imperium could claim that a line had not broken. This was the new imperial truth. Not reason, not enlightenment, not the dream of a species freed from superstition. Only endurance, only obedience, only war. Mars endured as well, and Mars remembered differently. To the Adeptus Mechanicus, the heresy was not only a civil war of warriors and kings. It was a schism of knowledge. The Forge worlds had been divided. Titan had fought Titan. Magos had turned upon Magos. Dark Mechanicum cults had carried forbidden lore into the Eye of Terror, binding machines with daemons and treating corruption as revelation. The wounds of that betrayal never truly healed. After the heresy, the Mechanicus became even more guarded, more ritualized, more afraid of innovation and more obsessed with preservation. The dark age of technology had already been remembered as both paradise and warning. Humanity had once possessed machines of impossible power, artificial intelligences, self-repairing wonders, weapons that could unmake worlds, and engines that bent reality. Then came collapse. The Men of Iron. The Long Night. The horror of knowledge without restraint. The Mechanicus took from this a lesson that would shape the Imperium's decay. Invention was dangerous, but recovery was holy. A design was not merely a design. It was a standard template construct fragment, a relic of a better age, a divine whisper from the machine god's lost scripture. To discover an ancient pattern for a tank engine, a plasma reactor, a void ship component, or a Lasgun variant was not archaeology alone. It was religious triumph. Tech priests would wage wars over such fragments. Worlds would be invaded for them. Entire explorator fleets would vanish into the dark seeking one intact machine archive. This reverence preserved knowledge, but it also embalmed it. The Imperium still built ships. It still forged weapons. It still armed armies large enough to drown planets in steel. But the spirit of progress had been strangled by fear, dogma, and ritual. A plasma gun might be maintained through chance whose original purpose had once been technical calibration. A tank might be awakened with incense because somewhere in the chain of tradition, correct ignition rites had become indistinguishable from prayer. A starship's machine spirit might be appeased before battle because crews no longer understood where automation ended and superstition began. The Mechanicus was indispensable. Without Mars and its forge worlds, the Imperium would die. Its armies would run out of guns. Its fleets would fall silent. Its titans would become statues. Its hive cities would starve. Its sacred throne world itself depended upon mysteries only the priesthood of the machine could tend. And that made Mars powerful. Even Terra could not simply command the Mechanicus like a common department. The old Treaty of Olympus still echoed through every age. The cult Mechanicus served the Emperor, but in its own language, through its own rites, under its own theology. To many tech priests, the Emperor was not merely the ruler of mankind. He was the Omnissiah, the physical avatar of the machine god. That belief bound Mars to Terra, but it also made the Imperium stranger, more contradictory, and more impossible to reform. The Emperor had tried to build an empire free of gods. One of its central pillars now worshipped him as a divine machine's savior. The irony was not a footnote. It was the foundation of the age that followed. There were threats that armies could not defeat because armies often arrived too late. There were enemies that did not descend from the sky or charge across battlefields beneath alien banners. They whispered. They infected. They hid inside noble houses, military commands, shrine cults, merchant guilds, Scholem academies, astropathic choirs, and even the dreams of loyal servants. The heresy had taught the Imperium that corruption did not always look like invasion. Sometimes it wore the face of a brother. Sometimes it spoke with the voice of a trusted commander. Sometimes it began as curiosity, grief, ambition, or a prayer, answered by something listening from the warp. So the Inquisition became one of the most feared instruments of imperial survival. Its origins lay in the immediate aftermath of catastrophe, when those who understood the nature of chaos knew that ignorance could kill worlds. The common citizen might be told simple truths. The mutant must be purged, the heretic must be burned, the alien must be hated. But the deeper reality was more dangerous. Chaos was not just an enemy empire. It was a wound in existence. It was desire, rage, decay, and excess given form. It could turn saints into monsters and heroes into traitors. It had taken Horus, and if it could take the Warmaster, then no soul beneath the Emperor could be assumed safe. The Inquisition answered that terror with unlimited suspicion. An Inquisitor could condemn governors, investigate Space Marines, requisition armies, silence witnesses, destroy cults, and in the most extreme cases, that power was horrifying. It was meant to be. The Imperium created a class of servants who could do almost anything if they believed humanity's survival required it. Some were wise. Some were monsters. Many were both. The Ordo Malleus watched for daemons and the servants of the ruinous powers. The Ordo Xenos studied and destroyed alien threats. The Ordo Hereticus hunted witches, rebels, rogue psychers, false prophets, and corruption within the Imperium itself. But these categories were never clean. A Xenos artifact might carry a demonic presence. A planetary rebellion might begin with legitimate suffering and end in blood sacrifice. A saint might be real, deluded, or possessed. A loyal commander might be saved by mercy, or mercy might doom a sector. The Inquisition lived inside that uncertainty. Its agents walked through the hidden anatomy of the Imperium. They saw what ordinary citizens were never allowed to understand, that the Empire was constantly rotting from within. Every hive city had cults. Every noble house had secrets. Every underclass had resentments. Every psyker was both resource and risk. Every miracle invited questions too dangerous to ask aloud. And yet, without the Inquisition, the Imperium might have fallen 1,000 times. This is the tragedy of imperial power after the heresy. Its worst institutions were often responses to real nightmares. The Inquisition was cruel because chaos was real. The Commissar was brutal because panic could break armies. The Ecclesiarchy was oppressive because faith could bind worlds that reason no longer reached. The Mechanicus was stagnant because forbidden knowledge had once helped destroy civilization. The Imperium's horror was not born from stupidity alone. It was born from trauma, necessity, fear, and the memory of almost dying. Faith spread through the Imperium like fire through dry grass. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor had denied divinity. He had demanded the imperial truth: no gods, no superstition, no worship, no surrender to the irrational terrors that had haunted mankind through old night. The irony was that the heresy made that truth impossible to preserve. The people of the Imperium had seen daemons. They had seen angels. They had heard stories of Sanguinius standing before Horus, of the Emperor facing the arch-traitor, of miracles on battlefields, of saints in visions, of prayers answered in moments when all rational hope had died. And the Emperor no longer walked among them to deny it. So mankind did what mankind had always done when staring into darkness. It prayed. At first, worship of the Emperor had been suppressed, tolerated, or treated as a problem depending on the place and era. But over centuries, then millennia, the imperial creed became the sole language of the species. The Emperor was no longer merely the ruler of mankind. He was the God Emperor. The master of mankind became the divine protector of humanity. His suffering upon the golden throne became sacred sacrifice. His silence became mystery. His psychic light became proof. His corpse became the center of a religion larger than any empire in human history. The Ecclesiarchy rose from that belief. It gave the Imperium something the imperial truth no longer could: emotional unity. A farmer on an agri-world, a ganger in a hive sump, a voidsman aboard a pilgrim ship, a noble child on a pleasure moon, a dying soldier in a trench, and a condemned prisoner awaiting execution could all understand one idea. The Emperor protects. Serve him. Fear him. Die for him. Be judged by him. Faith crossed distances where administration failed. It was simple enough for the illiterate and grand enough for the powerful. It justified suffering. It sanctified obedience. It turned taxation into offering, military service into holy duty, hatred of aliens into religious obligation, and death in war into a path toward grace. It gave meaning to lives that the machinery of empire treated as expendable. But faith also made the Imperium more dangerous to itself. The Ecclesiarchy accumulated wealth, armies, political influence, shrine worlds, cardinals, confessors, missionaries, relic keepers, and preachers who could ignite entire populations with a sermon. Its cathedrals rose over hive cities like mountains of stone and gold. Its pilgrim routes consumed generations. Its saints became rallying points. Its dogma hardened into law. Doubt became sin. Difference became suspicion. Reform became heresy. In time, the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, would become the militant arm of imperial faith. They were warriors of terrifying discipline, clad in power armor, carrying bolters, flamers, and hymns into war. They defended shrines, burned heretics, hunted witches, and stood as living proof that devotion itself could become a weapon. Unlike Space Marines, they were not gene-forged demigods. They were human. That made their zeal even more potent in imperial myth. The Emperor had wanted mankind to outgrow gods. Instead, humanity built the largest church imaginable around his dying body. And perhaps the darkest part was this: in a galaxy of daemons, nightmares, and endless war, that faith often worked. Not because it was gentle, because it made people endure. The Imperium's enemies did not wait for it to heal. The galaxy after the heresy was not an empty stage upon which mankind could rebuild at leisure. It was a hunting ground. Every weakness invited attack. Every border concealed threats. Every lost expedition, every delayed tithe, every silent astropathic choir, every failed harvest, every strange signal from a dead moon could be the beginning of catastrophe. The orcs remained the most relentless enemy of all, because they did not need a grand philosophy to threaten civilization. They were war, given appetite. Their empires rose out of violence, scrap, instinct, and impossible biological momentum. Where orcs gathered in sufficient numbers, reality seemed to bend toward conflict. Their machines should not work, yet did. Their warlords grew larger with victory. Their wogs could roll across systems like green avalanches, smashing through imperial defenses not through elegance, but through mass, savagery, and joy. Against orcs, the Imperium could understand itself. Here was an enemy to hate without moral complication. Brutal, alien, loud, and endless. There was no negotiation that mattered. There was only war. Other enemies were harder to comprehend. The Tyranids arrived from beyond the galaxy like hunger crossing the void. They were not an empire in the human sense. They were a devouring intelligence spread across biological fleets, each organism a weapon, each invasion a feeding pattern, each consumed world stripped to lifeless stone. Against them, the Imperium faced not conquest but erasure. A Tyranid victory did not mean occupation. It meant digestion. The dead were not ruled. They were absorbed. The Necrons awakened from tomb worlds older than mankind's dreams. Metal skeletons with living minds, ancient dynasties, star gods broken into shards, weapons that mocked the laws. Humans barely understood. They were a reminder that humanity was not the first species to claim destiny among the stars. The Imperium saw itself as ancient, but beside the Necrons it was young, frantic, and crude. Chaos remained the wound that never closed. The traitor legions had not vanished into myth. They endured in the eye of terror, warped by time, hatred, and the gods they served or believed they mastered. They emerged in black crusades, raids, cult uprisings, demonic incursions, and nightmares that turned loyal worlds into screaming altars. Every victory against chaos was temporary. Every defeated cult left questions. Every banished daemon could return. Every human heart remained a possible doorway. There were Eldari, graceful and terrible, their dying civilization manipulating events through prophecy and desperation. There were Drukhari raiders descending from hidden ways to harvest pain. There were Toa rising in the eastern fringe with bright promises of unity that the Imperium could only interpret as alien contamination. There were minor Xenos species, rebel empires, mutant populations, rogue psychers, secessionist governors, and worlds so isolated they had forgotten Terra was real. The Imperium fought all of them, not in one clean war, in millions of overlapping disasters. A crusade here, a purge there, a defensive line held for 3 centuries, a shrine world lost and retaken, a Space Marine chapter destroyed in silence, a fleet swallowed by the warp, a forge world saved at the cost of 1 billion soldiers, a rebellion crushed so thoroughly that future generations were taught it had never happened. The Imperium did not win. It persisted. That difference became everything. For 10,000 years, the Imperium did not truly progress. It expanded in places, lost ground in others, rediscovered old roots, forgot newer ones, founded chapters, buried chapters, raised saints, executed saints, launched crusades, abandoned sectors, built monuments, burned records, and declared victory over wars that had merely changed shape. But as a civilization, it did not ascend. It calcified. This was the Age of Decay. Its cities grew larger while their people became smaller. Hive worlds stacked humanity in towers so vast that entire populations lived without ever seeing a natural sky. Generations were born, labored, prayed, reproduced, and died inside industrial darkness, producing ammunition, uniforms, machine parts, corpse starch, chemicals, and bodies for the imperial tithe. A Hive citizen might know nothing of the stars, except that the Emperor ruled them, and that one day soldiers might come to take their children away. Agri-worlds fed planets whose inhabitants would never know their names. Mining worlds hollowed themselves out. Forge worlds turned human labor into metal output. Shrine worlds drowned beneath pilgrims. Death worlds produced soldiers because survival there was training enough. Feudal worlds offered knights, levies, and primitive faith to a space empire, whose technologies they regarded as divine sorcery. Every world owed the tithe. The tithe was not merely tax. It was proof of obedience. Food, soldiers, psychers, minerals, machines, promethium, weapons, labor, ships, relics, or coin. Each planet gave according to classification and demand. Failure invited investigation. Repeated failure invited punishment. Sometimes a world could not pay because of famine, invasion, plague, or administrative error. The Imperium often cared less about cause than compliance. This made cruelty routine. A governor might grind his population into misery to meet Terra's demands. A noble house might hide surplus while underhive children starved. A priest might call suffering holy because admitting it was political would be dangerous. An administrative official might condemn a planet by misplacing a decimal in a supply order. An inquisitor might destroy a city to prevent a cult spreading. A general might spend 10 million lives to retake a fortress whose strategic value had expired 200 years earlier. And yet, for all its horror, the Imperium was not a simple villain. It was the last shield of a species surrounded by nightmares. That is why its darkness endured. To rebel against it was often morally understandable, but practically suicidal. Without the Imperium, many human worlds would be eaten, enslaved, corrupted, or exterminated. With the Imperium, they were oppressed, taxed, conscripted, surveilled, and fed into war. The choice was not between freedom and tyranny. More often, it was between different forms of death. That was the genius and tragedy of the setting mankind had inherited. The Emperor's dream had become a prison, but outside the prison waited monsters. So people prayed to the jailer. They kissed the Aquila. They marched when ordered. They feared mutation. They burned witches. They looked at the stars and believed the God Emperor watched from Terra. They endured hunger because endurance was holy. They sent sons and daughters to war because refusal meant shame, punishment, or planetary suspicion. They repeated catechisms whose original meanings had been buried beneath centuries of translation and dogma. The Imperium rotted, but it rotted standing. 10,000 years passed like a wound refusing to close. The Imperium that entered the Long Age after the Heresy was not the Imperium that had followed the Emperor into the Great Crusade. It used the same symbols. It spoke many of the same names. It still claimed to serve Terra, humanity, and the master of mankind. But its soul had changed. The Great Crusade had been aggressive, often brutal, but it had believed itself to be building a future. The Imperium after the Heresy no longer truly believed in the future. It believed in preservation. It believed in holding the line. It believed that yesterday, no matter how terrible, was safer than tomorrow. Progress became suspect. Questions became dangerous. Difference became contamination. Hope became something too fragile to permit without supervision. The Emperor had tried to destroy religion and became a god. He had created the Primarchs to unite mankind, and their war shattered it. He had built the Legion as Astartes to conquer the stars, and their betrayal forced their division into chapters. He had allied with Mars to command technology, and the machine priesthood became an empire of sacred stagnation. He had wanted a rational humanity, and his Imperium became the most fanatical regime imaginable. Yet the Imperium endured because every alternative seemed worse. That is the central tragedy of mankind in the 41st millennium. It is not that the Imperium is good. It is that it is necessary enough to survive and terrible enough to make survival feel like damnation. It is a shield made of bones, a cathedral built over a mass grave, a war machine powered by prayer, bureaucracy, hatred, courage, ignorance, and sacrifice. Its heroes are real, but they serve a nightmare. Its villains are monstrous, but many were shaped by fear of real horrors. Its institutions are cruel, but many exist because the galaxy punished mercy too often. Its people are oppressed, but they are also protected from things that would devour them without even learning their names. Across those 10,000 years, the Emperor's light continued to burn through the warp as the Astronomicon, guiding ships through the madness of faster-than-light travel. Every voyage depended upon sacrifice. Every fleet that reached its destination did so, because psychers were consumed in service to the throne world's great beacon. The Imperium crossed the stars by feeding human souls into the machinery of survival. There was no clearer symbol of what it had become. And still, men and women looked to that light with gratitude. Because in the dark between stars, gratitude and horror often wore the same face. By the end of the 41st millennium, the Imperium was vast beyond comprehension, but brittle. Its armies were endless, but stretched thin. Its fleets were mighty, but ancient. Its faith was powerful, but blinding. Its bureaucracy was immense, but slow. Its defenders were legendary, but divided. Its enemies were gathering. The Eye of Terror still burned. The tomb worlds stirred. The hive fleets came on. The orcs never stopped. The alien, the mutant, the heretic, and the daemon pressed from every side. The Imperium had survived the heresy. It had survived the scouring, the long millennia of war, the rise and fall of saints, the madness of tyrants, the arrogance of high lords, the blood of crusades, and the grinding weight of its own impossible size. But survival was not victory. It was only delay. And delay after 10,000 years was beginning to run out. Cadia did not fall in a single moment. It died the way worlds die in the 41st millennium. By inches, by trenches, by branches, by prayers whispered through cracked lips, by the blood of soldiers who knew no rescue was coming and still refused to run. For 10,000 years, Cadia had stood at the mouth of the Eye of Terror like a mailed fist pressed against the throat of hell. It was not merely a fortress world. It was a statement. It told the traitor, the daemon, the renegade, and the damned that the Imperium of Man, broken though it was, still possessed one gate it would never willingly surrender. Every child born beneath Cadia's violet sky understood the shape of war before they understood the shape of peace. They learned the weight of a lasgun before they learned the softness of mercy. They grew beneath the gaze of pylons older than the Imperium itself, black monoliths of unknown Xenos origin that rose from the planet like the bones of a murdered god. Those pylons had always been part of Cadia's mystery. They stood silent through crusades and invasions, through the long centuries when the forces of chaos hurled themselves against the Cadian gate and were broken again and again by mortal discipline, artillery armor, and faith. But the 13th Black Crusade was not like the others. This was not merely another invasion launched from the Eye of Terror. This was the culmination of Abaddon's long war, the final movement in a strategy that had unfolded across millennia. For ages, many within the Imperium had mocked him as a failure, a warlord who had launched 12 great crusades and never taken Terra, never overthrown the Emperor, never achieved the victory Horus had died reaching for. But that was because they misunderstood the scale of his design. Abaddon had not been hurling himself blindly at the Imperium's walls. He had been weakening the structure beneath them. He had been gathering weapons, destroying key worlds, breaking defenses, and preparing the galaxy itself for a wound that would never heal. Cadia became the anvil upon which that design was struck. The skies burned first. Traitor warships descended like iron comets, black hulls spilling fire through the void. The surface erupted under bombardment. Bastions vanished in white flashes. Cities became ash. Trenches filled with mud, blood, and broken ceramite. Cadian shock troopers fought beside Space Marines, Sisters of Battle, Skitarii, Imperial Knights, and every desperate remnant the Imperium could throw into the defense. The war became a grinding cathedral of noise. Cannons, hymns, screams, tank treads, vox chatter, and the low thunder of demonic things forcing themselves into reality. The defenders did not fight because they believed they would win easily. They fought because Cadia's survival had become part of the Imperium's soul. If Cadia endured, then the Gate endured. If the Gate endured, then the Eye of Terror remained contained. And if the Eye remained contained, then humanity could still pretend the galaxy was not already lost. Yet the Warmaster of Chaos had brought more than armies. Abaddon brought the Blackstone Fortress. It hung above Cadia like a second doom, a weapon of impossible antiquity, vast beyond reason, its architecture belonging to an age older than human memory. When the battle turned against him, when the defenders proved too stubborn, when the pylons threatened to deny the warp its victory, Abaddon chose not to simply conquer Cadia. He chose to murder it. The ruined fortress was driven toward the planet, falling from orbit as a colossal spear of night. Every eye on Cadia looked upward. Soldiers in trenches, officers in command bunkers, priests with blood on their robes, wounded men dragging themselves through rubble, pilots in burning cockpits, children hidden in vaults. They all saw the sky break. The impact was not an explosion in the ordinary sense. It was the judgment of a dead age. Continents cracked. Oceans boiled. The crust split beneath the force of the descending relic. Cadia, the fortress world, the gatekeeper, the symbol, began to die. But even as the planet broke, its defenders did not. The words passed through the Vox, through shattered command posts and dying channels, until they became more than a report. They became an epitaph. Cadia stands. It stood as its cities fell. It stood as its mountains sank. It stood as the ground opened beneath its armies. It stood not because the planet survived, but because its people refused to be conquered even in death. The Imperium would remember that. The Imperium remembered many lies, many myths, many convenient distortions, but this one truth needed no decoration. Cadia had held until holding was no longer possible. And with Cadia's death, the galaxy changed. When the pylons failed, reality itself seemed to recoil. For 10,000 years, the Eye of Terror had been a wound in space, terrible but contained, a storm of madness and corruption, where the laws of nature drowned beneath the tides of the war. It was vast, but it had borders. It had edges. The Imperium could map it, defend against it, fear it from a distance. Cadia's pylons had helped hold that horror in check, suppressing the immaterial pressure that strained against the skin of the galaxy. With Cadia destroyed, that pressure burst free. The Cicatrix Maledictum opened across the stars. It was not simply a warp storm. It was a galaxy-wide scar, a ragged crimson wound that tore from one end of the heavens to the other, splitting the Imperium in half. Worlds that had endured for thousands of years vanished behind curtains of unreality. Astropathic choirs screamed themselves blind. Navigators went mad in their towers. Fleets were swallowed mid-translation. Systems woke to find the stars rearranged, the Astronomicon dimmed or gone, and the voices of Terra reduced to whispers beneath an ocean of static. The Imperium had always been slow. It had always been vast, decaying, contradictory, and brutal. But it had remained one thing above all: connected. Even if messages took years, even if fleets arrived too late, even if entire sectors were mismanaged into starvation or rebellion, there had still been a thread binding mankind's scattered dominion to Terra. The Astronomicon shone from the Imperial Palace, a psychic lighthouse fed by sacrifice and anchored by the Emperor's presence. Through that light, ships navigated the warp. Through astropathic choirs, orders crossed the void. Through faith and bureaucracy, the Imperium pretended to be a single body. The Great Rift cut that body in two. On one side lay Imperium Sanctus, the half of humanity's realm that could still see the Emperor's light. Even there, the rift did not bring safety. Worlds rioted beneath skies painted red. Cults rose in the billions. Daemons manifested in hives, shrines, manufactorums, and battlefields. The chain of command staggered under the weight of disaster. Every governor demanded aid. Every battle fleet needed reinforcement. Every shrine declared the end times. Every general claimed their front was the one that mattered most. But on the far side lay something worse. Imperium Nihilus. The Dark Imperium. There, the Astronomicon could no longer be reliably seen. Warp travel became a nightmare of blind leaps and prayer. Communication fractured. Reinforcement became almost impossible. Whole sectors were left isolated, cut away from Terra's authority, forced to survive by their own strength or die unseen. To live in Imperium Nihilus was to understand abandonment on a civilizational scale. Worlds that had given tithes for millennia now received no answer. Battle fleets waited for orders that would never come. Chapters of Space Marines became lone kingdoms of war, each defending what they could while the darkness closed in. The Blood Angels would endure this horror at Bel, where the Tyranids came in numberless hunger, and the rift turned an already desperate defense into something apocalyptic. Other worlds were not so fortunate. Some fell to chaos within days. Some starved over years. Some became petty empires ruled by admirals, cardinals, rogue commanders, or saints whose miracles may have been genuine, or may have been something far worse. The Imperium had always survived by crushing individuality beneath the weight of central authority. But Nihilus taught mankind the price of that dependence. When the center went silent, millions of worlds discovered they had forgotten how to stand alone. The High Lords of Terra faced a truth they could barely speak. The Imperium was dying faster than before. For 10,000 years, it had rotted slowly. It had lost knowledge, lost reason, lost flexibility, lost the ability to imagine anything beyond survival. But the Great Rift accelerated decay into collapse. The enemies of mankind no longer prowled at the edges. They were inside the wound. Chaos armies poured from the scar. Xenos empires expanded into the chaos. Rebellions ignited as worlds decided Terra had either abandoned them or never had the right to rule them at all. And then, into this age of fracture, a son of the Emperor returned. Roboute Guilliman had not died at the end of the Horus Heresy. He had been preserved in death-like silence, his throat cut by the poisoned blade of Fulgrim, his body locked in stasis upon Macragge, seated like a king who might one day wake and judge the realm left in his name. For 10,000 years, pilgrims had come to see him. Ultramarines had knelt before him. Lords and commoners had looked upon his unmoving face and seen not merely a warrior, but a promise suspended beyond time. But promises are dangerous things in the Imperium. They become relics. Relics become myths. Myths become chains. Guilliman's return was not simple. It was not clean. It was not the golden miracle imperial sermons would later claim. It was born from desperation, manipulation, alien intervention, forbidden science, and war. The galaxy was breaking. Cadia had fallen. The rift had opened. Terra itself would soon be threatened by demonic invasion. The Imperium needed a commander of impossible authority, someone who could overrule the High Lords, command the Adeptus Astartes, direct crusades, challenge the priesthood, and speak with the blood of the Emperor in his veins. It needed a Primarch, and so the Lord of Ultramar was restored. The work of awakening him belonged largely to Belisarius Cawl, though not to him alone. Cawl was no ordinary servant of Mars. He was a 10,000-year-old archmagos of monstrous intellect and questionable loyalty, a creature of machine logic, ambition, memory fragments, and secrets buried so deep that even the Adeptus Mechanicus did not fully understand. To some, he was a genius. To others, a heretic who had survived only because his usefulness was too great to condemn. He had labored for millennia under instructions given in the aftermath of the heresy, preserving and developing works that would one day change the Imperium forever. Beside his science came the intervention of forces the Imperium barely tolerated and barely understood. Eldar hands moved in the shadows. Yvrain and the Inari played their part, not out of love for mankind, but because the galaxy's doom threatened more than humanity. In another age, such cooperation would have been impossible to admit. In this age, impossibility had become routine. When Guilliman opened his eyes, he did not wake into victory. He woke into nightmare. He had left behind an Imperium wounded by civil war, fanatical already in places, damaged beyond easy repair, but still recognizably linked to the Emperor's original dream. He awoke to a realm that worshipped his father as a god. He awoke to a bureaucracy so bloated it devoured truth before truth could reach authority. He awoke to technological stagnation, priesthoods of ignorance, planetary populations ground into dust by tithe and fear, and warriors who spoke of the imperial truth as if it were a half-remembered heresy. Imagine the horror of that awakening. To Guilliman, the Emperor had been a father, a ruler, a tyrant perhaps, but not a god. The Great Crusade had marched beneath banners of reason. It had crushed superstition in the name of human unity. It had promised that mankind would master the stars through discipline, science, and secular order. That dream had always been stained by conquest and blood, but it had possessed direction. Now Guilliman found a civilization that had turned the Emperor's corpse-bound suffering into an altar. Every world bowed to faith. Every institution justified cruelty by sacred necessity. Every failure was excused as devotion. He had returned to save an empire that would have horrified the man who built it. There was no time to grieve. The resurrected Primarch took command because command was the only language left to him. Macragge became the center of a storm. The Ultramarines rallied. Imperial forces gathered around the impossible fact of his survival. Across the galaxy, rumors spread faster than official confirmation. Some claimed a son of the Emperor walked again. Some called him a saint. Some feared him as a political threat. Some refused to believe until they saw the blue-armored giant with their own eyes. And Guilliman, practical even in despair, understood the truth. The Imperium could not be restored to what it had been. That age was dead. The Emperor's dream had burned with Horus. The rational empire of the Great Crusade was a corpse beneath 10,000 years of incense, dogma, and blood. But if it could not be restored, it might still be preserved. If it could not be healed, it might still be held together. If mankind could not be saved in glory, perhaps it could be saved in defiance. So he began the long journey to Terra. The road to Terra was not a road at all, but a gauntlet through a collapsing galaxy. Guilliman's return did not instantly mend the Imperium's wounds. It painted a target over every force that wanted mankind leaderless. Chaos could not ignore him. Xenos powers could not dismiss him. Imperial rivals could not easily oppose him, but neither could they comfortably accept him. A living son of the Emperor was both salvation and accusation. His existence proved how far the Imperium had fallen. The journey became a campaign of survival. Across war-torn systems, Guilliman gathered fleets, broke sieges, reorganized defenses, and forced scattered Imperial forces to act with something like purpose. Wherever he passed, hope ignited. Not gentle hope. Not clean hope. The Imperium had forgotten such things. This was a harsher hope, the kind found in soldiers who reload their weapons after seeing an angel stride through smoke. Worlds that had been preparing for extinction suddenly fought harder. Commanders who had resigned themselves to glorious death discovered that duty might now demand something more difficult: endurance. Yet every victory showed Guilliman the scale of the disaster. He saw governors who had turned relief supplies into private wealth while their populations starved. He saw priests whipping mobs into suicidal devotion because they could imagine no strategy beyond martyrdom. He saw commanders wasting regiments by the million to preserve obsolete doctrine. He saw scribes delay urgent orders because seals were missing, because rituals had not been recited, because the correct subdepartment had not confirmed receipt of a document sent decades earlier. The Imperium was not merely under attack from outside. It was strangling itself. This was the unbearable burden of Guilliman's return. He was not just fighting Abaddon Daemon's traitor legions or the nightmare of the Great Rift. He was fighting inertia. He was fighting a civilization that had mistaken decay for tradition. Every reform risked rebellion. Every correction insulted someone's sacred custom. Every attempt to improve efficiency threatened a noble house, a priestly office, a forge world, a military command, or an ancient legal absurdity protected by 10,000 years of precedent. And still Terra called. The throne world, cradle of unification, seat of the Emperor, heart of the Imperium, had become less a capital than a holy wound. It was a planet-sized shrine layered over the bones of old Earth, a world of palaces, slums, cathedrals, defense networks, void shields, bureaucratic towers, and humanity in numbers too vast to comprehend. Terra was not beautiful. It was sacred because it had suffered. It was powerful because every human institution bent toward it. It was rotten because too much power had pooled there for too long. When Guilliman finally reached Terra, he did not arrive as a conquering king. He arrived as a son returning to the deathbed of his father. But first, he had to pass through the politics of the living. The High Lords of Terra had ruled in the Emperor's name for millennia. They were not fools. Many were ruthless, brilliant, and experienced beyond normal measure. But they were also creatures of the system that had produced them. They knew the balance of power, the sacred compromises, the machinery of imperial authority. Guilliman's return threatened all of it. A Primarch did not fit neatly into the hierarchy. He outranked it by blood, legend, and necessity. Some bowed, some plotted, some calculated whether the Imperium was safer with him or without him. Guilliman understood them immediately. He had ruled Ultramar. He had written laws, managed supply lines, forged systems of governance, and commanded armies across the stars. War he understood. Politics he understood better than most warriors would ever admit. The High Lords thought themselves ancient masters of survival, but Guilliman had been made to build empires. He saw the hidden knives. He saw the fear behind ceremony. He saw that many would rather preserve their influence over a dying Imperium than surrender power to save it. There were purges. There were realignments. There were quiet removals and loud declarations. Guilliman became Lord Commander of the Imperium, not because every faction loved him, but because the hour was too desperate and his authority too great to deny. Then came the audience that mattered most. No victory procession could prepare Guilliman for the Golden Throne. For 10,000 years, the Emperor had endured upon that impossible machine, sustained by sacrifice, technology, psychic might, and mechanisms no living mind fully understood. He was neither alive in the way men are alive, nor dead in the way corpses are dead. He was a presence, a beacon, a wound, a prisoner, a god to trillions, and a father to the being who now approached him. The imperial palace was not merely a palace. It was a continent of stone, metal, memory, and war. Its walls had endured the Siege of Terra. Its halls had heard the footsteps of Horus, Sanguinius, Rogel Dorn, Malkader, and the Emperor himself. Beneath its foundations lay the broken dream of the Webway Project, the secret work for which the Emperor had abandoned the Great Crusade and left Horus as Warmaster. Above it rose the machinery of empire, choking the world in devotion. Guilliman entered as a loyal son, but not as a blind one. What passed between him and the Emperor was not easily told. Later accounts would shape it into revelation. Priests would claim divine confirmation. Skeptics would whisper of psychic trauma. Guilliman himself emerged changed, burdened by knowledge that did not comfort him. He had sought perhaps a father's wisdom, perhaps strategic clarity, perhaps some remnant of the being who had made him. What he encountered was something vast, fractured, agonizing, and terrible. The Emperor still existed, but existence had not left him gentle. To stand before the Golden Throne was to understand that the Imperium's central miracle was also its central horror. Every day, Psykers were consumed to sustain the machinery and the beacon. Every day, the master of mankind remained bound in torment. Every day, the Empire justified itself through the suffering of the one being it worshipped above all others. Guilliman saw the truth with a clarity few others could survive. The Imperium was built around a scream that never ended. If the Emperor had become a god, then godhood in the 41st millennium was not glory. It was imprisonment. Guilliman left the throne room with no illusions. He did not suddenly become a believer in the way the ecclesiarchy desired. He did not embrace the imperial cult as truth, simply because it was useful. But he understood its power. That was another cruelty of his return. Faith disgusted him in many ways, but faith held the Imperium together. The worship of the Emperor contradicted the Great Crusade's imperial truth, yet without it, countless worlds might collapse into despair or rebellion. Guilliman could not tear it down without destroying the very realm he was trying to save. So, he compromised. Not because compromise was noble, but because the alternative was extinction. He would rule a theocracy he did not believe in. He would command institutions he despised. He would accept prayers spoken in his presence, even as they made him feel like an artifact in someone else's nightmare. He would wield the myth of his own bloodline because myth moved armies faster than reason now. He would become the face of a new crusade, knowing that every victory might preserve a system he would once have condemned. This is the tragedy of Guilliman's return. He was not a savior arriving to restore a golden age. He was a statesman warrior forced to govern a corpse empire with enemies at every border and madness in its heart. His strength did not free him from the Imperium's contradictions. It made him responsible for them. And then Belisarius' call revealed the weapon he had kept hidden for 10,000 years. The Primaris Space Marines were not a sudden invention. They were a secret buried beneath 10,000 years of war. After the Horus Heresy, Guilliman had ordered Call to continue work that would strengthen the Adeptus Astartes, preserving gene seed, refining implantation, and preparing for a future so dire that ordinary reinforcement would not be enough. Call obeyed it in the most Call-like way possible, too long, too deeply, too ambitiously, and with too little concern for whether the Imperium would consider his methods holy or monstrous. For millennia, hidden vaults had held warriors in stasis. Gene lines had been studied, altered, improved. New organs had been developed. Armor had been designed. Weapons had been forged. The result was the Primaris Marine, taller, stronger, more resilient, and equipped with new patterns of war gear that many in the Imperium could barely understand, let alone mass-produce without Mechanicus' blessing. To desperate commanders, they were salvation. To many Space Marines, they were an insult. The Adeptus Astartes were not merely soldiers. They were brotherhoods of memory, ritual, pride, and gene line. Chapters had fought for 10,000 years with identities forged in sacrifice. Some traced their lineage to loyalist legions of the heresy. Some carried curses in their blood. Some guarded secrets so dark they would rather die than submit them to outside examination. Into this world came Call's new warriors, bearing the same genetic inheritance but different enough to provoke suspicion. Were they replacements? Were they improvements? Were they Call's creations more than the Emperor's? Guilliman understood the danger. He needed the Primaris. The Imperium needed them even more. But deploying them meant challenging ancient pride across 1,000 chapters. It meant telling warriors who had defended mankind for millennia that they were no longer the final form of the Emperor's angels. It meant forcing tradition to accept reinforcement, when tradition often preferred martyrdom. The Ultima founding began. New chapters were created. Existing chapters received Primaris reinforcements. Gray shield formations, drawn from many gene lines, marched under Guilliman's authority before being distributed across the Imperium. The Indomitus Crusade became not merely a military campaign, but the delivery mechanism for this new age of Astartes warfare. Wherever Guilliman's fleets traveled, they brought not just orders and armies, but transformation. Some chapters welcomed the gift. Others accepted with clenched fists. Some saw hope. Some saw contamination. Some wondered what else Call had altered, what else he had hidden, and whether the Mechanicus had crossed lines that should never have been approached. Among the most secretive and tradition-bound chapters, the arrival of Primaris reinforcements was less a celebration than a test of identity. But battlefield necessity is a brutal teacher. Against chaos warbands, tyrannid swarms, orc empires, Necron dynasties, and the countless horrors unleashed by the Great Rift, the Primaris proved themselves. Intercessors held lines that should have broken. Hellblasters brought disciplined plasma fire to war zones drowning in armor and monstrosity. Aggressors advanced like walking bastions. Inceptors fell from the skies like armored judgment. Redemptor dreadnoughts strode through ruins where older patterns would have been overwhelmed. The Imperium did not love change, but it loved survival. The Primaris era began not as a clean rebirth, but as another contradiction. They represented innovation in a civilization that feared invention. They embodied hope delivered through secrecy. They strengthened the Imperium while deepening its dependence on a questionable archmagos whose full agenda remained uncertain. They were new warriors for an empire that could no longer admit it needed anything new. Guilliman took them because he had no choice. That phrase could describe almost every decision he made after his return. The Indomitus Crusade was Guilliman's answer to galactic collapse. It was vast beyond the imagination of most Imperial citizens, not a single fleet but a rolling storm of fleets, armies, forged ships, supply convoys, priestly delegations, Mechanicus assets, Astarte formations, Titan legios, night houses, and mortal regiments drawn from across surviving Imperial space. It was a crusade in the old sense, and the new. It carried the echo of the Great Crusade, but not its optimism. The Great Crusade had marched to unite humanity beneath a future. The Indomitus Crusade marched to stop that future from vanishing completely. Guilliman knew he could not save every world. That knowledge separated him from the priests and propagandists who surrounded him. Imperial sermons spoke of divine victory, of the Emperor's son returning to cast back darkness, of the faithful being rewarded for endurance. Guilliman's own strategic assessments were colder. Some worlds were already lost. Some sectors could not be reached in time. Some populations would be sacrificed so that others might live. The Imperium did not possess infinite strength, and pretending otherwise would only waste what remained. So he prioritized. He stabilized critical routes. He reinforced fortress systems. He restored communication where possible. He punished corruption when it directly threatened survival. He broke enemy offensives, relieved besieged worlds, and reimposed central command over regions drifting toward fragmentation. The Crusade moved like a surgeon cutting rot from a body already half dead, knowing that every incision would bleed and every delay would kill. To the common people, Guilliman became a figure of awe. Many never saw him directly. They saw his banners. They heard his name in proclamations. They watched Primaris Marines descend in blue, gray, black, red, white, and green armor, bearing gene seed lineages that connected them to legends from the dawn of the Imperium. They saw supply ships arrive after years of famine. They saw traitor armies broken. They saw governors executed for treason. They saw order return, harsh but real. For a starving hive worker on a world cut off by warp storms, the difference between imperial tyranny and imperial rescue could be impossible to separate. If food arrived beneath the same Aquila as the tithe collectors, did one bless the eagle or curse it? If Space Marines saved a city only for the Administratum to demand fresh regiments from its ruins, was that deliverance or merely another form of consumption? These questions had no easy answer. In the 41st millennium, survival and exploitation often wore the same face. The Indomitus Crusade also changed the balance of power among the Adeptus Astartes. The old chapters, diminished by endless war, received reinforcements that altered their composition forever. New chapters were founded to hold unstable regions. Gene lines once devastated found renewed strength. But renewal brought unease. A chapter is not merely a military unit. It is a culture, sometimes a cult, sometimes a kingdom, sometimes a curse wherein heraldry. To introduce thousands of new warriors from ancient stasis into such traditions was to ignite tensions that could take centuries to settle. The Crusade's scale also magnified Guilliman's loneliness. He was surrounded by armies, advisors, priests, generals, custodians, and machines, yet almost no equals remained. The Emperor was unreachable upon the throne. His loyal brothers were gone, dead, missing, or transformed by mysteries of their own. The traitor Primarchs still existed in one form or another, but as enemies or monsters. Guilliman carried the burden of being both relic and ruler, expected to embody certainty in an age where certainty had become another kind of lie. At times, he must have looked upon the machinery of the Indomitus Crusade and remembered the Great Crusade's early promise. He would have remembered worlds brought into compliance, brothers standing beside him, fleets moving with purpose, humanity's destiny described in terms of conquest and enlightenment. Now he commanded a crusade of damage control through a realm that prayed to ignorance and called endurance victory. Yet the crusade achieved what nothing else could have achieved. It bought time. In the Imperium, time is often the only victory available. The division between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus became the defining wound of the New Age. Imperium Sanctus was wounded, but it retained the Emperor's light. Terra could still project authority there, even if that authority was strained. Fleets could still navigate with some reliability. Messages could still pass, delayed and distorted, but possible. The Indomitus Crusade could operate, regroup, redirect, and reinforce. Imperium Nihilus was different. It was the half of the Imperium where hope had to travel without a lighthouse. For the worlds trapped beyond the Great Rift, Terra became a distant legend again. The Imperium had always demanded faith in institutions too vast for ordinary people to see, but Nihilus pushed that faith into agony. A planetary governor might continue to collect tithes for a Terra that no longer answered. A cardinal might proclaim loyalty to the Emperor while ruling as a king because no higher authority could reach him. A Space Marine chapter might become the only meaningful government across a dozen systems. A desperate admiral might declare emergency command and never relinquish it. This was the Imperium's nightmare and its oldest truth. When central power fails, local power fills the void. In Nihilus, loyalty became more personal, more fragile, and more dangerous. Worlds survived by improvisation. Some forged alliances once unthinkable. Some tolerated abhumans, sanctioned psychers, or local cult practices that would have drawn inquisitorial fire and better connected space. Some became harsher than ever, burning entire populations at the first sign of corruption. Some disappeared into silence, their last transmissions half prayer, half scream. The Blood Angels under Commander Dante became one of the great anchors of this darkened half. Baal survived the Tyranid onslaught and the madness of the Rift, but survival did not mean peace. Dante, ancient beyond normal Astartes' endurance, became a warden of Imperium Nihilus, a symbol of noble exhaustion in a realm where symbols mattered because logistics often failed. His burden mirrored Guilliman's on a smaller but no less tragic scale. Command not because victory was assured, but because someone had to remain standing. Guilliman understood that Nihilus could not be treated as merely a distant theater. It was half the Imperium. To abandon it would be to concede that mankind's realm had already been permanently broken. Yet, to save it was almost impossible. Every attempt to cross the rift risked fleets. Every reinforcement sent into darkness might never return. Every order issued from Terra might arrive too late, distorted, or not at all. The Great Rift also changed mankind's enemies. Chaos was no longer confined by the old geography of terror. Warbands could strike with new boldness. Demonic incursions intensified. Cults found fertile ground among populations convinced the end had already come. The traitor legions, long fractured by rivalry and madness, gained momentum from the knowledge that Abaddon had achieved what Horus had not. He had broken the galaxy's structure. But chaos was not the only threat. The Tyrannids adapted and pressed onward, hunger without ideology, without hatred, without mercy. Orc empires surged wherever imperial authority weakened, because greenskin war follows disorder like flame follows oil. Necron dynasties awakened beneath worlds whose human rulers did not even know they were trespassers. Eldari factions manipulated events for survival. Tau expansionists studied the Imperium's fractures and saw opportunity. Every enemy of mankind understood the same thing. The giant was wounded, and wounded giants attract knives. The return of Guilliman did not solve the Imperium's deepest problem because the deepest problem was not military. It was spiritual, political, technological, and philosophical all at once. The Imperium could build cathedrals the size of mountains, but often could not understand the machines that kept its citizens breathing. It could raise armies in the billions, but could not feed them without crushing entire worlds beneath extraction. It could worship the Emperor with perfect devotion, but could not agree on what his will meant. It could produce Space Marines, Titans, void ships, and planet-killing weapons, but innovation remained suspect, curiosity dangerous, and reason subordinate to ritual. Guilliman's reforms challenged this, but reforms inside the Imperium are like surgery performed during a battle while the patient prays for the knife to be declared heretical. He created new administrative structures. He challenged elements of the High Lord's authority. He attempted to rationalize command. He supported the deployment of Primaris forces. He pushed the Imperium toward efficiency wherever he could. But every improvement met resistance from institutions that had survived precisely because they resisted change. The Adeptus Administratum did not become monstrous by accident. It became monstrous because scale without flexibility produces ritual, and ritual over 10,000 years becomes law. The ecclesiarchy posed a more delicate issue. Guilliman could not simply destroy it. The imperial cult was too deeply embedded. It gave meaning to suffering, discipline to populations, legitimacy to rule, and courage to soldiers facing horrors that reason alone might not endure. A guardsman standing before daemons might need faith more than philosophy. A hive city enduring famine might remain obedient because priests promised that sacrifice had cosmic value. A dying world might keep fighting because it believed the Emperor saw. To Guilliman, this was both useful and terrible. He could see why faith worked. That did not mean he could forget what it had replaced. The Adeptus Mechanicus presented another contradiction. Without Mars and its forge worlds, the Imperium could not wage war. Without its priests, ships would not fly, titans would not walk, weapons would not fire, and armor would not be maintained. Yet the Mechanicus preserved knowledge as liturgy, wrapped engineering in superstition, and treated invention as a theological hazard. Call's existence proved that innovation was possible, but it also proved why Mars feared it. One Archmagos with enough time and secrecy had changed the future of the Adeptus Astartes. What else might such minds do if unleashed? What horrors might they create? What old disasters might they repeat? The memory of the dark age of technology still haunted humanity, even when humanity barely remembered what it feared. The Men of Iron, the collapse, the machine wars, the horrors of old night. These were not merely history. They were warnings burned into civilization's instincts. The Imperium's fear of innovation was irrational in many forms, but not born from nothing. Mankind had once reached too high and been broken. Now it crawled through the ruins, worshipping tools it no longer understood. This is why the modern Imperium is not simply foolish. It is traumatized. Every institution is a scar. Every cruelty has an origin. Every superstition grew around some forgotten survival mechanism. The tragedy is that survival mechanisms, left unexamined for 10,000 years, become cages. The Imperium survives because it is brutal, centralized, suspicious, and fanatical. The Imperium decays because it is brutal, centralized, suspicious, and fanatical. Its strengths and weaknesses are the same iron bars viewed from different sides. Guilliman saw this. That was his punishment. A lesser ruler might believe the sermons. A madder warlord might burn the institutions down and doom mankind in the name of purity. Guilliman could do neither. He had to preserve what disgusted him, reform what resisted him, and lead those who worshipped him as a demigod while insisting, at least within himself, that he was still a servant of reason. Across the galaxy, statues of him rose beside statues of the Emperor. He hated that too. But he did not order them all torn down. There were wars to fight. The age that followed Cadia's fall was not an age of recovery. It was an age of desperate motion. The Imperium became stronger in some ways. That is the cruel irony. The return of Guilliman gave it leadership of a kind it had lacked for millennia. The Primaris Space Marines gave it new military strength. The Indomitus Crusade restored order to regions that might otherwise have been consumed. Call's works armed mankind with weapons that had not existed in such numbers before. Dormant hopes stirred in places that had known only decline. But strength is not the same as health. A dying beast can still kill. A collapsing empire can still conquer. A broken civilization can still produce miracles of endurance. The Imperium after Guilliman's return was not reborn into glory. It was dragged back from the edge of immediate death and hurled into a greater war than before. The Great Rift still burned. Imperium Nihilus still suffered in darkness. Abaddon still lived. The demon Primarchs still moved according to the designs of their gods and their own ancient hatreds. Mortarion brought plague and bitterness. Magnus pursued vengeance and sorcery. Angron remained a storm of slaughter. Fulgrim waded in excess and poison. Perturabo brooded in iron. Lorgar, the first true architect of the Imperium's religious doom, remained a shadow over everything Guilliman despised. The traitor brothers were not memories. They were wounds that could still raise weapons. And Guilliman was only one returned son. The galaxy was too large for one mind, even his. Every front demanded him. Every faction tried to use him. Every victory created 3 new crises. If he reinforced one sector, another cursed his absence. If he reformed one institution, another entrenched itself against him. If he tolerated religious authority, reason suffered. If he challenged it too openly, unity suffered. He was Lord Commander, statesman, warrior, symbol, son, relic, reformer, and prisoner of necessity. The Imperium citizens would never understand the full shape of his burden. Most did not need to. To them, the story was simpler and therefore more powerful. Cadia had fallen. The galaxy had split. Darkness had come. Then, a son of the Emperor had returned with new angels and a crusade of fire. That was enough to keep billions working, marching, praying, and dying. But the truth beneath the myth remained colder. The Imperium endured because it could not imagine surrender. It endured through sacrifice so vast that numbers lost meaning. It endured through cruelty justified as order, faith wielded as armor, ignorance mistaken for purity, and courage that shone all the brighter because it was surrounded by horror. It endured because humans on a million worlds kept standing in trenches, manufactorums, void ships, shrines, and command bunkers, each one too small to matter, and yet collectively the only reason the species had not vanished. The story of the Imperium of Man is not the story of a noble kingdom defending light from darkness, nor is it only the story of a monstrous empire devouring its own people. It is both, and that is why it remains terrible. It is mankind at its most heroic and most degraded. It is sacrifice without mercy, loyalty without wisdom, faith without peace, power without progress. It is a civilization that once reached for the stars, fell into nightmare, was united by a conqueror, betrayed by its own sons, and preserved for 10,000 years by the corpse of its dream. From the Emperor's hidden rise to the unification of Terra, from the treaty with Mars to the Great Crusade. From the scattering of the Primarchs to the triumph at Ulanor. From Horus's betrayal to the Siege of Terra. From the Golden Throne to the long rot of the Imperial Age. Every step led here, to a galaxy split open, an empire half blind, and one returned son trying to hold back. Guilliman looked upon the Imperium and saw failure. Then, he defended it anyway. Because beyond its borders waited things that would not merely rule humanity badly, but erase it, consume it, enslave it, or twist it into shapes no longer human. Chaos offered freedom and delivered damnation. The Tyrannids offered no bargain at all. The Necrons remembered a galaxy before mankind, and might not tolerate its future. The Orcs would drown worlds in endless war because war was their joy. Even allies of convenience could become executioners when survival demanded it. So the Imperium marched. Its banners were torn, but they still flew. Its saints bled, but they still preached. Its soldiers died, but others took their place. Its ships burned through hell to reach worlds already in flame. Its angels descended from orbit in ceramide and fury. Its priests lifted icons over battlefields where reason had no language strong enough to comfort the dying. Its machines roared, ancient and half understood, while tech priests sang to engines that might once have needed only maintenance. And at the center of it all, Terra endured. The Emperor remained upon the golden throne, silent, suffering, worshipped by those who could not bear the truth and needed the myth. His light still burned across the warp where it could. His name still moved armies. His dream was dead, but his empire lived, and in the 41st millennium those two facts were chained together forever. Guilliman could not undo the past. He could not resurrect the Great Crusade's promise. He could not make the Imperium rational by decree, humane by command, or whole by force of will. He could only fight the next war, issue the next reform, send the next fleet, condemn the next traitor, reinforce the next doomed world, and hope that enough of mankind survived for some future age to judge whether his compromises had been wisdom or surrender. The Imperium had entered a new era, not an era of victory, not an era of peace, an era of blades drawn in the dark, of crusades launched across a broken heaven, of old legends walking again through the ruins of everything they once believed. Cadia was gone. The rift remained. The Emperor suffered. Guilliman ruled. Call schemed. The Primaris marched. Nihilus burned. Sanctus trembled. And across the stars, humanity raised its guns, its prayers, its banners, and its exhausted eyes toward a future that promised nothing except war. The Imperium of Man was stronger than it had been the day before Guilliman returned. It was also closer to collapse than ever. That is the truth of the modern age. The fortress has cracked, but it has not fallen. The king is a corpse, but his light still burns. The sun has returned, but he has not saved the realm. And in the darkness of the far future, where there is only war, that is as close to hope as mankind is allowed.